This is Surrey County Cricket Club. Born in a tavern in 1845, the symbol of Kennington, we've seen London grow around us. Cricket's original champions, as Charles Alcock brought his vision to life and we cemented a reputation as a place of firsts. International football, FA Cup finals, international rugby, test matches, as well as where English pride came to die, before a great rivalry was born from its ashes. We share our feathers with royalty and pass on the honour of the brown cap through generations. We've seen England's best spend their careers with us.
Well, that's Jack Hobbs. Head and shoulders, yes, over all other living batsmen.
And the game's best finish under our gasometer. We've won 7 in a row thanks to Surridge, May, Barrington, Locke, Laker and the Bedser twins. In fact, we're well known for our famous siblings, but there's always been one family who've stood out. We saw the West Indies grip a nation on our doorstep, and a pioneer set records galore in the women's game. The end of the century brought a fresh take on Ik Dien, as Holyoake and his England teammates transformed us on the pitch. The changing of the oval skyline brought the greatest of finales.
There it is. England have regained the Ashes.
And an era of final test triumphs.
Alistair Cook has done it. A century in his last. Well played.
On our way to our own red ball century. We're one half of the game's oldest rivalry and its only London derby.
Can you clear the pavilion?
Local players are always the lifeblood of our side. But the world's best are attracted to us too. We've come through tragedies. Now we're home to world champions and cricketers of the year. 175 years have passed. There's much more to come. This is Surrey County Cricket Club. Heart of London, pride of the county. The grandest stage in world cricket.
Good morning. Welcome to the Kia Oval County Championship action here between Surrey and Worcestershire. Adam Collins and Daniel Norcross with you as the 5-minute bell rings out across South London on a gorgeous day for it. And the news from the toss is that Worcestershire have won it. Brett De Oliveira, the captain, deciding to field first. Good morning to you.
Yes, it's been the way that Worcestershire have gone this season. It's also the way that Surrey have gone. First time at the Oval that Surrey have batted first in, I think, 8 matches. Rory Burns tends to win the toss and always bowl first. So Surrey have set a different challenge on this occasion. We've got a pitch that's slightly, it's on the other side from when we were here only, 4 days ago? Monday we were last here to watch Surrey pull off a very convincing win against Warwickshire. And we're a little bit over towards the gas holder side, playing against a team, Worcestershire, who have had some terrific numbers with the bat so far this season. But Surrey, well, they're on a roll at the moment, aren't they? They've won their last 3. They're looking in really, really fine fettle. But we've got some team changes to tell you about.
We do. So Surrey have made one change. Gus Aktinson back into the side. He was rested last week at the expense of Cam Steele, which is interesting. Steele's led Surrey for wickets this year, taking 21 of them, but only 1 in his last 2 starts. They've decided to go with a front-loaded seam attack.
Is that 5 seamers in that case?
Yes, it will be. So there'll be Clark, Abbott, Atkinson, Roach and Worrell. As for the visitors, they've made one change, a forced change, with Jason Holder finishing his 5-game stint with the Pairs. He's being replaced by a man on debut who we'll talk about, I suspect, quite a bit through the opening day, Yadvinder Singh Chahal, who is a member of another graduate of the South Asian Cricket Academy. So they've got 2 of those members in the side. Kashif Ali, who of course made twin centuries to start his campaign in 2024. And Yadvinder Singh Chahal, who's a seam bowler. He's been carded at number 11. So for the home side, Surrey, as you'd expect, with Burns and Sibley up top. Ollie Pope, Jamie Smith, Ben Folkes, Dan Lawrence, Jordan Clark, Sean Abbott, Gus Aktinson, Kemar Roach and Dan Worrell. The side that beat Warwickshire by 9 wickets comfortably on Monday. As for Worcestershire, Gareth Roderick, the wicket-keeper, opening with Jake Libby. They've been excellent this year, as is Kashif Ali at number 3, Rob Jones at 4, Adam Hose at 5, the captain, Brett De Oliveira, Matthew Waite, Nathan Smith, the New Zealand overseas, done a great job as well, Joe Leach, the ever-reliable, Ben Gibbon, and the aforementioned Yadvinder Singh Chahal at 11.
So much fun getting to watch a new cricketer as well, isn't it? I mean, it's a terrific story, that initiative, and a bit like the ACE programme, we're starting to see graduates come through from these initiatives, and it's really, really lovely to see, because it's about engagement, it's about diversity, it's about making the game so much more inclusive in England, but it's lovely when you get graduates that come through that and can play a part in proper professional cricket. And so, yeah, really looking forward to seeing him, and looking forward, obviously, to seeing Surrey bat. I did an event last night here at the Oval. I might as well have got a camp bed, frankly, and just stayed here with an England selector, Luke Wright. He was around, and I couldn't resist talking about Jamie Smith. He was here last week to look at that incredible 150, and we both agreed that it was really quite the knock.
Yes.
So, when you come to the Oval these days, you get to see a galaxy of stars, and Surrey will have. I mean, Jamie Smith's played for England already in one-day internationals, so that top 7 is it almost entirely England now, isn't it?
With the exception of Jordan Clark. But
Jordan Clark, that's right.
He's of a standard where, in a different generation, he, in all probability, would have represented England. We've got the umpires Graham Lloyd and Ian Blackwell leading the teams out. And Surrey's openers, Sibley and Burns, have been phenomenal this year, leading the run. Sibley 374 at 75 with 2 centuries, and Burns 332 at 65. So they've been magnificent.
That is pretty solid start, isn't it? But this is a different challenge for Surrey, batting first. They like to get into the game quickly. They like to get wickets quickly, and it was going to happen at some point. They were going to have to bat first, and it'll be interesting to see their approach. That Burns and Sibley were actually pretty proactive, I thought, in the last game. They didn't get bogged down. Got Surrey off to 2 very good starts, and they look in fine nick. It's a beautiful day. We're not expecting any interruptions to play today, I'm delighted to say. There's talk of a bit of weather, as oft there is, but it's one of those summer forecasts where it can look really bad when you check it out on your weather app, but actually it turns out to be a passing shower, and you can get lucky, you can miss them, you can get unlucky, you can get them. But gone is yesterday's demented drizzle, which was as horrific. Just like, cannot bear days like this. But we are ready to rumble. It's going to be Leach. And he's got, 4 slips in place, which we like.
Yes, Leach, who's led this attack for such a long time, will begin from the Vauxhall end. Place called. So 4 slips a point. Wideish mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and fine leg to start. The leg side being the short boundary when bowling from the Vauxhall end. Surrey, who picked up all bar 2 available points in their last
3 games.
Games. They dropped a couple against Hampshire, but yes, 24, 22 and 24 across the last 3 games.
We've got Andrew Samson with us.
He's back. Not just digital Samson.
No.
As he was last week. Leg stump line. Helps away Burns. Again, that short boundary. Doesn't need to overhit it. Placed away. Poor delivery from Leach. First runs of the match.
I think already we have seen a little motif that's going to crop up a fair bit in this match, which is how you defend this short leg side boundary. Because if you look at the replay, yes, wasn't a great ball, bit of a loosener on the pads, but Burns just had to make contact with that, because that side of the ground is particularly fast outfield, I find, and it's not a very long boundary out there.
So Leach, so far this season, 11 wickets at 36. Worcestershire come into this game in 7th position in Division 1. They've had 4 draws and 1 loss. They lost to Durham, a game they really should have drawn, really. They knew that there was rain coming on the Monday, but they batted in a fashion that saw them skittled inside 3 days. But other than that, they've been very reliable, especially with the bat, having been promoted this season. Their first trip to Division 1 since 2018, which was the last time these teams met. Bit in that we'll come to throughout, but yes, they won 5 games last year. New coach Alan Richardson, captain De Oliveira, got them into the top flight, so yet to record a victory, but they've been very solid with the runs, especially. Kashif 372 at 75, Libby 368 at 61, Roderick 347 at 50. That's the top three.
Well, when you go up to Division 1, your first task is to make yourself difficult to beat, isn't it? And they have done that.
It's better.
I remember when watching them against Yorkshire, I want to say in first game of the season, 2015-16, around that time, and they went toe-to-toe with Yorkshire in that game at New Road. And Yorkshire were the side in the county championship at the time. I think they may have won 2 in a row, and they were looking pretty unstoppable, but Worcestershire managed to go toe-to-toe for 2 days, and then they collapsed. It was one bad session that did for them.
End of the first over of the match, just the one boundary from it.
But they look a lot more solid this time round. They just look like they're going to be difficult to prize out, which is one reason why I think Rory Burns would be more disappointed at losing this toss than many others, because he's got to get 20 wickets. That's the way. That is the Surrey way. But he may take a leaf out of Stuart Surridge's book. I don't know. We will come to a match at some point before awfully long. We will come to a match that I reckon Andrew Samson probably knows the details of. He won't even need to open his computer. Every single last detail will be fixed in his head. 1954, I think, at the Oval.
Can overhear him saying 54. Yes.
70 years ago.
So Nathan Smith, the New Zealander, he's been a very savvy signing. Available throughout the season in all the formats, and had a top start as well. 3 slips to gully. Extra pace for him as well. Sibley's first ball left alone.
So again, a guy I've not seen much of, and first impressions is very chest-on action. Solid.
Leading the wickets, 15 at 23. Making runs as well, a couple of half centuries. And they picked him up for the reason that they just assumed he would be available. He's been around the fringes of the New Zealand squads without playing international cricket at age 25, and they've suffered from overseas players coming in and coming out, short stints, and they wanted some continuity in 2024 in Division 1. Quick single to get off the mark for Sibley. Mentioned off the top that Jason Holder's no longer with the club. He had a 5-game contract, but Holder was lavish in his praise of his teammates in the club more generally when he finished up last week. There was a draw at Canterbury, and he said that he had his passion for red ball cricket renewed by his experience with Worcester. So he wants to come back in future years, which is fantastic, because Jason Holder hasn't played all the games available to him for the Windies of late. So
it was lovely to hear, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Got an unbeaten 100 in his last outing, didn't he?
Yep. Batting down the list with
Waite.
Yeah, Matthew Waite made an unbeaten century as well, an unbeaten stand of 225, which got them well beyond 600 last week at Canterbury. And I mean, the circumstances of that, which we haven't touched on as yet, but Worcestershire playing their first game after the tragedy, the passing of Josh Baker, and walking out in their first day of cricket since then, and performing as well as they did in a draw where they got the better of Kent for the most part. If the track wasn't so docile, you would expect they would have won that. They made them follow on the final day.
It's very tough to force victories at Canterbury. We're seeing a little bit of that in some counties, Durham, Kent and Hampshire. Anecdotally, you talk to guys who have been playing on those pitches and talking to the commentators who commentate on them, and the consensus is that those 3 pitches particularly are really hard to force a result. And Durham's a bit of a surprise, because Durham has got a really, on paper, potent bowling attack, and they're being somewhat neutered when they play at Chesterley Street, and everyone's been kind of neutered at Canterbury and down at the Utilita Bowl.
Gosh, we've been on air for 7 minutes. We've already got someone sooking on social media. It didn't take long, does it? Oh. Through mid-wicket, Burns to the long boundary. The timing tip-top out towards the players' race. His second 4, 9 for none. Smith is giving Burns something on his legs, and he's averaging 65 this year. He's not going to miss out there. He was good last week. He was fantastic the game before against Hampshire, building a century.
And you know that's an even better shot than the first one, because actually the ball was slightly angling across him. It was getting up towards middle and off, and he's just gone across and worked it through into the onside. It's a big strength of his, and he's looking in good nick at the moment.
Mentioned that the sooking on Stu Brooking, who I met a couple of weeks ago, lovely fella, said tongue-in-cheek, he's angry that I described the Peter May boys as the Surrey Ultras last week. I'm sorry, Stu. I hope you'll be okay. I hope you'll be all right, mate. They're here again today, the Peter May boys up in the just to the left of the Galladari stand. Another boundary, second over, 2 gone, 9 for none after Surrey were inserted.
Are you a Seinfeld fan?
I mean,
not enough by the sounds of it.
Only
I need to get you into it.
I mean, I certainly watched plenty of it in the late 90s, but I'm not the kind of guy watching repeats or anything.
Well, the Van Buren boys, do you remember them?
No, that's not.
So the Van Buren boys are a gang who don't exactly terrorise, but supposedly terrorise parts of New York, and their hero is Martin Van Buren, the very obscure American president. And whenever I hear of the Peter May boys, I kind of think of that gang in Seinfeld, the Van Buren boys.
Should be the Graham Van Buren boys. Should be somewhere.
They should be, shouldn't they?
Maybe that's what they should call themselves. Just a bit of a twist on the narrative there. So Leach gets a crack at Sibley for the first time. Still 4 slips. Tends to bowl. Decent spell up top, Leach.
Can we see the Peter May boys? Are we able to get camera on them? Because they're where that little pagoda is, a little tent away to our left on the cricketers' side, the gas holder side of the ground. We'll try and get hold of them, try and take a look at them at some point. They've got flags festooned, and they are a fixture here at the Oval. Passionate and committed members and great fans of this club.
Tiny bit of movement off the seam, but no real paces yet. Just to go around the grounds quickly, Daniel, as they try and bring up that shot. Now, we've got games across the country today. If I'm right in saying, I think we've got all 18 counties playing, which is terrific after a couple of weeks where there was some rest rounds. Essex, Warwickshire.
Big game, big game.
The Bears have elected to bat.
Have they?
Interestingly.
Well, it can turn a bit there, can't it, in the 4th innings?
Lancashire, Durham. Durham have elected to bowl first there, popping in Lancs at the bottom of the
another
table.
difficult place to force a result, but I've just remembered that's not at Old Trafford.
No, it's not.
It's at Blackpool, isn't it?
It is, yes.
And isn't Jimmy playing?
There was a suggestion that Anderson would. I'm not sure if that's confirmed as yet.
Is Ben Stokes playing?
Find out. Stokes is playing. Yeah, most of the England journos have gone up to cover that game today.
Lawrence Booth is here, I'm delighted to see.
Good.
The Lord loves a sinner who repents.
Notts are playing Hampshire, and the visitors, Hampshire, have elected to bowl. Somerset have got Kent. Kent are bowling first, and a bowl first here at the Oval as well. So
4 out of 5.
4 out of 5 ain't bad. Oh, a little play and a miss there from Sibley, and also not far away from the woodwork.
Yeah, I think that was a kind of tentative leave and a miss, if you know what I mean. It was a sort of like, am I going to leave it, am I not? Little twitch of the bat.
So it comes back with the front on action, and yeah, you're right, over the top of off stump in the end.
Yeah, there's a bit of movement there. Now, when you're looking on your screen, I preface this by saying I'm colourblind, okay? But you may be forgiven for thinking that the pitch is really green. That is a slightly better shot there. So from this end camera, that is a better reflection of the colour of the pitch. But the other end, it'll be because of the way the light's hitting the grass. But when you look at it, when the bowling's come from the pavilion end, it looks a lot greener than it actually is. It is grass there, and there should be movement, certainly for the new ball. And certainly on the first day, we've seen batting here getting a little bit easier as the match has progressed. Another part of Worcestershire's thinking in deciding to bowl first.
Maiden complete, better over from Leach. Just dipping into Div 2 as well. Derbyshire have got Northants batting. Glamorgan, Middlesex have elected to field first. Labuschagne opening for Glamorgan, first game in a couple of months. I was wondering what they're going to do there, because they've got 3 overseas players Ingram's leading the country for runs and his average. Last week, we saw Mir Hamza take a stack of wickets for them, and Labuschagne's in, so I wonder who's missed out there for Glamorgan. Leicestershire, Gloucestershire at Grace Road, Leicestershire bowling, and Sussex, Yorkshire. Yorkshire fielding first.
That's 7 out of 9 choosing to bowl on a nice day. So that gives you an idea of the attacking intent around the country.
I think it also tells you about the price signals in bumper. That's a bit quicker. Don't mind that early on. The price signals with the draw being elevated in points by fielding first. By definition, you're less likely to lose.
Yes, because
you've got that 8 points sitting there.
You're absolutely right, because and the thinking there is you're less likely to lose, because to lose you've got to lose 20 wickets. So your opponent can't start taking wickets.
In a 4-day game when bowling first.
Yeah.
It does sort of open up more opportunities if you're playing slightly more defensively. Oh, shout. Yeah, given. Full straight. Low on the front pad. First blood for Worcestershire. The captain gone for 8.
Yeah, Burns just moving across his stumps ever so slightly, very full, and he's flicking across the line there. It's a shot that has brought him some joy today with a couple of boundaries working the ball through the leg side, but on this occasion he's got nothing on it, and he looks to have been trapped bang in front. And we'll take a look at this on the replay now, which will confirm. We're coming in towards us, so yeah, that we'll need to take a look at that from front on, but it looks pretty good. Here we go. This is the front on angle.
He's wide of the crease.
It's pitched on.
That's one of those where if you're running the tram tracks down, it's feeling like it's in line with leg. Impossible to know for sure on the angles that we've got, but yeah, that's been given out most of the time, I fancy, even with the wider angle. So well bowled Nathan Smith. He continues to make an impact throughout the season. They get an early look at Ollie Pope as well, who hasn't had the type of campaign so far that you'd expect from England's number 3. He was there at the end with the winning runs on Monday, made 44 in the first innings, but he's been craving a long stay in the middle. This could be the opportunity.
Well, this is certainly the opportunity. Of course, it comes against a very new ball on a fresh pitch that'll have a bit of juice and a little bit of life in it, so it's going to be testing for him. But again, you're just chatting away to people about Ollie Pope and how his season's gone, and I think we all agreed that the last game he looked to really be starting to find his rhythm. He got himself out in the first innings, having a little flirty nibble, and that can happen to anybody, but the moving parts were coming together and it was all starting to look potentially luscious, and then he was there for a very short time just to knock the runs off, wasn't he? What did he get, 12-13, something like that, to finish the game off?
He got 13 not out from
16
out. Balls as they turn the page.
This could be an opportunity to turn his season round here, or get it going, really. So we're still early days into the season.
So one more game in this run, though. So next week, Surrey have got Hampshire, and then there's the break as we move into the shorter forms.
Yeah, it's a big break, and we come back for Essex at home, is that right? Which is the day after the T20 World Cup final.
Correct. I have spotted that. We'll be quite busy on the Saturday and then rocking up here on the Sunday.
Yeah, but
are you staying out for the final?
I'm not. No. I'll be back.
It's quite nicely timed. Without getting too sort of behind the scenes or anything, but last year we missed a lot of Surrey because there was international cricket clashing with much of it, whereas this year, kindly, we'll be doing the World Cup in the championship break. That works.
Yeah, there's only one major clash with international cricket this year, and that's the Old Trafford Test.
Yep.
Which is it's the only time. So
I think that's the Lancashire game from memory.
And hopefully that might mean, you never know, we're going to get to see more of Ollie Pope and the like Ben folks here at the Oval as well.
Yeah.
Because there won't be that many clashes.
Hose Jones and Libby the Cordon in the gully, given the fast bowler. Kashif over at point. De Oliveira the captain at mid-off. Leach at mid-on. Down at fine leg, the man on debut, Yadavinder Singh Chahal. So a conventional 6-3 field. Nathan Smith a wicket already in this over.
Got good rhythm going here, is Smith.
Going wider yet still to finish. Right at the edge of the side crease. Wicket maiden, Smith in the book. Surrey 9 for 1, losing to captain Burns for 8.
I'm impressed. It is a pretty chest-on action. We'll be able to take a look at that in the next over. What have you got for us there? Oh, but before you do, has Andrew Samson got up the 1954? Was it not 54?
We will get there.
Surrey versus Worcestershire at the Oval. I think it was May. I think you'll really enjoy this one. If you don't, I'm sure you know of it, because it has certain records attached to it for brevity of match.
Down the track, shoveling. Run out chance as well. Gosh, on two fronts there was an opportunity there. Sibley advanced to Leach. Didn't quite read it off the pitch. Spooned it in the direction of mid-wicket. Didn't quite carry. You'll see here, not quite where the ball landed, but yeah, had the throw been on song, that would have been curtains.
He's sort of run on the shot. Well, part of it is because he's come down the wicket and got hold of it, and then he sort of flipped that away nicely. It must be a run there somehow. Brilliant bit of fielding, just couldn't finish it off with the throw.
Mason Smith in there. Caught behind, next ball! What a brilliant start for Worcestershire. Burns and Sibley, who've been tremendous this season, they've both gone inside the first 20 minutes of the match. Leach's turn. He's in the book. Sibley caught behind for 1, 9 for 2. Game on at the Oval.
Well. And I think the previous ball is what's unsettled Sibley here. Because he's thought to himself, got to get my game head on. And instead, he's gone after a wide one, very much unlike him. It wasn't quite there to drive. It was very well bowled by Leach. Just got a little bit of movement and a really goodly edge. You can see a thick edge through to Roderick behind the stumps. But I think that shot came from the previous ball. He'd clipped the ball in the air, previous ball. Shy at the stumps had missed, but he would have been out by miles. It sort of felt like he just was saying to himself, right, I've got to get my game head on. And quickly, Leach turned, came in, bowled, almost took him by surprise. Sibley still in the same slight discombobulated mess from the previous delivery. Gets out. It was a false shot, but a good bit of bowling and good bit of pressure from Worcestershire here, which will bring together Pope and Smith, which, well, this could be the start of something absolutely beautiful. But for Worcestershire, what it also is a chance to get into two of Surrey's premier middle order batters while that ball is hard and fresh and new.
We've spoken a lot through the last couple of years on this stream, Daniel, about sides arriving at the Oval and getting a chance in the game to do things on their terms, and invariably Surrey being too strong and repelling that. Well, this is one of those. I know we're very early on, 20 past 11 on morning one, but at 9 for 2, Pope yet to score. Smith, extraordinary 155 last week, but about to face his first ball against the experience of Leach and the extra pace of Smith. They've got to capitalise here. They'll know it as well. Packed cordon. Smith's turn. First ball.
This is a really big opportunity here for Worcestershire. Having won the toss, elected to bowl, which is what people do. And having got rid of the two Surrey openers who have had a really fantastic start to the season. What's been part of Surrey's success this season has been the very solid starts that they have had. But both of them got out to slightly false shots. I think Rory Burns a bit annoyed with himself, but playing across the line, and then Sibley. That was the ball that got Sibley, and Smith has left it.
And the same setup as well. So the first ball that Smith had to deal with there was that front on action. His natural delivery is the one that trends in, tails him, bit of in swing. That's the one that stands up off the seam. Smith does the right thing by leaving it alone on the fourth stump line, but good contest early on.
Really is, isn't it?
Might be the right time to drop in. The last time that Surrey beat Worcestershire on this ground was 20 years ago.
Woof.
For those who pay attention to these things. Different world 20 years ago. We've been spending so much time talking about Jimmy Anderson and his longevity, but you would think that with Worcestershire having been up and down, partly relates to that. They haven't been in the same division an awful lot, but got to go back to the the 2004 season.
I mean, that's before the 05 Ashes.
Yeah.
Which is a kind of seminal moment.
Yeah.
It's a kind of...
Won't surprise you to learn that the match winner there was Mark Ramprakash with twin tons. Hello, Ramps, if you're watching. Oh, hits the off stump. That's a gem. That is an absolute beauty from Leach. Worcestershire have gone bang, bang, bang. Bowled for attack, 9 for 3. It's all happening at the Oval.
Wow, this is thrilling stuff from Worcestershire. They have taken the task. They've taken to the task magnificently. And getting out Jamie Smith, who had that magnificent 150 odd the other day. Let's take a look at this again. Leach has got the ball on a string at the moment, and that, I mean,
hello.
There's not a lot wrong with the shot, is there? He's covered off stump. I mean, looking at that, it's still hard to understand the physics behind this. How has he hit the off stump here? Smith has maybe not got his foot slotted to the ball quite enough, but laid just inside, clipping off stump. It's about as good a ball as you're going to see, and he ends up, the Smith, entirely covering that off stump. But he's got to go. He's going for a duck. Cricket, she's a cruel mistress. 1 minute you get 150 and everyone says you're the best player in the land, and then you get a ball like that. And what a start for Worcestershire. This is terrific stuff. 9 for 3, and you know what? Maybe, just maybe, this is a form of revenge for what happened in 1954.
Yes, we'll get a chance to drift into that, I suppose. I mean, it's not a minefield by any stretch of the imagination. It's just quality, experienced bowling. Being able to bring it in, then angle it away off the seam, and that's exactly what Leach has done on a couple of occasions in that over. A double wicket maiden. In walks Ben Folkes. All 3 wickets falling with the score on 9. Hooly dooly. We have not seen much of this over the last couple of years. The last time that Surrey batted on day 1 at the Oval, they racked up a stack of runs against Warwickshire last September and won by an innings. Well, different kind of energy here. The 4 slips, other angle. Hello. They're thrilled, as they should be. Here is their massive chance in this game.
They've got a bonus point, and it's 24 minutes past 11. This is incredible stuff.
Smith's turn again. Pope yet to score. Runs. They're off the dreaded 9 at last. And Pope's off the duck. Well,
now you may be wondering what it is that I'm blathering on about, but in 1954 there was a game that Surrey won by an innings and 27 runs despite scoring only 93 92 for 3. Yes, they declared on 92 for 3. They'd bowled out Worcestershire 25 in the first innings, taking the last 4 wickets with the score on 25. Lock 5 for 2, Laker 2 for 5, Bedser 2 for 12. It was one of those uncovered pitches. Shot.
Lovely. Compact. Long boundary, won't make it, but has time to return for a comfortable 3.
But at the moment, the reason I mention this is because Surrey they've got to get to 25 yet, and who knows, maybe this could be Worcestershire's revenge. Surrey then batted 92 for 3. Stuart Surrey said, "No, thanks very much. We're done now. You can come in." And his players reputedly said, "We like the fact that you're bold, sir, but do you not think with May on 31 not out, we might have just kept batting a bit?" He said, no, I'm having none of it. Put them back in, picked up a couple of wickets that evening. Then the next morning, Worcestershire was skiddled for 40, with Laker taking 4 for 25, Bedser 3 for 7. And across the course of the 2 innings, only one Worcestershire batter got into double figures, which was Yarnold, who made 14 not out. Quite amazingly. Now, Andrew Samson is alongside me. Am I right in saying that's one of the shortest first-class matches by balls ever played? It's the lowest scoring championship game with a result. Now, I mention this because Surrey, well, we're 9 for 3, they're now 14 for 3. It's on, Colo.
We talk a lot about matchups in T20 cricket these days, in short form cricket. In uncovered sticky dog days, edging and not quite carrying. Just in front of Adam Hose at first slip, might have been a foot away. We're behind him on this angle, but it felt like it was a genuine edge that could have easily made it to the waiting hands of first slip. Yeah, nearly on the half volley. Another foot is in the frame there.
Yeah, I mean, that's
even
really
6 inches.
And again, it's beautifully bowled. It's a great length. That length where you're not quite sure, especially as you've just walked out to bat. Ben Folkes would not have been expecting to be batting at 11:24 this morning. He's come out there, his feet aren't quite moving yet. Perfect length, little bit of movement.
Thick edge or outside part of the bat at least.
You cannot keep your eyes off this at the moment. If you've got a meeting planned, pull a sickie.
Just to finish that point, yeah, the era where you would try and game it to bowl at the right time. Having a look at the scorecard yesterday, the Brisbane 1950 Test match. Australia 228 when the going was good. England declared their first innings at 68 for 7. Then Australia declared at 32 for 7.
32 for 7.
To try and engineer a scenario where
100 for 14 in those 2 innings.
In order to play the sticky dog game. In the end, England weren't able to chase 190 odd, but still, different world now. Yep. Single to finish. Folkes off the mark. He'll have to face Leach, who's doing everything right from our Vauxhall end. 15 for 3. Yes, that's right. 15 for 3 after 6 overs. If you're just tuning in at the 28-minute mark, Surrey were inserted by Brett de Oliveira at the toss. They lost Burns. Leg before wicket to Smith in the 4th over. After a couple of boundaries, it was looking fairly gentle, truth be told, until that juncture. On the same score, 6 balls later, Sibley caught behind from the bowling of Leach for 1, and 4 balls on from that. Jamie Smith, 155 chanceless runs this time last week, bowled by a Leach Jaffa.
Oh, it's a beautiful
for a 4-ball duck. 3 wickets falling with the score on 9. Exciting stuff here to begin the round at the Kia Oval.
Isn't it just?
Bit of news around the grounds. Jimmy not playing for Lancs. Interesting.
Not.
I thought Jim was going to. I thought the sense was he was going to play this game.
Yeah. He's only got sort of one more opportunity before his farewell test.
That might be it. It's one game. Let's prepare for one game. Let's not prepare for a whole summer in terms of loads and that kind of thing they talk about. Anyway.
Possibly, yeah. But it's got a long way away, that test. I mean,
Yeah,
there is like a month and a half after the last game of this swedge of county championship matches.
Edge, it gets the second slip. He's done it again. Leach is on a hat trick. Folkes is caught in the cordon for 1. 15 for 4. Yes, that's right. Surrey, 15 for 4.
This is again superb bowling. It's just bowling in the channel on that length where you don't quite know how far to come forward. All a bit tentative. He's just started his innings and now has just moved away ever so slightly. It's a good sharp catch, well taken. It flies through the slip off a thick edge, and this is sensational stuff from Worcestershire. I don't think they can quite believe this. 15 for 4. Dan Lawrence will be scrabbling around to get his kit together. The bowlers will be scrambling around to get their kit together. I tell you, what a sensational start. We've just had half an hour's play so far today, and Surrey have had the bulk of their top order ripped away in spectacular fashion. Great stuff from Leach, who has 3 for 4, and as you superbly pointed out, he's on a hat-trick. Not easy to remember those things. Last ball of the previous over, first ball of this. I mean, I know it's not an international match, Colo, but you're on comps for a hat-trick ball.
Never seen a first-class one other than this.
Have you not?
No, it's okay. Done plenty of one-day ones. Let's not get to it. It's not about me. Samo, where are we? Samo's told us here that 38 of 52 toss winners this season have bowled first. And I'll tell you what, Worcester have got it absolutely bang on here. The easy thing for Brett de Oliveira to have done would have been, well, we know that Surrey are going to win the toss and bowl. Let's have a sleep knowing that we're certainly batting the next day. But Dan Lawrence walking out at 15 for 4 instead. Half an hour into play. Leach on a hat-trick. Lovely catch by Jones at second slip. We neglected to mention, by the way, moving to his right. Had to take it. 5 slips in there. 3 for 4 Leach. The attack leader for so long. Can he do it? He will not, but asks a good question with the hat-trick ball. Lawrence in well behind it.
This is spectacular stuff from Worcestershire and from Leach. It's just the eternal verities of line and length. And knowing that, the pitch is probably at its most juicy on the first morning. electing to bowl, and then what you got to do is put the ball in the right area, and Leach has done that. He's asked questions. Surrey's batters have not got out playing wild and expansive shots particularly.
Little shuffle from Lawrence there, second ball, so trying to mitigate the movement that Leach is creating both ways. We saw the start of this sequence with Leach was when Sibley came forward and chipped one the mid-wicket, nearly got run out. That was from the genuine in-swinger. He also bowled one of them to Smith, which was a difficult ball to keep out. But since then, I wouldn't call it a leg cutter. It's just seaming gently away. The ball he got to Smith was a gem and found Folkes' edge, and, well, something special morning one. Keep the pressure on. Can they?
That one's died on the keeper, hasn't it? It's gone straight through low.
This is just the second time in the this is one from Samson here, the second time in the 21st century that Surrey have lost their first 3 wickets before reaching double figures. 9 for 3 versus Hampshire in 2021 was the previous time. Well, why don't you search lost their 4 wickets before reaching 15, Samo? That's your next job. I've only got 2 balls left here. I want to stay on all day.
By the way, this is, I've already been told another stat. It's stats galore. We're being drenched in numbers. This is Dan Lawrence's 100th county championship match.
Catching mid-wicket in for him.
It'll be interesting to see how they play Leach. Now, already you can see Lawrence is coming forward. He's coming at him. He's trying to negate whatever swing, whatever movement there is. But Lawrence this season has been a little bit of an LBW candidate. So it'll be interesting to see if Leach just pushes that one up. Fuller, targeting middle and leg perhaps.
Here we go. Samson's got the stat updated. We've only got 1 ball left before I jump off. You want to move quickly here, Andrew? Move very, very quickly. Leach to finish. Well, catches the call, running back with the flight and won't quite be able to dive. Wow, it was the captain as well. De Oliveira, it was in the air for an awfully long time from the leading edge. Could have been 15 for 5, instead it's 17 for 4. Lawrence off the mark, unconvincing fashion. Samson tells me as I jump off, the second time in the 21st century Surrey have lost their first 4 wickets for 15 or less. The last time was at Hove in 2004 when they were 14 for 4. On that note, Daniel, I'm going to take a break.
Oh, you need it.
Leaving it with you. Here comes Yas Rana for the first time.
Well, goodness me, what a start. The champions, who have been dominant this season, their batting has been in terrific order. They find themselves in the extraordinary position of 17 for 4 in the first morning. We've only had 35 minutes play, and Pope's got a lot of rebuilding to do here in concert with Dan Lawrence. Yes, Surrey bat deep. We know that. We talk about it a lot. There's still Jordan Clark, Sean Abbott to come, but there's no Cameron Steele in this team. Atkinson will be 9, I would imagine. And Worcestershire got themselves a bonus point in double quick time. I think it was like 24 minutes of play. They got a bonus point. Yas Rana's alongside me, and it's just been really good bowling from Worcestershire. I would imagine Dom Sibley probably be a little bit disappointed with his shot, but his head wasn't in quite the right space. He'd been discombobulated by the previous ball.
Lovely shot from Ollie Pope. Through the cover, a little bit fuller from Nathan Smith. I think we're already seeing from Pope and Lawrence how they're going to counteract the early movement from Smith and Leach.
Come at the ball.
Lawrence very nearly falling for naught, taking the aerial option against Leach a couple of moments ago. And Pope, they're latching onto a slightly fuller length from Smith. What a battle we have. Smith and Leach properly in their rhythm. Surrey 20 for 4, bowling against 2 young English batters who played a lot of Test cricket already in their careers.
Couldn't be better, could it? This is county cricket.
How do you think Lawrence goes against Smith? A little bit more pace behind Smith than Leach has.
Well, as I say, they would have watched Worcestershire. They'll have seen the rushes. They'll have seen how Dan Lawrence has got out this season, and it has mostly been LBW. So it'll be interesting to see the setup here. I'd expect a couple of balls out there in the channel to encourage the drive, and then one that comes back in, and it'll be about how how well Lawrence can second guess that, perhaps. And
You said in the previous over as well that Leach has had a few coming in. He's been moving it in both directions, so that'll be a fascinating battle to watch.
And there he came wide of the crease there, did Smith. I think that was one he was looking to target, wasn't he? Looking to bring that ball back into Lawrence, and he just jumped, I think, a little bit wider of the crease there to angle it in.
And as you mentioned, Smith quite chest on. Chest on bowlers tend to get quite a lot of in-swing through the air. Straight again from Smith, and this time it's defended nicely into the onside by Lawrence.
I mean, I'm thinking about this season. Look, Surrey have been tested at various points when sides have got sort of to parity with them. But I don't think they've found themselves in this kind of a pickle in the season. So this is going to be a massive test. Certainly of Pope and Lawrence, but then of Clark and Abbott and the tail to scrape together something like a first innings score.
Driven nicely from Lawrence. That'll race away to the boundary for 4. Profitable over for Surrey, 7 runs off it, 24 for 4.
That absolutely flew off his bat, didn't it? That was magnificently timed. It reminded me, dare I say this, it reminded me of a shot that Craig Miles played in the last game, which he timed to absolute perfection. It seems strange to compare him with Warwickshire's number 10, but
he really threw his hands at it,
didn't he?
It's a very, very long boundary this week on that side of the ground.
What have you made the pitch so far? I mean, it's not done anything weird, but there's a bit of grass, there's a bit of assistance for the seam bowlers, but for me it's just been the eternal verities of line and length.
I think it's very similar to what we normally see here. It's nipping about a little bit, but not inappropriately so. Really good carry, I think, especially from Nathan Smith bowling from the pavilion's end. A couple of balls in the previous over that were taken around shoulder height, good length deliveries, which is a good sign on day one. And Pope leans into that one as well. The runs starting to flow for Surrey, 28 for 4.
There's a counter.
2 boundaries in as many deliveries. It's all happening.
It is
all happening. 28 for 4.
Well, it looks
40 minutes into the day.
Looks to me that Surrey are going to. Well, they've got 2 naturally aggressive batters anyway, haven't they? And so it looks to me that their method is going to be to try to put pressure back onto Worcestershire. They've got quite a way to go though, because at 28 for 4, Worcestershire can afford a few of these boundaries. They're going to attack with 4 slips in place. There will be gaps.
Do you think there'll be opportunities for Worcestershire at the same time, and run scoring opportunities are there as well? Worcestershire are really attacking. They've got 4 slips in at the moment. They've got a man at short mid wicket, so there are gaps in the field, but also there are men there to take the chances should one present.
It's thrilling cricket, isn't it? I mean, it's the wonderful thing about, well, many wonderful things about 4-day cricket, but it's not one paced, is it? We find ourselves with a really tense and quite volatile situation only 40 minutes into the first day.
I think that Worcestershire got their first bonus point today before Notts scored a run.
Wow!
Because Notts were none for 2 after 6 overs. I'm not sure when they scored their first run, so it's entirely possible that Worcestershire were on the board before Notts were on another board.
That is absolutely brilliant from you, Yas. If true, that's one for Samo. He looks delighted by that.
Pushed into the leg side, and it's parried by the man at short mid wicket, and Pope scampers through for a single. And just on how quickly this game is moving, how quickly have Surrey effectively doubled their score. They've basically doubled their score since the loss of the 4th wicket, which was only
about 11 minutes ago, 12 minutes ago.
Yeah.
It's all quite crazy, isn't it?
And they'll play their shots. We know that Pope and Lawrence will play their shots.
Well, the modern cricketer, Yas, sees this as an opportunity to score because the field is presenting many a gap. And when you have two naturally aggressive batters out there, you know, the mindset 30 years ago would have been, right, we've got to take the sting out of the new ball. The modern mindset is, ooh, why have you given me all that space to play with? That's lovely. Thank you very much. I mean, am I right in saying we don't have a long leg?
That's the second time in the over Leach has got one to really pop off a length. It takes the shoulder of Pope's bat without any alarm.
I'm going to go.
Dan is off.
Like Colo, I need a rest, although he's almost certainly going to go and make me do a podcast or something.
It's 30 for 4 after 9 overs. Leach and Smith still continuing to create lots of questions. So Notts, an update from Samo, Notts scored their first run after 6.1 overs today. Cam Ponsonby. What a morning, Cam.
It's been wonderful, hasn't it? Very exciting.
Smith continues. On Dan's point about Surrey wanting to be aggressive in this scenario, it's not just that there are gaps in the field. Leach is bowling in an area where he's having a lot of success and he's not missing that zone. He's taken 3 wickets bowling in that zone, and Surrey don't want him to bowl there. So that is part of the reason why Surrey will look to be aggressive. They want to put him off his plan A as early as possible.
I'm wondering whether that kind of erratic bounce, we've seen a couple pop off a length from Leach, whether that's going to encourage Surrey to kind of try and force their way through this period or sit back a little bit.
So much of cricket is working out what a pass score is live in the moment, and I wonder if they see a couple of balls do that, they reassess what a good score here is.
It could well be a case where this is a match where the second innings outscore the first innings. This is the most difficult period to bat is this morning into tomorrow morning, and then once, as our new favourite topic, the heavy roller comes into play, it becomes a bit easier to bat in the back half of this match. And so it's a case of just riding the wave at the moment for Surrey.
Short, and Lawrence looks to pull it but doesn't really get hold of it. In the end, it's fortunate for him that it lands just short of the man at mid-wicket. Slightly rushed there from Smith, who, although he's only taken 1 wicket, I think he's been really impressive so far this morning.
I think it's just... I actually was going to go a different way there. Rather than him being rushed, it came off the wicket at a slightly different pace than he was expecting. We see Pope and Lawrence, who are 2 such natural timers of the ball. They've been kind of out of sync at the moment when trying to start their innings.
Especially when it's been slightly shorter. The ones from Leach that have popped up have been just back of a length. They've caught the shoulders of the bat.
So you'd expect Leach to go into a 6th over here, but I'd be very intrigued. So yes, there are gaps in the field, especially with Leach. He's bowling to a kind of a 5-4 or 6-3, but he has a vast cordon, then he has a big gap at cover with just a point and a kind of wide middle off. Then he has a ring field on the leg side, so he's effectively bowling very straight, trying to keep all dismissals in play. And with that slightly uneven bounce and with that movement, he's very happy for Surrey to try and drive through the covers from a 3rd or 4th stump line.
An update from Blackpool. Lancashire 35 for none, but Ben Stokes is bowling for Durham. First sighting of Ben Stokes in the 2024 County Championship, his first appearance for Durham in the Championship in 2 years.
I think we're likely to be treated, there's a chance we'll be treated to quite a lot of Ben Stokes over the next month or so, because his main task over the next couple of months is getting bowling loads into him, and the only way you can get that experience and that practice is through match play. It's not, you can't really replicate that load in the nets.
Drilled to the offside boundary by Dan Lawrence. Slightly full again from Smith, and Lawrence does not hesitate at all. 4 more runs to Lawrence, 4 runs off the over, Surrey. They're 34 for 4. This partnership already worth 29 runs. Oh, sorry. 19 runs in no time.
I think we're in for a very exciting period of play with Pope and Lawrence at the crease, with Surrey in a spot of bother. I do think the Kia Oval is at its best when the cricket is being played towards the gasometer side, I believe that's the right word. It's in front of the pavilion. If you are sat over in the Galadara, you're so close to the action, you can get a real appreciation of the speed of the game, and close to, well, 2 international players out in the middle currently in Pope and Lawrence. Be a wonderful period of time to come down and watch. There's been a slight change in the field, so they've plugged that gap at cover and they've had square leg hop over to the offside.
Leach to Pope. Quick single. Ooh, Pope dives. Didn't need it in the end, but had the fielder coming round from short cover successfully picked up the ball, that would have been very, very tight. You could see as well, Pope perhaps started that delivery with that new gap in the leg side in mind, shuffling across to off stump.
I think this is an interesting change from Worcestershire, because to me it says that they think they have more of a chance of a wicket through that ball popping and getting a catch at cover than leaving that gap open and bowling straight and giving yourself protection on the leg side.
Oh, Lawrence moves a long way across to the offside and looks to flick Leach not just through that gap in the leg side but over it. That is one hell of a shot to attempt at 35 for 4.
Surrey are really not happy with this length that's popping at the moment, and that's Lawrence. As you can see, he's completely missed it. I don't think we'll give him the credit of saying that one popped as well. But they're trying to force the issue, trying to hit Leach off that length. Neither batter's comfortable here.
Just 2 deliveries since that field change, and we've seen both Surrey batters Pope try to nick a single through that gap, and Lawrence trying to hit the ball over that gap. And we have another field change here as a man goes out to deep square leg. We've had a while with Leach not bowling with anyone behind square on the leg side.
So we've lost the gully or fourth slip, and that's moved to mid wicket.
Fuller and Lawrence pushes that into the offside. Not totally convincingly though. I think he was probably trying to push that towards mid on. Slight outside edge. He goes through for 1.
I think Surrey, Lawrence and Pope will be quite happy with that field change from Worcestershire. They've kind of got what they wanted without having to take too many of the risks, basically. I think in Worcestershire's eyes, they're trying to just do their best, set a field that allows them to pin the batters to the crease. So if they have that fielder out at deep square leg, they can still bowl straight and have some protection for that flick.
Yeah, I wonder how long it will be before we see Roderick come up to the stumps to Joe Leach.
I'd be surprised if he did do that, just because of how much in play kind of the court behind is, and that's probably as likely a dismissal as kind of the benefit you have of tying them down to the crease and not allowing the batter to advance.
And I suppose the one time Lawrence has tried to advance it wasn't convincing, so perhaps they don't mind seeing Surrey do that at this point. Flicked into the leg side by Pope. To the man they've just stationed at deep square leg, they'll come through for 2. 4 runs off the first 5 deliveries of this over. Fascinating patches now where you still feel Worcestershire are very much still interested in every over, every other ball. You feel like, sorry, they don't totally middle one or it pops off a length, but equally Surrey are pushing the scoring rate up quite nicely. 38 for 4 now as we come to the end of the 11th over. Pope leaves that one alone. We haven't seen a lot of that in the last 25 minutes.
And the 11th over comes to an end. Score is 38 for 4. Pope on 16, Lawrence on 12. Pope wrestling along as good as a runner ball. I don't think I've enjoyed the field that Worcestershire have settled on there as much as the earlier ones. The 2 fields they had beforehand seem to have very clear plans, but we're going to have a change of bowling.
Yep, the first sight of Yadvinder Singh in first-class cricket. He's making his first-class debut today for Worcestershire. 28 years old. He's another SACA graduate, the second one to graduate through to the Worcestershire first team. Kashif Ali, of course, the first one. He's the oldest player, a stat to come through just now, to make his first-class debut in a county championship match for Worcester since Raymond Morris against Derbyshire at Kidderminster in 1958. Starts the full toss, and that's driven to the deep third boundary by Dan Lawrence. Bit of a loosener from Singh, and Lawrence picks up another boundary. Surrey 42 for 4.
A real loosener from Singh there. He has a wonderful story as we just see the replay here. Wide outside off stump, and Lawrence helps himself. Played his first game of hardball cricket at 17.
Wow.
Molesey Cricket Club in Birmingham. Nick Friend of the Cricketer did a long interview with him. And he currently qualifies as an overseas player. He has a change in his passport or citizenship from next year, but with Jason Holder no longer being part of the Worcestershire setup, Singh comes in.
Much better by Singh. Yeah, and 28 years old, took 5 for 16 in a twos game recently against Leicestershire. 7 separate stints in county second 11 cricket. It's been some journey.
Goodness me.
For Singh. Warwickshire, Northants, Somerset, Derbyshire, Surrey, and then Worcestershire twice. Once in 2019 and once in 2022. And you're right to mention his Moseley roots. So he was part of the Moseley side that won the Birmingham and District League Premier Division 1 title last summer with a pretty handy 39 wickets at 16.
That'll do it.
That'll do. Yeah, after that first ball loosener, much better from Singh. What a shot that is. What a shot that is. That has gone all the way from Dan Lawrence. We saw him have a think about that shot a couple of overs ago against Joe Leach, but this time Lawrence steps down the ground, across, and whips that over the leg side for 6.
So we see the replay there. This is why Lawrence was such a popular part of the kind of McCullum and Stokes squad. So much of playing for this England team is a matter of how you play your cricket, not necessarily how many runs you score. And Lawrence gets this change of field immediately. Deep mid-wicket, drops out. It's a bit of a baptism of fire for Singh at the moment.
And a much more conventional shot this time from Dan Lawrence. Leans into one outside off stump, and that will run away to the offside boundary, the very long offside boundary. Although that is retrieved at the last moment by Kashif Ali, so it will be 3 rather than 4. A very eventful first over in first class cricket for Singh. 13 runs off it so far, with 1 delivery to come. Lawrence batting at number 6 today. He's raced away to 25 off 23 deliveries already, as the 50 is brought up by Surrey. It's all happening in this first hour. 51 for 4. We've only had 55 minutes of cricket. Or appeal, big appeal. Worcestershire were very interested, but that is swiftly dismissed by the umpire.
Have a look on replay here. And they're appealing for everything they could here, both LBW and caught behind. It's jagged in viciously.
Long way.
It was far too high. But nevertheless, promising signs for Singh. It's really got movement off the seam there, and it's still, I tell you what, it looks less high on the second replay than the first, but probably the benefit of the doubt going in Pope's favour.
Yeah, and a very eventful first over for Singh. 13 runs off it, but we saw him move the ball both ways through the air, away from both right-handers, and also, as you say, jagging in viciously off the pitch with a final delivery off that over. Leach to continue. Left alone this time by Lawrence.
No, the aggression from Lawrence in the last over reminded me a little bit of another Saka graduate who made his debut here last year in Arafat Bhuyan, who finished for Kent, finished with 4 foot. But against the player on debut, Surrey kind of made no qualms about kind of targeting the debutant, which, I mean, makes sense. People are going to be carrying a lot of nerves with them, kind of wondering, can you make it, can you cut it at this level? And Bhuyan was able to walk away with 4 wickets. There's still a lot of signs there that Singh could do the same.
Lawrence advances again, and this time it's over the man at mid-off, and it's 4 more for Lawrence.
Fantastic shot for Lawrence, going over cover this time. He's advanced down the wicket again. And the English media were invited yesterday to Lords to look at eye-hawk technology, and part of that technology, which you'll see with the umpires wearing GoPros on their chest, it tracks ball speeds and kind of curvatures of the spine for physiological reasons, but part of it is how they value the impact of runs.
Flicked in the leg side. Lawrence, he moves on to 30.
And so it's how they value runs that go beyond the initial average. So rather than you average 40 because you got 160 out of 660 for 3, did you average 40 but you contributed with a tricky 30 in a low scoring affair where conditions were really tough? And Lawrence is exhibiting potentially why England thinks so highly of him, that in a very difficult situation he's come in with them 15 for 4. He's currently on 30 of 26 and wrestling back the momentum of this match.
No, it's a really good point. Lawrence, has almost made a reputation for himself as being someone who's very good when the going is difficult for batters. Obviously, he played a lot of cricket for Essex, and Essex have had a lot of success in quite low-scoring cricket matches. And there have been loads of examples where, Lawrence might not average 50, 60 in a season, but the runs that he does score, averaging around about 40. Are much more impactful than they look on paper. And Pope advances down the ground this time, finds the gap between mid-wicket and mid-on, and they'll pick up 3 more.
He also has a slightly awkward changing room dynamic at Surrey at the moment, where Jamie Smith and Dan Lawrence are kind of currently hold the equal 7th in the kind of batting rankings of England, whereas one of those two are kind of going to advance and be the next into that top 6 if there was an injury or someone fell out of form or whatever. And if the two parties are playing for different clubs, the runs carry a different value, different weights. Oh, well, he scored runs in that match, and they were a bit weak, and X, Y, Z. But here they're pitted against each other, effectively. And so, it doesn't affect my life. But
Leach into Lawrence. And that's the end of the 13th over. Sorry, now 59 for 4. Lawrence 30 off 27 deliveries. Pope 19 off 20. Surrey have well and truly counter-attacked here at the Keir Oval, but obviously Worcestershire still on top, having taken those 4 early wickets. Worcestershire had 15 for 4 after 6.1 overs, but we've had a little counter-attack from Pope and Lawrence. Been a fascinating first hour. Adam Collins will take over from me. Cam Ponsonby will stay on for a little while longer.
Sings continue at the pavilion end as Adam Collins sits down.
Hi, Cam.
Good morning, Adam. Good afternoon, even.
What an odd hour of play. 3 wickets falling with the score on 9. A further at 15, removing Burns, Sibley, Smith and Folkes, 4 England men in the process. Now Pope and Lawrence going at roughly a run a ball for the next half an hour.
Sings had a change of field here. They've stuck out point onto the boundary. So he's got a lot of protection here. I think that's the best way now to let him settle in.
Is that a drop catch? My instinct just by the body language is that it was hitting to the turf. Hard to tell from our angle. We'll have a second look.
My immediate reaction was it was a catch, and then I looked at all the Worcestershire fielders not reacting at all, and so I believed I must have been mistaken.
Oh, here we're going to get a second, just to be sure. Here we go. Reverse angle. Yeah, into the turf. Still saved a run at least, maybe a couple. He's played half a dozen games in the twos. Yasvinder Singh. And another graduate of the South Asian Cricket Academy, which is just doing such great things. She touched on before with Yas. 2 in this Worcestershire lineup. plenty of players around the country who are getting a second or third or fourth or fifth chance at becoming a pro where things just didn't work before. Well, there's proof here in the system that this is working.
We're currently on a bit of a reconnaissance detective mission because Singh has Chahal on the back of his shirt with his name, and I've messaged the powers that be, including some contacts at Worcestershire, and currently the information back is we don't know either. So we'll find out. I assume it's just the name he's chosen to go with.
It was sent to me yesterday, Chahal, that was in the squad, and we're going with Singh on the board. The name as read on the Cricinfo page has Yadvinder Singh Chahal. That comes last. Shot. Ollie Pope at his best when he's finding the gap at cover. Timed away for 4. Into the 20s moves England's vice captain.
It's a beautiful shot from Pope. Singh just getting a tiny bit too full again, but a much better over from him so far. We'll see it on the replay. Pope really getting that stride and down the wicket. It's a wonderfully balanced shot from Ollie Pope, who's been the lesser of the two aggressors in this partnership with Dan Lawrence.
Right at the middle of the bat to finish again. 63 for 4. Yes, Ollie Pope this season, top scorer of 44. That was last week against Warwickshire. 13 not out in the chase. Only had 89 to collect, but out between 10 and 20 on 3 occasions, and his only other chances to bat this season was rested for the Kent game and didn't get a hit up in round 1.
Looks like we're going to have a change of bowling perhaps from the Vauxhall end.
This point about Yadvinder and opportunities around the country, lots made of the Cashew Valley route to professional cricket, and we'll of course get the chance to talk about him in more detail as the week goes on. He's got nearly 400 runs at 70 something this year, including twin tons against Warwickshire to start. He was a true journeyman before getting his professional contract. Played second team all over the country. First ball helped away from weight. Played for Kent, Essex, Leicestershire, Notts, MCC Young Cricketers, Worcestershire Seconds, all of these clubs before he finally was able to, via the South Asia Cricket Academy, get to the stage where Worcestershire signed him. And there is a similar thing going on here with Yadvinder Singh. He's been playing in the Worcester Twos on and off since 2019. Played seconds for North Hats, Somerset, Derbyshire, Warwickshire. I mean, this is the gap that's trying to be filled. How do we take players who are clearly capable to reach near enough this standard and find a pathway to professional contracts? Well, this is the 9th player who's in what are we? Is this season 2 or season 3? But yeah, I think there's a theme here. A lot of cricketers who've been given opportunities across a long stretch of time, but it just hasn't clicked, and now it's starting to. It's a fantastic program, and nice shape there from Wade early on, albeit not much pace on it, but has got the ball naturally moving away. I always like an organisation whose mission statement is to ultimately become obsolete. I like that's the way they've framed this up. They don't want this to exist. They over time, they want the South Asia Cricket Academy to not need to be there. But for the time being, good as gold. As is Lawrence so far. In behind it again. Waite's been useful this season. Mentioned 100 he made last week. He's also got 204 runs at 51 and 26 wickets last year at 31. Played his role in the promotion push. Picked up 3 for in Kent's first innings last week. Had a lot of work to do with the ball. They were out there in the field for the better part of a day and a half. Just a little pause here between balls. Are they getting the ball looked at? Yeah, here we are. We're seeing that the umpires come together. Blackwell and Lloyd, the umpires this week, and that might be that for that, Dukes.
I'm surprised that Worcestershire would want it to be changed unless it's dramatically stopped moving the last couple of overs. I think a change of ball might work in their favour. But I remember Tom Brown, who headed up the Saka, he was kind of talking to, he spoke about a number of things, but I think he spoke about to you on the Final Word podcast about how it was kind of filling in the gaps in the county game. He said the problem isn't at the elite level. He said if you look at England historically, their diversity over the last 10 years, especially in the white ball teams, has been very good by national demographic numbers. He says it's where I use this word knowing. It sounds mean, but I don't mean it to. Like average county players, your average excellent professional. Basically, that was the gap really, where there was a lack of diversity and a lack of representation, and where you had these players such as Kashvali or Yadvinder Singh, who were jobbing around as excellent club and second team cricketers who hadn't quite been given that opportunity, and now they're kind of, what's the phrase, oven ready professionals coming out of the Saka programme, doing very well. I know Andy Umeed's had the most remarkable story, and he's been putting it on his social media. People remember him for scoring the slowest first-class century ever for Warwickshire. He went away and effectively surfed for 2 years in Australia and kind of lived in a van, went, you know what, I really fancy playing cricket again. Came back to England, got back involved in Saka and is doing very well for Somerset.
New ball, first one with it, prompts a shout. I'll tell you what, on that angle that he's generating, and by angle I mean the shape away from the right-hander through the over, I get why they were up and about. If that did pitch in line with leg, that wasn't a bad shout. Let's see it again. Close to the pegs, does pitch in line, actually went the other way. It did come back off the seam, and yes, the question there would have been, is it sliding past the leg stump? Went the way of Dan Lawrence.
Ball very satisfying, went exactly back down the middle of the wicket, which can often make it feel slightly more incriminating for the batter.
Back to the away swinger to finish. Maiden complete, 63 for 4. Let's take a look at Dan Lawrence. He's been bashing him this morning, 30 from 33 so far. Counter-attacking knock, which started right away. Smith and Leach had the brakes on. 3 wickets falling on 9, a further on 15. And Lawrence, well, this is the way he plays, isn't it, Cam? Regardless of the score on the board at the time.
It's been a wonderful innings. He's advanced down the track twice, once successfully, once unsuccessfully. But Singh was the victim to a wonderful shot, and here it is, picking that ball up from well outside off stump.
Back to live action here. Pope facing Yadvinder. So we'll get the naming convention right. We should seek advice from Worcester. Are we going with Yadvinder, Singh or Chahal? We've got 3 separate names to pick from here. Singh on the board, Chahal on the shirt. I would imagine Yadvinder might actually be where we land, but that's above our pay grade, so we'll seek advice and we'll get it right through the game. Nice stop there to the right. Ben Gibbon, we'll see him in operation soon as well. Number of seam options that Worcestershire enjoy. Wait, the all-rounder, Nathan Smith also an all-rounder, but took the new ball. Leach, Gibbon, Chahal. The leg spin of the Oliveira at some stage as well, you'd expect. Casey Valley bowled a bit last week, some off-spin. Or some finger spin, I should say. Down at Kent.
It's been a much better start to this over for Singh. He's got a bit more protection again, so he did previously have 3 slips, and they left that point region open, just had a deep point. Now there's a backward point, 2 slips, cover point out on the fence. It means he's able to bowl to a more clear-cut plan, kind of just 4th stump and away. And if he does get a bit too straight, he has protection on the boundary in a deep mid-wicket and fine a leg.
Mentioned this to Daniel before, Cam, that feels like each week we're here at the Oval, or each game we do here over the last couple of years, the visiting team gets like a look or two. Now they might be behind in the game, but there'll be a chance to get to parity. Or last week we saw with Warwickshire, there was a moment on morning 3 when you could persuasively argue that they were ahead in the game when they took their 8th wicket before a 100-run stand between Smith and Abbott. They took that away. Oh, too full. Doesn't quite get the treatment. Got a sweeper at deep point. This is obviously, that's the 50 stand by the way, recognised by the crowd. Needed it. goes without saying from where they were. Burns, Sibley, Smith and Folkes all gone in the first half an hour. Things have settled down. Pope and Lawrence so far. 50 stand-in, 58 balls galloping along at the moment. But this, despite being so early in the match, might well be Worcestershire's look. If this settles down and Surrey can get to, let's pick a number out of the sky, 120 for 5 or 190 for 6 end of the over, 65 for 4, it'll feel like a game that is drifting in the way of the home team, even if the scoreboard will still look broadly imbalanced. It's so important psychologically, I suppose is my point, that Worcestershire hold on tight here and effectively hold their nerve.
Well, Miles Hammond from Gloucestershire spoke to Nick Friend for the Cricketers podcast this week and was kind of emphasising that, where Gloucestershire had their first 4-day win in 18 months last week. And his kind of point was that he doesn't quite think people realise how well you have to play to win a match over 4 days and consistently play. Unless you're Surrey, that 4-day wins are actually incredibly rare to come by. You need such a perfect set of scenarios. You need the weather to hold for 4 days to begin with. You need time. You also need your opponent to probably dip below a level for a certain period of that match, because if both teams play fantastically well, then 350 plays 350, plays 300, plays 300, and it's a draw. But where Surrey have had such luxuries over the years is their kind of relentlessness in both their batting and bowling lineups. We're seeing further evidence of that here with this kind of counter-attacking partnership.
Using his feet, doesn't get all of it, doesn't need to. Swings the bat so hard, Lawrence. Couple of bounces over the rope. Again, wanting to use his feet, get to the pitch and keep pressure on the change bowlers, Cam. He's up to 35 from 36.
I think Worcestershire will be encouraged that Lawrence is feeling the need to play in this way, as we see the replay here, skipping down the wicket again. Because to me, it shows there's still life in that wicket, in the wicket. There still needs to force the issue. It's not a case that both batters are out there being like, you know what, there's not many demons out here, let's be okay, let's relax. We also know from that LBW shout with the first ball of this new ball when they changed it over, how fragile a position Surrey is still in. Only 2 deliveries away from being 6 down. Of course they have the depth of batting lineup, and Sean Abbott comes in, and so does Gus Aktinson, etc, etc. But despite the pattern of the last 45 minutes of cricket, you'd still rather be a Worcestershire player than a Surrey player at this current moment in time.
Absolutely. I suppose it's the score and the... When you see one team lose a dramatic number of wickets early on, despite the score looking, I mean, if you said to Worcestershire this morning 69 for 4, they'd be like, you little beauty. But it doesn't feel right now like 69 for 4, the wider point. And with Lawrence too, single-digit scores against Hampshire and Warwickshire, 2 and 3 respectively. Smashed 100 down at Kent in that big win that preceded that, but still in need of some runs. It's always the way after a couple of low scores. 3 slips behind him.
I wouldn't be surprised. Yas mentioned it on commentary earlier, whether when Joe Leach was bowling and Lawrence was advancing down the track, whether Roderick would feel tempted to come up to the stumps at all. And I thought with Leach, with the ball as new as it was, they probably wouldn't go down that route because the caught behind was the most attacking option, most likely to bring a wicket. I think now the ball's getting slightly older. It's when it begins to moving that little bit less, and that could well be an option to try and pin Dan Lawrence to the crease.
The other side of that being, of course, that he is swinging the ball away, so caught behind's in the frame. He does dance and leave to finish. Good contest. 69 for 4 after 17. I mentioned earlier today, Cam, that Surrey haven't beaten Worcestershire at this ground since 2004. So Worcestershire have actually won here more recently. That was 2006 with a Bill Jakes 100. Quite a high-scoring game, actually. Surrey made 501 for 7 and still lost. Ramps 100 there. Always 100 for Ramps in that era. Runs as well for Mark Butcher, who was captain, made 74. And for Worcester, 3 wickets for Gareth Batty, now Surrey's coach, but playing for Worcester at the time. In reply, they were well behind, 353 for 9 declared. But second time around, Surrey dangled the carrot. They got to 131 136 for 3 declared and set the game up. Left Worcestershire 285 for victory, and they got their 8 down in just 31.5 overs. They went at 9s. That's an incredible chase. Phil Jakes has made 107 from 69 balls. Wow. That's one of the great fourth innings chases, as Ben Gibbon gets a crack for the first time today. So yeah, Jakes 107 from 69, Ben Smith 46 not out from 34, and a famous victory for Worcestershire here at the Oval in 2006. Gibbon, taller option.
A slightly cutthroat decision from Worcestershire here to remove Singh from the attack. I think in the context, the obvious examples to go back to at the moment would be Tom Hartley and Ben Stokes. The first test in India, where Tom Hartley was given the treatment, I think it was his first or second ball in test cricket, went for 6 from Jaiswal, and Stokes stuck with him knowing that he needed him not just for those 5 days but for the 5 test matches. I think Singh will be not quite settled after his first spell. 19 conceded off 3 overs.
Gibbon picked up a couple of wickets in the second innings last week. Only played the 2 matches in 2024. Now 23 years of age. 5 years ago he was working on a building site, and he was around playing Cheshire club cricket. Ended up playing a bit with Lancs. Got the opportunity with Worcester. Has the height and the pace. Maybe not quite the numbers as yet. 44 wickets at 40, his first class career, across now 18 matches. Bit quicker there. But this is the group of bowlers they need, isn't it, Cam? Because at the end of last season, getting promoted to Division 1 and losing right away Pennington and Tongue, I mean, they are 2 class performers who are both being talked up for England selection. Tongue, the injury he has at the moment with his pectoral might deny him from playing in the short term, but Pennington's become something of the hipster's favourite, hasn't he? Everyone's talking about Dylan Pennington making his international debut this summer from nowhere.
George DeBell from the cricketer, still running the narrative. I think he tweeted about 3 weeks ago, and everyone's hopped on.
Shield Berry as well was all over it. Cutting close to his body. Shield in the Telegraph. Last week he said he's the best placed bowler in the country to replace Stuart Broad, which was interesting. But yeah, Pennington last year, who was a big part of the promotion push, taking his wickets at 28 when he was available to play, and yes, Josh Tongue, we all know a lot about him, but those 2 bowlers leaving, also losing Jack Haynes to Notts, so 3 players all travelling in that direction to a Division 1 rival. It means that bowlers like Gibbon have their window. An appeal didn't feel too persuasive, certainly not from the bowler, more a polite inquiry. The Corden more interested than the left armour, turned down accordingly. But yeah, we've seen Yadvinder. See a replay here. Not a dreadful shout, it came back off the seam, but well forward and hit above the knee roll. So
I think it was as much a kind of polite inquiry for caught behind as anything. It obviously came off the pad.
Yes.
But all the shapes are right for a edge behind as well.
Good ball, that's for sure. Back off the seam, left arm over. That's where you want to be. Completes his first over. It's a maiden, 69 for 4. Looks like you're making way, Cam. We'll catch up at lunch, I'm sure. Taha Hashim of The Guardian is going to join me for the first time today. As you see there, it was carnage early on. It was 9 for none, then it was 9 for 3, then it was 15 for 4. Joe Leach was on a hat-trick after picking up Smith and Folkes with consecutive deliveries. He also got Sibley, and that was after Nathan Smith opened it up by trapping Rory Burns in front for 8. But things have settled down, moved in Surrey's favour since then. This pair have put on 54. Morning, Taha. Did you catch the carnage earlier?
I did, and then I got the carnage that followed as well through Dan Lawrence's bat, which has been a very entertaining watch for the last 40 or so minutes. His attempts to pummel the ball through the leg side with a Peterson-like flamingo shot. It's all in those wrists that he has. We've seen it for many years with Essex. Now seeing it in a Surrey shirt.
You can actually see with his grip there, can't you? It's trending down leg. You can see with his grip he's got a big gap between his bottom hand and his top hand, which gives the bottom hand more work to do. And playing to a strength there for Lawrence. We'll see a replay of the shot, but as it was in his previous over, this is the one that just hits the seam and trends down leg, as opposed to the stock outswinger that he's got weight. Down for one. I mean, Daniel was saying earlier that the way Worcester have taken to their task in Division 1, being very sturdy, very hard to dismiss with the bat. That's the building block. They're in 7th spot with 4 draws, but with draws worth more this year, 8 points for it. To try and consolidate and stay up. The key thing is not losing, and with the exception of that Durham collapse in the second innings, they've done a great job of that.
Yeah, and despite this sort of counter-attack from Lawrence and Pope, you know, they've still held their nerve here, and they've still got 3 slips there. Still trying to take wickets.
Yeah, there's no room for dropping players back and sweeping, is there? I mean, they've just got to give themselves a chance of bowling at Surrey cheaply. They can't let this get into a rhythm. Wonder how they might shuffle the pack here as well. Can they get a decent second spell out of Smith before lunch? Still 36 minutes to go, so can they get 3 more out of their quickest bowler, I wonder?
Yeah, and they were quite clinical with how they used Yadvinder. He's on first class debut, went for a few in his 3 overs, and then kind of just feel like they don't really have that room to allow anyone to settle or invite Surrey to really get stuck into one bowler. So they took him off, and Gibbon's been going from that other end, bowled 1 over so far.
So 2 frugal overs in a row, 1 run from the last 2. So just stabilising after that partnership was getting away from them a wee bit. So they've lost just 4 times across the last 2 years. 3 losses last year to go up, 5 wins, 6 draws, joining Durham this year in Division 1. It's all about Jake Libby, wasn't it? 1,100 plus runs. It's been the same this year as well. Such a force at the top of the list. But last year, Leach, 48 wickets at 31. He's been doing this job for years. Had a stint as captain, now the senior pro. 3 wickets in a hurry this morning to really get Worcestershire in the game. Sweeper at deep point. News here that Ben Stokes has finished his first spell for Durham. Conceded 26 runs at 6.5 and over. Up there at Blackpool.
Just getting rid of the rust. It's been a while since he played any cricket. You can see that tour of India. It's probably his last run out.
What's the story with Anderson not playing today? In my own mind, I thought this was the logical fixture to slot in for. Any intel?
Well, he did say a month or 2 ago that it looked unlikely that he'd return, you know, before the end of May, essentially. But obviously that was probably when he was speaking assuming that he'd be playing maybe a chunk of test matches, but now just playing the one test match, and that being the first test match of the summer. It is a bit surprising that this kind of schedule hasn't shifted a bit and that he isn't playing in this game against at Blackpool.
Deep Point's been busy since dropping back. Email in from Richard. Wishes us a good morning. Any idea where Tom Laws is? Third match on the trot without him figuring for Surrey. He's still just got that niggle, a heel injury, which is the main reason he's been missing, Richard. So not so much rest and rotation, which is the luxury that Surrey enjoy, which Richard goes on to speak about here. The embarrassing riches of bowling stocks here. He speculates that it might be an England thing. It's not. He's not playing at Lords. Leg stump line put away. That's the short boundary, and Lawrence, seeing it the way he is today, isn't going to miss out into the 40s. School kids in, enjoying that.
Yeah, that's where Lawrence wants it. Not even really on the pads, swinging down the leg side probably, if he'd let that go. A great deal of control from Lawrence with that shot, actually. Doesn't lose his balance.
Might try and get a shot of those kids that are down at a deep backward square leg. Joe Leach is signing autographs like he's Brett Lee and his pomp, going around signing every kid's. Don't know what exactly they got down there, but had the binoculars on before, and he was receiving quite the ovation. The Worcester opener. What a great excursion that would be. We're going to go to the cricket. We're going to go watch some. That's my dream come true stuff when I was their age. What? I mean, don't get me wrong, when I was a little bit older, I used to just skip out of school and go and watch Victoria play in the Shield anyway, but on a fully sanctioned school trip, it doesn't get any better. Again to Deep Point. Ends the over. 7 runs from Gibbons, second. 78 for 4 after 20, so near enough to 4 and over, 4 wickets down. Did you ever get taken to the cricket when you were a kid on a school trip? Is this an English thing?
No, I never had the fortune. Would have been pretty special.
I might make way. Half an hour till lunch, feels like the right time. Yas Rana's in for me. I'll leave it with you, Tony.
Pope just looking a sad frustrated there with himself. He's still getting into his rhythm. He's obviously not batting on the level of Lawrence at the moment, who's on 42 or 46. Pope on 26 or 44. Afternoon, Yas.
Hello, Taha. It's just starting to the entertainment is starting to ease just a little bit in the last 15 or so minutes. Pope now 26 off 44 deliveries. He was a runner ball not too long ago.
Yeah, we've sort of just come through that counter-attacking stage, and now it's a case of, I guess, both of these batters just kind of batting normally, really.
Yeah.
Although Lawrence is definitely having a bit more fun, I'd say.
I think we often see here on day one at the Kia Oval that a lot happens in the first 20 overs. So as a batting side, if you can get through the first 20 overs with not too much damage, batting generally becomes easier across the rest of the day against the older ball. We see there's an appeal. Worcestershire were definitely interested, but I think that's just struck Pope on the thigh pad and popped up to the man at gully. I don't think there was any bat involved, but Worcestershire asked the question, as is their right.
It wasn't an entirely convincing appeal, no. Pope loves doing this. He loves to get, skip down the pitch and try and negate any movement. That was just a touch short for him to do it, really.
Yeah, trying to get the bowler to do something different. Waite continues. It's been a very handy little spell from Waite. He's got some control back for Worcestershire into his 4th over now. No wickets, but just the 5 runs conceded from his first 22 deliveries.
It's an unorthodox action. There's I guess if we'll catch another glimpse here, but
so yeah, it's quite a short run up. Probably the shortest we'll see from Masima this week. Oh, and he beats Pope. What a delivery that is.
It feels like when he's starting off on the left foot and there's so much momentum going through one half of his body, really.
Again, that's another one that's really jagged in off the pitch. We saw a couple of those earlier from Leach. And it snuck through past Pope's inside edge. Yeah, Waite is one of those players I think is low key, one of the most underrated players in the circuit. Since he joined Worcestershire, averages 36 with the bat, just under 30 with the ball, and doing a very effective job here with a slightly older ball. That's the end of his 4th over, a maiden. Surrey 78 for 4 after 21 overs, and he's able to have that control with still quite an attacking field, still 3 slips in play. So it's not as if Worcestershire have just gone on the defensive here. They're still on the attack, looking to take wickets, and Waite has managed to exert some control.
Yeah, and you can see signs of that in the last over, that slightly getting to Pope in terms of if he wants to kind of give something back now. So you'll see that in his sort of skip down the pitch, which he likes to do, and just try and get one off the middle that forces Worcester to think about their field.
Gibbon continues. Oh, Lawrence looks to drive that one through the offside. Not much wrong with that delivery, but I think it's fair to say that Lawrence hasn't been reacting to the deliveries that have been bowled to him today. He's been on the front foot, looked to take the attack to the Worcestershire seamers.
And he's been inventive in so many ways. You've seen him standing quite way out of his crease. He's obviously had the shift to the offside to find room on the leg side for his little whip with the wrists.
Lets that one go. Arguably a more drivable ball than the one that he looked to hit through the offside, but he's content to see that one fly past him. Just quietly, 8 deliveries of that run for Surrey. It's an action-packed morning, so we've rarely had gaps like this. Driven firmly to the man at mid-off. That's another dot ball. We know that these are 2 players who like to score, so it's always another test for them now that Worcestershire have managed to exert some control here with the slightly older ball. Are Lawrence and Pope going to be content just letting phases like this play out, or are they going to look to go through the gears once more? A little bit straighted this time from Gibbon, and that's tucked into the leg side. Lawrence moves on to 43.
Yeah, you can see with Lawrence, especially with the left arm going over the wicket from the pavilion end, he's got that eye on that gap through mid-wicket. He found it in the previous over against Gibbon. Is it Joe Leach, the most popular man in South London at the moment?
It's a big claim. It's a very well-worn cap that Joe Leach is wearing. Again, a little bit leg side from Gibbon. Gives Pope a simple run scoring opportunity through the leg side. There was a game here last season when Surrey played Hampshire, and Surrey took, I think, 4 early wickets and then a 5th before lunch. I think Hampshire was something like 88 for 5. as Lawrence lets that one go to complete the 22nd over. Surrey 80 for 4. I think the general consensus actually was, even though Surrey had taken 5 wickets, that Surrey would have walked off at lunch feeling that they had let an opportunity slip, and in the end Surrey ended up winning that game by 9 wickets. I think Ollie Pope scored a 4th innings 100 to make what could have been quite a difficult chase look quite straightforward. But I think we're into similar territory here. Worcestershire did so well to take those early 4 wickets, and even if you win the toss and choose to bowl, taking 4 wickets before lunch is a serious effort. But given how much pressure Surrey were under, it's one of those passages of play where you can almost win the game in the first session, and that hasn't yet happened. So fascinating period now between now and lunch. We've got 22 minutes to go.
And you do find with this pitch that we've seen at the Oval in the last few years that, you know, it'll stay pretty green, but that doesn't mean that it's treacherous for the batters. After a while it does sort of flatten out, and you do find that run scoring becomes a lot more comfortable.
Waite continuing to do what he's done for a while now. It's 11 deliveries in a row off his bowling that have not been scored off. Going just over 1 and over. As you can see, that's frustrating Surrey. Pope coming down the ground again, just trying to make something happen. 12 dot balls in a row for Waite.
Yeah, it's the length that's frustrating Pope here, especially. He's getting down the pitch, but he can't turn it into a half volley. That's what he wants. He wants to find a gap through the covers. Waite's he's just holding it back just a slight touch.
Oh, Pope lets that one go. It's another delivery that's kept really quite low. That bout's well in front of Roderick behind the stumps.
That one was just a touch fuller, and that's the one that Pope kind of wishes he'd probably gone forward for. Because if he had, he would have found that length that he's been looking for to hit the ball through the covers.
13 dot balls in a row for Waite, which is an impressive feat in itself, but he's doing so against 2 of the most attacking and talented young batters in the country, 2 England players. And again Pope looks to come down the ground, and again Waite holds his length back. It's just back of a length. It doesn't really give Pope anything to work with. There's protection on the leg side if Pope looks to play the pull shot. There's a man just behind square on the leg side, deep.
It's another shake of the head from Pope. Been getting quite frustrated from this end the last 10-15 minutes.
And his partner Dan Lawrence just comes down the wicket to have a word with him before the final delivery of the over. And it's a bumper, but it's a little bit too short. The umpire calls a no ball. Waite will have to bowl that one again. So runs off Waite's bowling, but not off the bat. Fuller and straighter from Waite. He's frustrated with himself with that delivery. Ends a period where Surrey went 14 deliveries without scoring runs off the bat against Waite. Pope just manoeuvres that into the leg side, picks up a couple, finishes the over. Surrey 84 for 4 after 23. We're just under 20 minutes away from the lunch break here at the Kia Oval, but don't go anywhere at lunch because we will be airing episode 1 of a brand new podcast, Tales from the Oval. Historian Tom Holland in conversation with John Surtees about the amazing history of this club and ground. Gibbon will continue from the Mickey Stewart members pavilion end, with Lawrence on 43. Bit of width from Gibbon, but it's a second ball in a row that he's bowled that's really hooped after it's past the batter. So often we see left armers, when they get that movement, really target the stumps, but you sense with Gibbon that he's just trying to hold his line outside off stump to keep the outside edge in play, as well as that ball that hoops in late and attacks the stumps.
It is a lovely strong action he's got. You can sort of see all the ingredients there. But yeah, so far it's been a bit of a mixed bag. He's into his 4th over now. There were times earlier to Lawrence where he was a bit too leg side-ish, almost not even on the pads, but kind of beyond, going down the leg side for what would be a wide in white ball cricket.
Slightly shorter, and Lawrence rocks back and pulls that into the leg side to move on to 44. We'll have a quick look at the scores round the grounds. Notts at 50 for 6 at home against Hampshire. Mohammed Abbas has figures of 7.4 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 4, which is very on brand. They finally managed to get Hasiba Mead out, who went the entire game last week without being dismissed, batted for 11 hours, scored the first double hundred of his first class career. Well, it's a misfield at point that allows Pope to get through for 2. Lancashire having a good time in Blackpool. They're 96 for 1 against Durham. Ben Stokes is Durham, making his first county championship appearance since 2022. Luke Wells, the only wicket to fall so far, to Matt Potts. They're scoring at a good rate. Lancashire have had a very difficult start to the season. Ben Stokes so far 4 overs, no maidens, none for 26. It's a good see in bowling. It's another misfield, but this time doesn't let Surrey add an additional run to their total. Tom Lamby has another 50 for Somerset. He's 50 not out at Taunton. Somerset 117 for 3 against Kent.
He's had a very good start to the season, Lamby.
He looked brilliant when he was here at the Kia Oval. He's one of those players who is younger than you think because he's been around for so long. He's still only 23, so he's basically the same age as Jamie Smith. And people talk rightly as Jamie Smith is one of the most exciting young batters in the country. But when Lamby was talked about, that was in 2020, when the year he turned 20. A couple of difficult years in between, but looks to have found his best form once more. He's played a lot of cricket for someone so young. That's full from Gibbon, and that's flicked dismissively to the mid-wicket boundary. Pope picks up 4 and moves to 35. Surrey 91 for 4.
Yeah, Gibbon hasn't been able to find that control that Waite's offered from the other end. And this is just a bit too full, a bit too straight. Pope is going to seize that up rather easily.
To finish the Division 1 roundup, Warwickshire 73 for 5 at Chelmsford. Shane Snater has 2 for 10, alongside a wicket each for Porter, Cook and Harmer. No Warwickshire batter has passed 20 so far, as we have a change of the bowling. Nathan Smith is back. He was very impressive first up. How does he go before lunch here? Strays onto Lawrence's pad, who immediately thinks about 2, and he'll get it. Early days, but I think Nathan Smith has been one hell of a signing for Worcestershire, because you hear so much about how directors of cricket find it really hard to secure players for significant periods of the English summer. This year presents unique challenges in that you have a T20 World Cup during the English summer that is not in England, which is the first time that's happened in a very long time. Ooh. Straight from Smith, but Lawrence gets an important inside edge there. You've also got more and more leagues. You've got the IPL obviously in the first couple of months of the season. You've got the Lanka Premier League, MLC. So to actually secure a player for the entirety of the English summer is really, really difficult. And Smith, it's not a household name yet. He's 25 years old. New Zealand are yet to play international cricket. So it's a bit of a punt, because you've seen Lancashire do it with Bruce, and that's not worked out well so far. But Smith has a good first-class record, averages around 25 with the ball. But if you look at his last 3 years in particular, he's averaged sub 20 in the 2 years where he's been fit. He missed pretty much the entirety of the 22-23 season in New Zealand. But either side of that has had seasons where he's averaged around about 17 with the ball. And you imagine with the change that New Zealand are going through at the moment, particularly in the seam bowling department, that he can't be too far away from a first Test appearance. So to secure someone like him for the entirety of the summer is good going.
And I'd be interested to see if I probably need to look at the numbers, but it feels like there's been a spike in looking towards New Zealand for overseas players, and specifically red ball cricket from counties over the last couple of years. I see it with Lancashire quite a bit actually. Last year getting Daryl Mitchell, this year Tom Bruce. We've obviously got Will Williams, who's, well, I think he's a domestic player now, but may have initially signed as an overseas.
I think just yesterday Warwickshire announced the signing of New Zealand quick Michael Ray on a short-term contract. In fact, he's in the Warwickshire side this week against Essex at Chelmsford. So just illustrating a point, that is a direction that directors of cricket seem to be going in. I spoke to one a few weeks ago, and they were saying it's just really difficult in particular to find seam bowlers, because not just those competitions, there's actually quite a lot of international cricket that happens during the English summer as well. Ireland, for example, are pretty busy. You might assume that a lot of Irish players would be really good fit for English county cricket, but it's actually quite hard to secure their services. Smith completes his first over back into the attack, 2 runs off it. Sorry, 93 for 4 of 25 overs, 10 minutes until the interval.
And if you think about it, with the news that the PSL is potentially going to be scheduled in April, what we've seen in the last few years, sort of great influx of Pakistani players in the county championship. I mean, Pakistani players have been coming to county cricket for years, but that has, strong, could have a strong impact on the sort of first couple of months of the county season. Because that is a place you'd naturally look to for some seamers.
And both ways as well, with English players rather, being involved there.
Yeah.
Especially with significant financial rewards for being part of a decent chunk of the PSL. And if that totally overlaps with the county championship, which it looks like it will be next year, think of Hampshire, for example, James Vincent, Liam Dawson, 2 players who are essential part of their county championship side, but also players who are part of every PSL.
Vince feels almost synonymous with the PSL.
There's a wide is called there from Gibbon. Just battling with his line at the moment. Yeah, it's a pretty good rule for the winter. if you're not sure what's going on in the franchise world, if you turn a TV on, James Vince is probably going well somewhere in the world.
I feel like every December, I just switch on the TV, James Vince is just decked out in Sydney Sixers kit.
I think the most
blazing it through the covers.
The most extraordinary one was a couple of years ago when England had that weird ODI series in Australia. James Vince, I think, within 48 hours of the final ODI finishing, was keeping wicket in the Abu Dhabi T10. And players complain about the Schedule A.
Grind never stops.
But I think the PSL will ask really awkward questions of county cricket, because we have become normalised to losing the elite white ball players for the first 2 months of the season. It's another wide, second wide of the over for Ben Gibbon. Really struggling with his line at the moment. We saw at the end of the last over, erring too straight to Ollie Pope this time. Too much width outside the off stump, been called wide twice in 3 deliveries. And a lot of those IPL regulars, because of their involvement in the IPL, have drifted away from red ball cricket. Sam Curran here at Surrey is a good example of that. Someone who commands an IPL gig every single year. The opportunities for him to play domestic red ball cricket are few and far between. Gibbon around the wicket this time, and better line.
And for counties, you know, there's a case of you can almost make peace with a player going off to the IPL. Okay, fine. That is undeniably the best T20 competition in the world. The money is life-changing.
And also the spotlight's life-changing as well. There's so many more eyeballs on the IPL, an outstanding IPL, or even you just get a few games at the end of the season that can completely change your life in a way the other leagues can't quite. Fuller, then Pope drives that into the vacant offside gap and scampers through for 2. He moves on to 37.
And so now the question is for counties, can they be firmer when it comes to the other competitions? Because those competitions don't offer that kind of same, like you say, that same spotlight. And you have counties who push back against, they'll be...
Sorry, do that.
Yeah, and players, there's a T20 World Cup coming up, and, we've seen before as well, counties where players will stay with the county rather than go play at the World Cup.
That's drilled straight from Pope, and Gibbon does very well to get down and prevent the ball from running away towards the pavilion, because that was hit with some venom from Pope. We take a look at the replay here. Oh, I think he stopped that with his shin. He's worn that well. Oh, beats Pope this time. Gibbon finding a lot more joy bowling around the wicket to Ollie Pope. Struggled with his line early in the over, made the switch to come round, and this time it's a genuine play and miss from Pope. That one just holding its line, jagging away slightly. There's still life in this pitch.
Yeah, the best ball he's bowled in this spell so far, Gibbon.
100%. Finishes the over, Surrey 97 for 4. 4 minutes to go till lunch. You think Worcestershire should be able to sneak in 2 overs. I'll be hoping to, at least. Just as you're thinking about what you might be having for lunch, something to think about over your own lunch break, who's in your England starting 11 for the T20 World Cup? It's something we'll talk about in a bit more depth in the second session. So email in your England starting 11s to surreybroadcast@gmail.com.
Come on, Yas.
It's defended into the gap that exists around point. Pope moves on to 38, Surrey now 99 for 4. It's been some comeback.
Are you keen on having some lunch before you lay down your 11?
think with all the all-rounders, it's a difficult 11 to call, and I also think they're not going to have a best 11 in a certain order. I think be very flexible. The likes of Moeen, Curran, Livingston in particular, I believe the term is to be a floater. I think those three will float. Who's in your team?
Well, I think I probably need to have some lunch before I come up with that.
I think it'll be interesting to see how they go in the seam bowling department.
It's in such a state of flux across the board with England at the moment, when you think about their seamers. There isn't, even within that T20 lineup, obviously if Archer is fit, he commands a spot.
Short, and that's pulled to the man at deep fine leg. Surrey bring up their 100 for 4. It's been some comeback by Dan Lawrence and Ollie Pope, the two England middle order men, restoring respectability to the Surrey scoreline. Surrey, of course, were 15 for 4 in the first half an hour this morning. Joe Leach in particular running riot, 3 quick wickets. Rory Burns, LBW for 8 off Nathan Smith, and then Sibley out for 1. Jamie Smith bowled by a perler by Joe Leach, out for 0, and Ben Folkes out for 1. 15 for 4, now 100 for 4 at the end of the 27th over. We'll have one more over before the lunch break. And just quickly on the T20 World Cup, I'm very interested to see how Tom Hartley goes this tournament, because yes, this is a World Cup in the Caribbean and the States, but England only play in the Caribbean. And you know, if you go back to the last time there was a T20 World Cup in the Caribbean, there was a left-arm spinner who had a very successful tournament, who wasn't really involved with things before the tournament, in Michael Yardley. And we know that spinners have a lot of success on the slower wickets in the Caribbean, so I think he could be someone who hasn't been involved in England's white ball setup for long, but could have a big impact. He basically jumped ahead of Rehan Ahmed in the queue. Rehan Ahmed went on that tour to the Caribbean at the end of 2023, played in 4 of the 5 games. It was quite expensive.
Gibbon here now into his 6th over. Bit of blood just below his right knee on the trouser there. I think it might have been when he went down for that return grab off Pope. He's battling through the pain, but he's finding a lot more joy coming around the wicket. I mean, really did sort of lose his line coming over.
That has drifted straight, and Lawrence has flicked that to the leg side boundary for 4. He brings up his half century. What a knock this has been from Dan Lawrence. 52 off 66 deliveries, 7 4s and 1 6. He's taken the attack to the Worcestershire bowlers. When Worcestershire on top, Lawrence took a few risks to wrestle the control back into Surrey's hands. What a knock this has been. His 3rd 50-plus score for his new county. Tar, how impressed have you been by Lawrence this morning?
Well, it's the kind of situation where a batter comes out and you're faced with 2 choices, really. Do I go into my shell a bit now for the next few overs as I'm starting out, or do I try and take the attack to the game? And with Lawrence, you kind of know it's always going to be the latter. He's so inventive. He was constantly, from the start of his innings, looking to do something slightly different. He saw that there were gaps in the leg side with a pack slip cord in, and he went to play that whip. Shifting to the offside.
He really comes alive in these situations. At 15 for 4, you've got to do something different. Leach in particular was so comfortable hitting that same zone just in and around off stump on a really good length. And Lawrence took a few risks. If he got out playing a couple of those shots, you can imagine the reaction from some people online, but that obviously doesn't deter a player of his class, and he took those risks, and look at where Surrey are now, 106 for 4 with a 1 delivery until the lunch break.
There was that incredible shuffle to the leg side as well to open up the offside for a shot over cover.
Slightly fuller this time from Gibbon, and that's guided by Lawrence. Tara was talking about Lawrence's inventiveness. There he is again, opening the face, directing the ball to the deep third boundary. A fitting way to end the session for Surrey, an all-action session, one that they finish 110 for 4. A reminder, they were 15 for 4 earlier in the piece.
That's a staggering shot. I mean, Gibbon shaking his head there, understandably. It's gone full. It's not a terrible delivery. It's on the stumps, and he's just it's all in the wrist really with Lawrence. You can use those wrists to open up the leg side, but to guide it behind square on the off, that's sumptuous stuff. And yeah, 57 off 68. Suddenly it's turned into a pretty decent session for Surrey.
Yeah, and amazing to say after they were 50 for 4 that is genuinely a pretty decent session for Surrey, having been inserted into bat. This partnership between Pope and Lawrence now worth 95. It's come in quick time after Joe Leach in particular caused so much early carnage. He's got figures of 3 for 24, having dismissed Dom Sibley, Jamie Smith and Ben Foakes in quick succession. Nathan Smith, the other man to take a wicket, that of Rory Burns, the first wicket to go with a fuller delivery, trapping him LBW. But yeah, it's been a brilliant session of cricket, action-packed. If you can get down to the ground, folks, later in the day, definitely do. There's a healthy crowd here, the sun's out. A quick tour of the ground. Warwickshire 96 for 5 at the interval at Chelmsford. Lancashire 104 for 1 at Blackpool against Durham. Ben Stokes making his return to action there. Notts 67 for 6 against Hampshire at Trent Bridge. Somerset 133 for 3 against Kent. We're off for the lunch break, but don't go anywhere, folks. We have episode 1 of the brand new podcast Tales from the Oval with historian Tom Holland in conversation with John Surtees about the remarkable history of not only this club but this ground.
Brand new series. This is Tales from the Oval, tales from the most historic and greatest cricket ground in the world. My name is Tom Holland. I'm a historian. I present another podcast series called The Rest is History. But in this series, my focus is very, very much on this wonderful ground, the ground played by Surrey. It's featured many of the greatest test matches played of all time. And I have alongside me a man who is at the beating heart of the Oval, beating heart of Surrey, and that is, of course, John Surtees. But John, for the very few people who are not familiar with your name, do you just want to tell the listeners about yourself and how you fit in at the Oval?
Hi, Tom. Yeah, an absolute joy to be alongside you. Yeah, I'm John Surtees. For those of you who are into your motorsport, I haven't won the World Championship on either 2 or 4 wheels. But yes, I've worked at the Oval for 16 years now. I go under the job title of Head of Community Public Affairs and Projects. I've also written a couple of books about the Oval. I've edited a book called Wisden at the Oval, talking about the history of the Oval as told through the pages of the Wisden Almanac, and another book about Surrey on this day. And yeah, I'm fascinated to speak with you and learn much more about the history of what potentially I think could be argued is the most historic sports ground in the world, not even the most historic cricket ground in the world, the most historic sports ground in the world.
That is punchy talk, isn't it? Because you actually say that in your introduction to Wisden at the Oval. And do you want to just justify that? Because maybe we have people listening, I mean, it's possible, I suppose, unlikely, but possible, who know nothing about cricket and maybe you've never even heard of the Oval. So how would you justify the fact that it's the most historic cricket ground in the world? And just to say, I completely agree with you, but...
Well, firstly, you agree with me, and you're one of the world's most popular historians.
Well, that must prove it.
That must prove it, absolutely. So that's the first one. But no, genuinely, so to look back at it, as I sit here today, so the 179th year of the history of this ground. It was founded in 1845. We're going to go into that in more detail later on. But I think the history of cricket here, you can tell the story of you can tell the history of the game of cricket, the sport of cricket, through purely events that have happened at the Oval. I'm not going to do that now, but we would continue to do that in this podcast. But I think to back up the claim that the Oval is the most historic sports ground in the world, you need to consider its history in other sports. You need to consider its history in football. Soccer, to our American friends who may be listening, you need to think about the fact that the first ever FA Cup final was hosted here. You need to think about the fact that the England football team scored their first ever goal here. You need to consider the history of rugby union here. You need to consider the history of other sports that have been played here. So, cycling, for instance, used to take place here. Vast penny farthing races. You need to consider the story, which we will tell later in this podcast, about that there is a significant story involving how Real Madrid wear white, which is linked to the Oval. You need to think about the history of the Oval at war. You need to think about the history of the Oval in modern times and how it's embraced other sports in more recent times, like Australian rules football. You need to think about the NFL that was played at the Oval. You need to think about baseball that was played at the Oval in Victorian times and more recently.
Because
a litany of other sports.
The thing I really love about it is the way that it is simultaneously, and always has been, very forward-looking, but also has this incredible depth of history. So if you go there and you see a 2020 match now, incredible blaze of lights, I mean, one of the great sights of London, and then you reflect on the fact that actually Oval is the very first sports ground in the entire world to have hosted a floodlit event, which it did back in 1850. And that is one of the things that we will be looking at in this series. So we should probably just say what it is that we are going to be doing in this series. So we are going to be looking at the beginnings, both of the Oval itself, but also the prehistory. What was at the Oval before the Oval. We're going to look at the birth of the Ashes. This is where the Ashes were basically given birth. The Oval at war. We're going to look at the future, and we're going to nominate our selection of the greatest innings ever played at the Oval, the greatest spell of bowling ever at the Oval, the greatest Surrey player, the greatest Surrey team, the greatest Surrey captain. And just to keep everyone on their toes, in that we're also going to nominate our choice of the worst Surrey captain ever. So all very exciting.
Yeah, and one of my bosses is Alex Stewart, the director of cricket, who was also a former captain of Surrey. And without wanting to give too much of the game away, I can assure you that he will not be the worst captain in Surrey.
But he might be in the stakes for the best. So huge excitement.
He's got to be in the conversation.
But just
as much
before
as
we,
anything, because he is my boss.
Just before we kick off, looking at the prehistory of the Oval, which is the subject of today's episode, I think you've made a very, very convincing case that for the Oval status as a historic sports ground. But just to play devil's advocate, and just focusing for the moment on cricket, there are other cricket grounds that would claim to be equally historic, I guess. So the MCG in Australia, maybe the Sydney Cricket Ground. And I think there is another test match ground in London somewhere, maybe in the north, maybe in the region of St John's Wood. I'm not sure. Earls or Barons or something like
Finchley,
So, yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Something
like that. Yeah.
Do you want to? Shall I? I mean,
Something
do you want to
with Finchley Road.
do you want to contemplate their claims only to smack them for 6?
I mean, the wonderful thing about cricket is it's a global family, and those 3 grounds you mentioned, the Melbourne Cricket Ground, the Sydney Cricket Ground, and the Finchley Cricket Ground, are wonderful grounds in their own right, and you would have a wonderful day there, and incredible things have happened there, incredible history has happened there. But I think you just need to consider, firstly, the Finchley Cricket Ground is not the first Finchley Cricket Ground in London. It's on a different site to where it was originally held, originally built, but it's a wonderful place. It calls itself the home of cricket, which I think is has a sense of romance attached to it. But I would,
and a certain degree of arrogance, one might say, don't you think? Certain degree.
I'll allow that to come from your mouth rather than mine. But yeah, you could well say that. I couldn't possibly comment, but it's a great place. But I would argue that the what we will lay out for you across the course of these episodes will make an extremely compelling case as to why this ground is the number one historically, and also sort of leads me into a question I wanted to ask you before we get going, Tom, which is what has drawn you to this project? You're a huge respected historian. You've broadcasted, you've podcasted, you've written and about a huge number of subjects, and you're clearly at a place now where you can very much choose what it is that you spend your time doing and researching. So what is it that drew you particularly to a project like this?
Well, John, like you, I live on Brixton Hill, and one of the reasons that I live in Brixton Hill is due to the Oval. So my wife and I years ago were wondering which should we come and looked for somewhere to buy around here, and we came to the Oval and we saw the West Indies play, and it was an incredible occasion. Crowd kind of fervent and passionate, and my wife had such a brilliant day that she said, "Yeah, let's go for it." So I always feel that I owe the Oval a huge debt for that. But also, it's a place that I've come, every year for decades. So it's memories of stuff I've seen at the Oval is kind of woven into the memories of my life, and it's a place I haven't just been a spectator, but I've used the nets. So I play, quite a lot, and it's the place I go to tone my elite sporting body, ready for the rigors of another season. So I really love it, and I do genuinely. We've been kind of joking about the rival claims of Lords and the Oval, but I do think the Oval actually has, and I mean, it really does have a claim to be not just a historic sports ground, but one of the kind of the most fascinating places in the whole of London.
Is that part of your character as well? Is that something, when you as a place that means something to you, like the Oval, as much to you as the Oval, you need to find out the history, you need to find out what's come before? Is that part of your nature?
I think that I mean, when you look at anywhere and you delve into the history, I always find it makes the place more interesting, and I knew that this would be the case with the Oval, and so that's what we're going to do now. We're going to look at the deep history. So what was here before the Oval was built? You said that it was founded in 1845, but what about where does the name Kennington come from? So it's the Kia Oval, but it's also the Kennington Oval, and actually Kennington, it's a word that takes us back to before the Norman Conquest. So it's Old English, the language that was spoken by the Anglo-Saxons, and it means it's Kyning Ton. So Ton is an estate, Kyning is a king, so it's the king's estate, and it's a reflection of the fact that although now the Oval stands in London, back in the age before the Norman Conquest, and for a good many centuries afterwards, London was the city that had been founded by the Romans, bounded by the Roman walls, the City of London, as it's still called to this day. And so that's why you could have agricultural estates at a place like Kennington. It's one of a lot of estates that were owned by the Crown back in the Middle Ages. So there's Kennington, but there's also another one that is to the north of Kennington, and the boundary for that is a river that also plays a very important part in our story, and that is the Effra, which rises in South London, flows through Brixton, up Brixton Road, and then it kind of curls and curves, and it forms an oval, and that's where the word oval comes from. That's why it's called that, because the oval kind of exists within the curve of that of that river, and then the Effra goes up northwards and it joins the Thames on either side of Vauxhall Bridge. So fans of international espionage
popped out.
Exactly so it's where the MI6 building is, and the estate that exists north of Kennington, so on the other side of the Effra, is a place that today is called Vauxhall. And it gets this name because it was given by King John, one of probably actually the worst king who's ever sat on the English throne. The guy who signs Magna Carta, kills his nephew, does all kinds of terrible things. And he gives this estate to one of his heavies, a guy who's in charge of his bodyguards, a man called Sir Fawkes de Breauté. And this guy calls his home Fawkes Hall. And this becomes Foxhall, and then over time it becomes Vauxhall. So you have Vauxhall, which is obviously one of the tube stations.
So there's an argument to be made that Ben Fawkes is to do with Vauxhall. Then,
exactly. He can claim it. Yeah, exactly.
Ben Fawkes de Breauté.
Exactly. So people who come to the Oval, they may well go to Vauxhall. Of course, the other place they're likely to come to is the Oval tube station itself. And that also in the Middle Ages occupied quite a significant place, because it stands on the edge of the River Effra, and the road that still runs there between the Oval tube station and St. Mark's Church is, back in the Middle Ages, you cross the River Effra there if you wanted to head on down towards Merton Abbey. And Merton, which is way south, is also a part of what today is London that will play an important part of this story. So you have Merton Bridge, you have Vauxhall, but Kennington, very, very classy, even classier than Vauxhall, because in the 14th century, it is given by the king, Edward III, one of the great kings of England, to his eldest son, who is also brilliant originality, called Edward, but who's probably better known to us today as the Black Prince. And he is the man who becomes the first Prince of Wales. And John, the emblem of Surrey Cricket Club is what? You've got it on your got it on your top.
My chest here. For those that are watching the video, the emblem of Surrey County Cricket Club are the three feathers.
Three ostrich feathers.
So there is a question the three ostrich feathers. There is a question I'd say relatively frequently asked, which is the Surrey motto is Ich diene, which is German for I serve. And these three feathers are most frequently seen, I think, in sport on the chest of Welsh rugby players. And so the question I'm asked is, why does Surrey have Welsh feathers and a German motto?
Well, so the link is the Prince of Wales. Obviously, the Prince of Wales is the patron of Welsh rugby. But he is also the person who, right the way back to the very first Prince of Wales, Edward the Black Prince, owned Kennington. And the story of how the Black Prince comes to get these three ostrich feathers as his emblem, there are kind of various historians have essentially pissed on the most romantic account, but I don't care. We'll tell the most romantic account. And the story is, so Edward III, his dad, has launched the 100 Years' War. Obviously, when he begins it, he doesn't know it's going to last for 100 years, but it will. And he goes off, and he's a tremendous lad. He roisters and doisters his way across France. He meets up with the French king, and he wins an absolutely storming victory. And he's got all his longbowmen. The French are charging. They're all being kind of slain by the English armament. Some of them break through and they attack the Black Prince, who at this point is only 16. And it looks like the Black Prince is going to be overwhelmed. But Edward III says, no, he's fine. Let the boy earn his spurs. And the Black Prince does. He earns his spurs. He holds out. And one of the people that he kills is this guy who's he's called John of Bohemia, the King of Bohemia. And amazingly, he's been put in charge of the French, of a vast section of the French army, despite being blind. And you might think that being blind is a slight disadvantage when it comes to commanding a medieval army. But whatever.
I've never fought in the medieval war, but I would have thought so.
So he's John of Bohemia, the king of Bohemia. He sees it's all going badly. He realizes it's all his fault. He says to a page boy, "Lead me into the fighting." He goes storming into the fighting, gets killed. And the story is that it's his emblem. So he speaks German. So hence Ich dien, I serve. And the Prince of Wales, it is said, adopts his feathers and this motto. So, as I say, it's probably not entirely true, but it's a kind of romantic account. And the Prince of Wales goes on to become.
I believe it. It's a wonderful story.
I think so, and I think the fact that it's told about the Black Prince is due to the fact that he is a very romantic figure and also quite a brutal figure. And in the Middle Ages, you can be simultaneously brutal and romantic. And he basically becomes Europe's most famous knight. He's top lad. He wins another storming battle against the French at the Battle of Poitiers. He actually captures the French king. He goes off and he has a tremendous court in the section of southern France that he's ruling. But he then, in 1371, falls ill, and he gets so ill that he comes back to England, and he spends a lot of his time in his manor house at Kennington, and he has this kind of this palace, and it's still commemorated to this day by Black Prince Road and by the Black Prince pub, which anyone who's been to the Oval is likely to.
For those of you familiar with the geography of Kennington, I think that is now Edinburgh House, which is an office complex directly opposite the Tommyfield pub. There is just next to the church there, St Anselm's Church, and there is a plaque on the wall of Edinburgh House that will tell you are stood in front of said palace site.
Yeah, so it's good to know that the Black Prince is not forgotten, and of course he's absolutely not forgotten, because that idea that
also shout out to the Black Prince Sports Trust, a wonderful place locally where you can go and play sport.
I think the Black Prince would be so pleased to know that he's still remembered. I mean, that's what every knight dreams of: chivalric glory and fame.
Absolutely.
And so it basically Kennington remains
five-a-side football pitches.
I mean, that's warfare by other means, isn't it? So Kennington remains a royal residence after the death of the Black Prince through the 15th century, into the 16th century. But then I'm afraid to say Henry VIII orders it to be knocked down, and the stone and the brick.
Always the case.
I know, he just goes around knocking everything down because he wants to build Whitehall Palace. So so that's very sad. So that's the end of Kennington Manor. But this doesn't. The lands are still owned by the Prince of Wales, and actually in the early 17th century, the future Charles I, who of course will end up losing his head, he lives in Kennington, and it remains part of the lands that every Prince of Wales inherits. So that royal connection is something that's a very important part of the Oval's history. I think it's something that other cricket grounds, even the very posh cathedral, self-appointed cathedral of cricket, couldn't claim that. So that is absolutely an important part of it. But there is also a sense in which the Oval, much more than say Lords, is the people's ground, because there's also a sense in which Kennington is a place where people who are not aristocratic come, and the reason for that is that it includes the lands that are owned by the Prince of Wales include a common, which is an area where the tenants of the royal manor can go and can graze their sheep or cows, or let pigs loose to eat acorns or whatever. And of course, there are lots of commons across London. So there's Clapham Common down the road, there's Wimbledon Common, Streatham Common, all kinds of places. But by the 18th century, Kennington Common has become the place to play cricket, because by this point, of course, London is expanding, and so it's moving outwards towards Kennington. So people who are living in London are going to Kennington Common because it's the nearest open space where they can play cricket. And in fact, the earliest recorded match which is London against Dartford, is played in 1724. But we'll look at the history of cricket on the Common in our next episode. But just for now, look at the other ways in the uses to which Kennington Common is being put. So one of the top uses is killing people. So it's where the executions are held.
Oh no!
So, and again, this is it's next to what was Merton Bridge, opposite what now is the Oval, on the site of St Mark's Church, and that is where basically the equivalent of the south of the river equivalent of Tyburn stood. That's where the gallows for executing, hanging people in South London were erected, and that begins at the end of the 17th century. So 1678 is the first recorded execution there. And that was a woman called Sarah Elston who had killed her husband. So got strung up for that. And probably the most famous people to be executed there were the Jacobites, so people who'd followed Bonnie Prince Charlie in 1745.
Okay.
And they got captured, taken there, and they got hanged, and then after they died, their bodies were cut down and they were disemboweled and beheaded. But of course, back in the good old medieval days, it would have been the other way around. You'd have been disemboweled before you were hanged. But by the 18th century, they were going all woke and getting rid of that. So they got off lightly. But their behead, their heads were chopped off, and they were put on poles on top of Temple Bar. So that was the end of the Jacobites.
Temple Bar.
But the most popular person to
next
be
time
executed
I walk for the bus on the Brixton Road, that's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking about. I'm thinking of the Jacobites before I jump on the 59.
But John, you could also think of probably the most popular person to be hanged there was a highwayman. And this was a guy called Jerry Abershaw, who was hanged in 1795. Tremendous name, great name, great lad. And great he name. Gets arrested. He's being taken to the gallows, and he's kind of cracking jokes as he goes there. He's kind of shaking hands, patting babies on the heads, waving to people he knows in the crowd. So it's all great fun. He's playing to the, he's a celebrity. He's a star. And then after his death, he is gibbeted. So he's put in a kind of metal cage and left to hang there as a terrible warning for people.
Gibbeted.
Yeah. So imagine that outside the Oval.
My word. So give us a feeling of for those that haven't read Dickens or anything. Give us a feeling of the sort of crowds that would have gathered at those events. They were major public events.
Well, it's an entertainment. And generally people wanted someone who knew that it was an entertainment. So Jerry Abershaw going to the gallows is like a great batsman going to the wicket. He wants a good send off. So he's a
charismatic dude.
So I think, every time, so when I go to the Oval, I take the bus up Brixton Road and I pass the church on the way up to the Oval. And I always think of the Jacobites and Jerry Abershaw and a guy called William Badger, who was a forger, who was the last guy to be hanged there in 1799. So that is a part
Badger.
of... Yeah, William Badger. So that's part of the Oval's kind of heritage that I think tends not to be remembered. But it was also a place for more kind of less death-shadowed activity. So it was a place for fairs. It was a place for people with, markets, things like that. Preachers. People loved a preacher back in the 18th century. So John Wesley, founder of Methodism, he went to Kennington Common, and probably the most famous assembly of all that ever happened on Kennington Common was the Chartists in 1848.
Yeah,
and the Chartists.
No, I'm sort of vaguely aware of this, but please tell us more about the Chartists.
So they were agitators for workers' rights, and they had drawn up a paper called the People's Charter. Back in 1838, and so hence the name the Chartists. And in 1848, which was a year that saw revolutions across the whole of Europe, kind of thrones toppled, kings sent fleeing into exile, and so there was great anxiety when it was announced that there would be a massive assembly on Kennington Common. and the militia were called out. All kinds of private citizens were enrolled as constables. So probably the most famous of those was William Gladstone, who would go on to become Prime Minister. And anyone who's read the Flashman novels, Flashman also was a constable on that. But the whole thing is literally a damp squib because it pours down with rain. And so again, that's very Kennington Oval. Because there are times where the rain intervenes.
I'd like to think it's not the first thing we're associated with, but it's nice to know
it
that
happens
even
occasionally, doesn't it?
Rainy day at the Oval has significant historical precedent.
Yeah, well, so I went to the Ashes last year, and I think the first day got rained off. So it does happen occasionally.
It does. It does sadly happen, but not all the time. Not all the time.
Oh, of course. But on this occasion, it does. So that there is no British Revolution. Although if there had been, I think this is the moment where it would have kicked off. But instead, it pours down with rain. It's all very bedraggled. They go to to Parliament and present this petition, this letter that's been signed by supposedly 5 million people. But when they look at the signatures, they find that Queen Victoria has signed it multiple times, that Mr. Punch has signed it, that all kinds of clearly bogus people have been scribbling away. And so the moment of revolution passes. But I think that, just as you have this inheritance that goes back to the Black Prince of kind of the royal tradition, you also have this sense of Kennington as a place of popular assembly. And this is something that is felt to be important, even as throughout the 19th century, London is encroaching more and more on the common. And by 1854, there is so little of the common left that they have to kind of parcel a bit out to become a park. So that's Kennington Park that is still there to this day. But the question is, what does this mean for cricket? If the whole of Kennington Common goes, where are people going to play cricket? And the answer to that question, John, will be the subject of our next episode, when we look at the history of cricket on Kennington Common and how cricket ground was preserved against the spreading growth of the great city.
Well, I can't wait to find out. This has been absolutely fascinating for me to be able to now walk the streets of Kennington as I do, to get a sandwich on occasion from a lovely place in the Madeiran community that has sprung up around here now, but to be able to think about what has gone before. I mean, that's incredible history, and I think for me a fascinating link between an amazing and an authentic connection to the royal family, but also a real understanding of why Kennington historically is the people's area, and Kennington Common. It's an amazing sort of the best of almost the best of both worlds. A tale of two cities.
Yeah. So you get bloodthirsty princes, and you get people being hanged. And who wouldn't want a combination like that?
What a combination that is.
Yeah. So thanks very much for listening. Yeah. We will be back with the birth of the Oval, the birth of Surrey Cricket Club, and looking at its beginning. So we'll see you then, I hope. Bye-bye.
Sorry, these two in particular were very keen to use their feet to Leach when they came together. Obviously, it's 15 for 4. They're in more than a spot of bother. Both of them took quite a few risks. They tried to do everything or anything to deter Leach away from his usual spot, just in and around off stump. So it'll be very interesting to look out for whether or not they do that straight away now that Leach has returned to the attack for his second spell of the day.
It's a thing about leeches in cricket that, like me and you, they don't have much hair on top. But these are two very different leeches, Joe and Jack.
Two very different.
Very different leeches. Both of them with a certain amount of metronomic accuracy, and it was actually terrific bowling, and it was a very exciting start to the day. The ball Leach bowled to get rid of Jamie Smith, who is in terrific nick. You know, you watch that front on, and it's almost like the ball went through his bat. You just can't quite explain how it hit the off stump. Smith seemed to have it covered, but these are as I've said before, the eternal verities of line and length, and then just a little bit of natural variation, a little bit of nibble to hit the side of the off stump to get through Jamie Smith's defences. Of the 4 wickets to fall, I mean, every time a batter gets out, they'll think about what they did wrong. Rory Burns might think, oh, I played a bit across the line, but it was a good ball. It held its line. It was probing. It was difficult. He only just started his innings, so fair play to the bowler. Dom Sibley played a rash shot after just a moment of discombobulation when he was nearly run out at mid-wicket. The very next ball. But other than that, the other 2 wickets to fall, just really good bowling. Ben Folkes the ball in the channel, and that one to Jamie Smith. So it was thrilling stuff to watch. 15 for 4. The fight back has come, but these two are going to have to start their innings all over again, as they've had that 40-minute break. And I hear that before lunch, you and Taha were discussing England's potential starting 11 for the World T20, which begins next month on the 1st of June with a repeat of the oldest fixture in international cricket, but might it also be the oldest international fixture in any sport? I think it is. The USA play Canada.
The big one.
The big one. With a bit of luck, I'll be there. We'll see. It's in Dallas. You're a drunken, unfit mother swelling.
No, yeah. Quite a few people have emailed in with their suggested 11s. I wondered if it's quite a hard thing to predict, because I think a lot of players in that lineup won't have fixed positions necessarily.
Use of the feet there is exactly as you said. Yes, just trying to disrupt Leach's rhythm, but a maiden to start after lunch. Sorry, remain 110 for 4. I'm going to give you Williams first. He goes with Butler, Salt, Jacks, Brook, Bairstow, Livingston. That's quite a powerful top 6, you'd say. Moeen Ali, Sam Curran, so 2 left-handers there. They might, I would have thought, float. They'd float, wouldn't they, for your matchups? Then CJ, Chris Jordan, Mark Wood, and Adil Rashid. It's got a lot of depth of batting. There's no Topley there. Topley, I would have thought, is likely.
No, I think so too. I think
to be a starter, isn't he?
I think one of Sam Curran and Chris Jordan are likely to be. I see them filling very similar roles in the squad. I think they're both
left armers. It might depend on how many left armers you might want against a particular team.
Possibly, but they're both all-rounders who bowl at the death. Neither are particularly well known for their work with a new ball in white ball cricket. So I agree. I think Reece Topley is likely to play. The other thing we were spitballing earlier is Tom Hartley's an almost unknown in the white ball setup. He's played a handful of games. He didn't play on that series that they had in the West Indies at the end of 2023. But we were comparing him to potentially filling a similar role to what Michael Yardy did 14 years ago.
In the Caribbean, under the stewardship of Paul Collingwood.
Yardy hadn't played international cricket for 3 years before that tournament. Comes straight in, and he was brilliant. I think other than the final, basically went at run a ball in every game.
I think it was the only time, the final, I was told this yesterday by Luke Wright, that Paul Collingwood veered from the 5 bowlers bowling 4 overs each?
So 2 times in the tournament.
So 2.
That happened once in the final, one in one of the early group stage games.
That's a fine shot, straight back past the bowler. It's put Pope on his bottom as well, as he's trying to get out of the way of that and make sure that he got his bat back. But it's again a shot of superb authority from Lawrence. He's got the Surrey account moving after lunch with this sumptuous stroke. Take a look at it again. Everything perfect, in good working order. A straight drive to the onside of straight as well. One of the tougher shots you're going to play. Yes, going back to that final, and it was Cameron White that Luke Wright got out, because it was one of the few occasions, as you say, that Michael Yardley took a bit of tap, not a lot. Slightly shoveled this time, but that run brings up the 100 partnership between these two, and in the circumstances it has been an exceptionally fine partnership. It came together with a score at 15 for 4. This crowd is very energised by that. The Peter May boys are in good voice away to my left.
They're very quick here at the Keir Oval to applaud a milestone.
Do you know what? People often say it's a very knowledgeable crowd here. They say that at Lord's all the time, and it just simply isn't true. It's one of the least knowledgeable crowds you'll ever find. I mean, I don't know how many times I've seen wickets applauded off free hits at Lord's, but I can say, in all honesty, that the Oval is the most knowledgeable crowd. And one of these days I'm going to prove it by having a cricket quiz that I'm going to hand out to a random selection of 50 spectators at every ground in the country, and we are going to find out who indeed is the most knowledgeable crowd. It's a cliche I want to put to bed. As Pope starts his account, or increases his account for the first time since lunch with that single, moves to 40, end of the over, 6 from it, 116 for 4. Just a quick note, it's noticeable that Singh was bowling that over, first over after lunch. I think trying to get him into the game. He had a tough first over which went for 13.
I didn't think he bowled badly in it though.
No.
You know, Lawrence took risks. His first ball was over pitch. That was a loosener, totally to be expected. But he moved the ball both ways in his opening over, and although it looks expensive on paper, in that particular period when Pope and Lawrence were new to the crease, Surrey were scoring at basically run a ball for a decent period of time. They pulled it back really nicely. Waite in particular was very hard to score off when he came to the attack. But I don't think Singh did a bad job, so I wondered if D'Oliveira could have kept Singh on for slightly longer, making his first class debut.
Stokes.
Yeah.
Yep.
A Stokes-Hartley situation. And Stokes talking about that decision to keep Hartley on the first evening of the series. Later in the series, he was a bit more open about it, saying, you know, Tom Hartley was going to be a really important player in that game and that series, and he was thinking about the bigger picture. How do I pump up his ties as much as possible? How do I give him confidence? And, you know, 3-4 days later, Tom Hartley was taking 7 for 62 in a famous Test match win. So
yep,
that one worked.
It was inspired. Was it inspired? Was it just, you know, it's just we don't see it often enough. Just good captaincy.
I remember I played a game once where I got hit for a lot of runs early on, was kept on and then took a few wickets.
Yes.
And then after the game, the captain just said, we just didn't have anyone else.
That's great man management, that, isn't it? Now that I'm going to give you some more of these 11s that have come in, because they're very different, and I suppose it talks to the uncertainty of what England's best T20 side is, which comes partly from a position of strength, but also from perhaps a position of bowling uncertainty and fitness uncertainty. Down the wicket comes Pope again. He's determined to get after Leach, or at least to knock him off his length. Gets another single for his pains. Shane has been in touch. G'day, Shane. He starts with, so we've had Buttler and Salt in the first one. He starts with Buttler and Duckett. There's no Salt to be seen after his stellar IPL with the Kolkata Knight Riders. He goes Buttler, Duckett, Bairstow, Jacks, Brooke, Livingston. So that's the one change in the top 6, is Duckett in for Salt.
So I respectively disagree with Shane's top 6, but I think there might be an interesting point behind it, in that Salt's had this amazing IPL, but he's doing so with Sunil Narine at the other end, a left-hander who basically stops other teams bowling left-arm spin early on, and England have this right-hander packed top order, so you'd think teams will be very keen to start with spinners bowling the ball, turning the ball away from right-handers. So I don't think it's a given that Salt will carry his IPL form over into the T20 World Cup.
Yep. That's a strong point. So you've got Duckett in there for Salt, and then his 5 bowlers: Curran, Archer, Jordan, Rashid and Wood, which is the same but for Archer coming in for Moeen Ali. And I guess again what's happening there is you're taking out one left-hander, put in another left-hander at the top of the order, but reduce the number of spinning options. I think that's going to very much depend on the services you get in the West Indies. They can be quite handy for the spinners, but also we're not seeing Moeen Ali deployed as regularly as you might think. That'll again depend, I think, on opposition, the number of left-handers they've got to bowl at. Again, batter advances. This time it's Lawrence. End of the over, just the one from it. Leach, after lunch, has bowled 12 balls, just the one single's come off him, 117 for 4. Tommy goes with Butler, Salt, Jacks, Bairstow, Brooke, Livingston, so the same top 6 as William. Then he's, and 7 really, because it's Moeen and Curran and Wood, but then Archer, Topley instead of Jordan and Rashid. So no Rashid.
Swapped out of Rashid, interesting.
So again, that's very seam heavy. I guess part of the idea is that Livingston can bowl both offies and leggies. I see where he's coming from. None of these ideas are wrong, by the way, and until we actually find out what the team is in the first game. Now think of a third, it isn't there. Let's wait for the umpire's signal. Extras, not too many of them today, so a couple of leg byes to add to the total. Daniel has been in touch. It's not me, I promise you. He goes Butler, Salt, Jacks, Duckett, Brooke, Livingston, Ali, so no Bairstow, Curran, Archer, Wood, Topley. Again, no.
Not another one. Drop Rashid.
Drop Rashid. What have you done? Going down, you could tell from the movement of the wicket keeper there.
So I don't have an amazing memory of the 2010 World T20. The reason why I have these moments I remember in particular is because I spoke to Michael Yardy last week for the Wisden Podcast, and he kind of interesting details to the tournament. First of all, spinners did really well. It wasn't just Yardy. Graham Swan had an outstanding tournament.
Yes, he really did. Lawrence wanted a run there. Pope didn't, by the way, and Pope was adamant, so sent him back in enough time.
But what I completely forgot was that England nearly got knocked out in the group stage. So they were in a group with just West Indies and Ireland. In their first game against West Indies...
What a silly, how can you be in a group stage with just 2? It's like the 1978 qualification for the Football World Cup all over again.
So England scored 190 in their first game against West Indies, but then the rain came, and West Indies rain-reduced target.
What's Pope done here? He's come down the wicket and, well, offered something of a chance to Leach, who made a really good effort diving forward but couldn't get to it, and it's clattered into the boundary boards, a deep backward square. Pope looking a bit skittish out there, looking to use his feet and be aggressive, but there is a risk that comes with these attempted rewards.
I wonder if Leach picked this up just a fraction of a second too late, because he was definitely interested, diving forward, very nearly getting to the ball, but I think he was quite late to pick the ball up.
Pope survives and picks up 4.
But yes, in that rain-reduced game, West Indies' target was only 60 off 6 overs, which doesn't feel right.
Doesn't feel right, does it?
So West Indies chased that down.
Lewis?
Yeah. In the next game, England play Ireland. Winner goes through effectively. England only get 120, and the rain comes down before, I think, only 3 overs into the Ireland innings. So they came very, very close.
What is it about World T20 World Cups and rain and Ireland? What is it? Yas, end of the over, 123 for 4.
Well, that one in particular was... So England went through on net run rate.
Because so Ireland didn't get back out. I've completely forgotten that.
Ireland didn't get back out. So Yardy assured me it wasn't a great pitch, and he reckoned England would have won that game anyway.
Yes.
But 120 is not many runs.
Not many.
Not many runs at all.
No.
I suppose there's a similar game in the 2016 World T20 when England played Afghanistan. England didn't get many at all, but defended it. Again, it was a must-win group stage game, and it's successful, or very nearly successful competition.
Well, these are very fine margins, aren't they, in T20s? It's a ridiculously small group phase. Which might indeed be why we now have an incredibly bloated group phase, because now you can't get knocked out like that. You've got 4 matches in the initial group stage, one against a side that's sort of close to you in seedings, and then 3 others that probably aren't. And then you get to the Super 8 stage. So you've got plenty of opportunities to play, really.
But they also have, there's quite a big difference in the 3rd seed.
Yes.
The best 3rd seed and the 4th best 3rd seed. There's quite a big gap. So it's quite an interesting format of competition.
Are you saying that there is a group of death?
Yeah, so from memory, Sri Lanka play Bangladesh. So
yeah, okay.
It's the great Wanindu Hasaranga controversy. So do you remember this? So Hasaranga...
the great Wanindu Hasaranga controversy. So this is absolutely marvellous.
Hasaranga picked up a ban.
Oh, yes.
That was effectively 4 T20s, I think. And then Sri Lanka subtly, without making an announcement, just added his name to the list of players for a test series that's coming up.
Oh.
The issue was that Hasaranga was retired from Test cricket, and you'd think that if you've got one of your star players, one of the star Sri Lankan players in the modern game, reversing his Test retirement, you'd make a big deal of that.
Yeah.
They didn't say anything. They just added his name to a list.
So why is that?
And what that meant was that Hasaranga's ban was shifted from 4 T20 games to 1 Test match. Hasaranga's next 4 T20 games are the entirety of the group stage of the T20 World Cup.
Well done.
There's more to it as well. So Hasaranga, to play in that Test match, which by the way he was also injured for, would have had to have missed the start of his IPL stint, which I think was with Sunrisers Hyderabad. Hyderabad said we weren't aware of Wanindu's decision to unretire from Test cricket. So there's quite a bit of spice between Sri Lanka and Bangladesh anyway.
Oh, goodness me, there is.
I am shocked there haven't been letters sent into the ICC about that.
There is again use of the feet from Pope. It's very simple way to stop this nonsense is that when you ban people from a type of cricket, you ban them from a type of cricket. So if he's banned for 4 T20s, you can't get away with it by missing a Test match. You ban people for a Test match, you ban people for T20s. It's quite simple. They're different games. But you mentioned all this, and I can't for the life of me remember why he was banned. What did he do?
Accumulation of demerit points.
Spicy.
There was more to it as well. So Ajantha Mendis has some sort of administrative role at Sri Lanka cricket, and he did an interview where he said, "I know how this looks."
End of the over, 128 for 4. Surrey have added 18 in the 21 minutes since lunch.
So he said, "I know how this looks."
Oh yeah, does he now?
But I assure you, this is all legitimate.
It's all. I know what it looks like. But no, we're perfectly legitimately selecting an injured player for a Test match
from a format that he's retired from.
And it's got nothing. Oh, hang on, is he available for those T2? Well, that's just a fortunate coincidence. Yeah.
So that is the group of death. Is that I think it's South Africa, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, and one of Sri Lanka, Bangladesh won't go through, or maybe South Africa don't go through.
Quite frankly, the way now I've got a problem with the ball. I see an umpire waving. They've come together to have a chat. And now they are waving. Yes, and one of the umpires there you could see is waving a ball in the air. And I think what they want is the sort of the caliper thingies, whatever we call them, the little circles. We've never got round to actually giving them a name.
We're not allowed to call them a gauge.
Oh, I wish. Gauge. That's a good idea.
There's been controversy around gauges
Well,
this
hasn't
summer.
there just? That controversy still rages. Have you got any news from the goalpost?
I have no
No one knows.
news on
If
Feroz
you don't know,
Cushies.
no one knows about Feroz Cushy and his back gauge. So look, they've got a gauge, and the ball's gone through it. I don't quite know what's going on here. Let's see. Oh no, they are getting a replacement ball, and let's take a moment or two. Okay, yeah, that looks pretty similar. That'll do. What do you do with the old ball? Don't put it back in the box, or it's get very confusing. You put it in a different box. Thank you. Off we go, and we can get cracking again. If you want to get in touch with us with your 11s, by the way, or anything that you fancy, surreybroadcast@gmail.com. We'll take all sorts of requests, apart from singing.
I feel like the process for choosing a new ball is something that hasn't really changed. A lot in cricket has changed over the last few years.
Works about right.
That you literally saw umpiring back well there going, they're roughly the same colour, aren't they?
That'll do.
And obviously we had a famous ball change here last summer.
So this could well work to Worcestershire's advantage. A ball change. Also, they're different, aren't they? Because they'll be colder, will they? Because they won't have been picked up and used and whatnot for a while. The ball he's now bowling with will have been presumably in a dark room inside that box
for months.
For months.
For months and months
and
and
you're
months.
getting rid of the other ball, which has been hit around a bit, would have got a bit of friction on it, would have had warmer hands on it. You know, these are all the impenetrables in a game of red ball cricket.
Where are those balls from?
What do you mean?
The ones in the box. The one in Singh's hand right now.
I was hoping you were going to tell me. Are they used in nets? It's been flicked away with tremendous timing. The wrists of Dan Lawrence. I tell you, one of these days someone's going to write an epic poem about them. Lovely little shot that was. But only for the one, because there is a man, Joe Leach, who's stationed out of deep square leg. A feature of today is, I don't think I've ever been at a cricket match where so much seam has been bowled, first class match, without a long leg or a fine leg. They just haven't bothered with it. And you know what? They've barely strayed wide down the leg side, so fair play to them. You know, unless Ollie Pope decides he wants to go and play the ramp, which would be quite the spectacular.
A shot we know he's capable of.
Absolutely, but I think at 129 for 4, he might not do that.
No, it's a testament to how well Worcestershire have bowled, even since they took the 4th wicket, which feels like a long time ago now. Ollie Pope, we know he's one of the freest scoring players in the country. He's really battled in the last hour and a half or so. He was 19 off 20, but since then has found run scoring quite difficult. He's a very proactive player. He likes to do things and likes to get bowlers to do something slightly different. He uses his feet a lot, and we've seen him use his feet a lot without a huge amount of success in a way. In terms of it's not brought him that many runs.
Yeah, and Worcestershire just stuck to their guns, haven't they? They've not been fazed by it. And as I say, I mean, I can't think of many balls that have gone down the leg side. Very few. Now you've done something on my screen here. You'll have to get rid of that thing. Thank you.
And I wonder sometimes, you know, if you don't know what to do as a captain, sometimes a good place to start might be what did the batters not want me to do?
Yes.
And I wonder, especially when Joe Leach is bowling, just have the keeper up for a bit. Because Pope in particular is looking to use his feet so much, and I had this conversation with Cam earlier on in the piece. And I think with a newer ball, there's a decent argument to keep Roderick back.
Singh ought to finish the over. Just a 2 from it. Singh's really getting into his work here now. 130 for 4, and Pope on the threshold of another half century at the Oval. He has 49. Surrey 20 runs since lunch. How many overs have we had? So 6 overs, I think it must have been.
Yeah.
3 from Leach, 3 from Singh. So just ticking along at 3 and a bit and over. That is not the issue, the scoring rate. The issue is the score, and after being 15 for 4, 130 for 4 feels like riches, but you know you had a wicket, or if you're Jeffrey, you had 2 wickets in this score. Had 2. He looks so clever then, does it, Daniel? So to speak. Sent shivers down the spine. still in PTSD from working with him for 4 years. Lovely man.
But in all seriousness, that is something that Worcestershire have to keep reminding themselves. They are 1 wicket away from being once more well and truly on top of this game. They're still very much in it. It might not feel like that because these two have batted together pretty much for 2 hours now. Since the fall of Folkes with the score on 15, they put on 115, but 130 for 5. Worcestershire still very, very much in this game. And it's a trick that England, I think, at their best under Stokes play on other teams, is they make you feel like the game isn't actually the match situation that the numbers on the board tell you it is.
Yes.
So right now, Surrey are 134 on the first day. That is fine, but it feels like they're doing better than that because of the way Pope and in particular Lawrence has batted. And you as a bowler side have to remember that. You've got to remember that actually we're doing really well here.
But I would say that Worcestershire have, actually. I know exactly what you mean. I think you're dead right. But I'm really impressed with the way Worcestershire have stuck at their guns. They've been really disciplined. They've made Surrey take risks if they're going to shift momentum in their direction. And that's all they can do. They play their game. They're not being fazed by it. And as I say, you save yourself a fielder if you don't have to have a fine leg. It's a bit of a luxury.
Interestingly, they do have one in for Leach now, and
he's on deep backward square, though, isn't he? Really, I mean, almost as if it's for the sort of pickup that sometimes Pope will play. I mean, part of it is a function of the pace at which Leach bowls as well, isn't it? So obviously, the faster your bowler, the finer your fielders are behind square. And Leach is bowling at no great pace, but with great accuracy and no little skill.
And almost now that Surrey they're further their position in the game, they almost have more to lose. Where early on, when it's 15 for 4, you might as well just try something to put Worcestershire off what they're doing. Since lunch, we've seen Pope use his feet, but not necessarily in a particularly risky way.
Oh, that was not far away at all from deep backward point, but it will bring Pope his 50 as a leading edge, looking to work the ball into the onside, and it flew past point. Now that couple of runs brings Pope his half century from 100 balls. It's been a battling knock. It's not been superbly fluent, but it's been difficult out there. The Worcestershire bowlers have really stuck to their guns. As we take a look at this again, you see how he's looking to work the ball into the onside. It's gone in completely the opposite direction. There's a diving effort which just eluded the fielder, and Pope gets to a half century. We'll be able to take a look back at that after this ball between overs when we make a commentary change. As Leach is in, that's worked at the onside again. Should be a couple here, I would think. Yeah, they're just going to stroll back for 2. And with that, Surrey 134 for 4. Let's take a look at some of the highlights on that Pope knock.
Yeah, not Ollie Pope's most fluent knock here at the Kia Oval, but a really important one for his team. It's his first half century of the 2024 County Championship season. It's been a stuttering start to the campaign for the England vice captain, but a really dogged knock here, coming in after the early fall of Rory Burns with the score on 9. Surrey lost 3 wickets without adding a run. They went from 9 for none to 9 for 3. Lost Ben Folkes to the score on 15, but since then Pope and Lawrence has been more fluent. He's taken more risks, particularly at the start of his innings. And even now on 53, I don't think Pope is properly in, as we almost the method that he got to his 50, a leading edge, trying to work it through the leg side. A demonstration that he's probably still not at his best rhythm. It's quite rare that Pope gets to 50 at a strike rate of around 50. A testament to how he's got his head down, really knuckled down, got through some really tough periods of play. Worcestershire, as you say, Dan, and bowled really well, even since they took the 4th wicket.
Yeah, I mean, I think he likes the ball to come on a little bit more to him as well, does Pope, and it's not quite been there for him. I think Andrew Samson's just given you a stat there, yes?
Yeah, that's the 5th slowest of his 24 50-plus championship scores. So,
well, that tells you something about the conditions, but also the tremendous discipline and probing nature of this Worcestershire attack. And I've also been sent a suggestion, which I don't like to do. It's tempting fate. Right, blame the producers, blame Andrew Samson, and blame the producers. Don't blame me. I'm just the monkey. They're the organ grinders. Pope is playing his 50th county championship match and has scored 50, a 50. Dan Lawrence is in his 100th county championship match, and he's 35 runs away from 100. Stop jinxing. Not having it. Again, he plays around that front pad, but gets enough bat on it.
Quite interesting that Lawrence has played literally double the number of county championship games than Pope, because I think they're the same age. I think they're both 26.
Is that right? But I suppose, you know, Pope England duty and all that.
But also, Pope went from getting into the Surrey team to getting into the England team very, very quickly. Was Lawrence made his debut as a 17-year-old and played loads and loads and loads for Essex before his first England call-up, even though that came when he was about 23.
Yes, I remember Phil the Power Walker being very excited by Dan Lawrence. And I believe I'm right in saying that he became the first Daniel to play Test cricket for England.
No way, really?
Way, baby. Way. Everything's turned into Wayne's World here. I don't know how that's happened. Yeah. Isn't it extraordinary?
And Ollie Pope is one of the first Olivers as well?
Yeah, it feels like there might be a glut of them to come there.
Yeah.
We've got Ollie Robinson. And very possibly Ollie Robinson. Now that is a very rare shot. It is a tickled 4 down to fine leg. And there hasn't been a fine leg all match. We've just been talking about that. And for once today, a Worcestershire bowler has just lost his line, straight onto the pads, and the moment he did, Ollie Pope was there to flick it away for 4. Take a look at this again. That is pretty much the only time I can remember seeing a ball bowled. Well, there was one other that hit the pads and went for 2 leg byes, but that is a measure of the control that Worcestershire have had, the Worcestershire bowlers, and it's pretty commendable for Singh, who's playing his maiden first-class match. A graduate of the, I've got to get it the name right, South Asian Cricket Academy.
Yeah.
Saka.
Yeah.
Yep.
Who've
That's
done
marvellous to see.
Extraordinary work in such a short period of time. They've only been around for a couple of years.
Yeah, a couple of years, is it?
Yeah, I think maybe the start of 2022, I want to say. Maybe 2021. It's not been around for a long time. It's provided Worcestershire with 2 of the current 11 today. Kashi Valley, the other one.
That's expertly played by Lawrence. A wonderful shot, waiting for the ball, finding the gap through backward point, just letting it come to him and gliding it down to the boundary. This is a super shot. It's not necessarily a shot you associate too much with Lawrence, because he looks to go leg side so often, but there he's seen the gap, and that's 2 balls running that Surrey batters have accessed behind square, using the pace of the ball. On this occasion, well, not a lot of width, but enough. Lovely shot, takes Lawrence to 70.
Prior to those 2 boundaries, slightly steadier progress from the Surrey pair after lunch.
Oh, he looks to go again and is so nearly playing on there. He looked to play the same shot. And in fairness to Leach, I think he just got that a bit tighter to off stump. It was tempting for Lawrence. He got the under edge on it, and it so nearly came back into stumps. Didn't know where it was for a little while. We'll take a look at that again. Look, he's looking to repeat the dose. And
he almost gets too far across.
Yeah.
And it's very, very tight. And that, when you look to dab the ball towards deep third, and it's not quite as wide, you think you can get yourself into trouble, as Lawrence so nearly did on that delivery. I was going to say prior to that delivery that Surrey have taken fewer risks since the interval, and I think that's a sign of what Lawrence and Pope view their job now, is that they've got themselves in. This is a good time to bat the ball. I know this is a newish ball because they just changed it, but it's still not a new ball.
Yep.
batting in theory should become easier and easier throughout the course of the day as Worcestershire seam heavy attack tires.
And their main threat is into its second spell, and I guess they're thinking, you know, is Leach going to bowl 6 overs in this spell?
Yeah, and their job is to really make hay and bat the long haul.
Yes, I think there's a lot in that. They began the session on 110 for 4, so they've added 33 in 8.4 overs, which is not a bad pace. It's 3.66, but you're right. It's not been done with quite the same freneticism as this partnership began. Oh, I say that. Just charged it down a wicket and has planted it onto the side screen for 6. Mighty shot that. Just talking. they make us look fools up here. I suppose it's not that difficult.
I think Dan Lawrence might argue that he doesn't view that as a particularly high-risk shot.
Maybe not. It just looks it to us, doesn't it, when he comes charging down the wicket?
The flip side of being accurate is that you're also predictable, and Lawrence almost knows exactly where that ball is going to be pitched by Joe Leach, and he takes a couple of steps down the ground, turns it into a half volley, and easily clears the long off boundary for his second 6 of the afternoon. Moves on to 76 off 88 deliveries. He's found run scoring a fair bit more straightforward than his partner, Ollie Pope, who's 57 off 103.
There's a little fish at that, the last ball, the over. He survives, 10 off the over, 2 boundaries. Surrey, 149 for 4. Time for a change here, more from Yas Rana, and then Adam Collins is going to come in for the next 9 overs.
10 runs off that over, all off Dan Lawrence's bat. Bit of a throwback to the first hour of the day where it was all action, 4 wickets falling early, but then Surrey counter-attacking with Lawrence and Pope at the crease. 10 runs off that over, but on 2 occasions Worcestershire very close to getting that elusive 5th wicket. Dan Lawrence nearly chopping on earlier in the over, and there Leach beating Lawrence's outside edges. Adam Collins joins me.
Hello. Yes. I just feel like with this pair doing this kind of thing, another example of it there with Pope, that something's going to have to break the way of Worcester soon. A partnership of 134. You can almost discount the 15 for 4 if these two are batting at sea. I know it's a long way away, but it has that foreboding sense. They need one of those, as you say, inside edge or something against the flow of play entirely. Still 2 slips. There's really one that goes past the edge. Yeah, that's taken off from the surface, and look, that's the slight extra bit of pace that we've seen occasionally from Yudvinda so far today.
We saw Nathan Smith in his opening spell in particular really getting balls to lift from the pavilion end, and there we see it again with Singh bouncing considerably higher than I think Pope anticipated.
Brings up the 150 for Surrey. If you're just joining the coverage, you might kind of wonder, gee, that's a bit of an odd scorecard. 150 for 4, going at 4s, but hang on, the number 6 is half of those, just over half of those. Well, that's because Worcester took 3 wickets with the score on 9, and then a further one when it was 15. Burns, Sibley, Smith and Folks in a frenetic 15 minutes or thereabouts. And now, accumulating at a very busy rate of knots.
Both of them been very proactive in looking for that gap between second slip and backward point. Quite a lot of runs coming through that deep third region. I've talked about it with Daniel on air, but I do wonder, could Roderick stand up? Both players are looking to come down the ground so often, particularly off Leach, and even to Singh, who's bowling 5-6 miles per hour quicker through the air.
If he's going to, now's the time, isn't it? It has evolved since lunch. Stays at home and clips it away for 4. Lawrence into the 80s with yet another boundary. 6 in the previous over, straight back over Leach's head. Now back to where he loves it most, off his pads.
Yeah, Lawrence really motoring along now. Took a bit of time off the interval to get himself back in. But he's seeing it like a football at the moment.
He's taken 27 runs from Singh in 18 balls by my count. Dot here to finish, 7 runs from it, 156 for 4.
I don't think, by the way, the debutant Singh has bowled badly at all. His figures suggest he's going up more than 5 runs and over, 8 overs, none for 43 so far. But I think Surrey have had a very deliberate ploy to take the attack against him in particular. Debutant playing his first class game, put him under pressure early doors. And that's what Surrey have done.
Change of bowler from our Vauxhall end, Matthew Waite. Bowled a spell before lunch without swing, none for 9. Couple of maidens, and did have one half decent shout for leg before when Lawrence came down and was hit in line with the middle and leg, but it was just trending down. It was the first time that he bowled the ball without that natural curve that he gets with his side-on action.
Smart.
Sorry, you go.
Smart move, I think. Waite bowled with real control in that first session. 5 overs, 2 maidens, none for 9, but doing so with quite an attacking field. It wasn't that he had lots of fielders in front of the bat protecting one. He had 3 slips in for the majority of that spell. He's bowling a really annoying, nagging length. Sorry, looked to come down the ground to him. He was managed to keep it just far enough back that they weren't able to convert those good length deliveries into full deliveries that they could attack.
Deep point goes straight back, deep backward square as well. Haven't used the fine leg often today. That is the short boundary if Pope wants to go across his stumps, and he does enjoy doing that, opening up angles. Cuts into the turf with a puff of dust from the pitch they used a couple of weeks ago.
We were talking about it with Dan earlier about the risk of that cut shot if the ball is slightly too straight. And I think Worcestershire are asking the question to the Surrey pair here, because there's a big gap behind square on the offside. You've got a man at deep point protecting that short boundary, but there are only 2 slips in, so if Lawrence gets his angles right, there's a vast space to guide the ball through.
There it is on the angle. Short boundary, but the deep point just has time. They return for a couple.
And given that Worcestershire haven't really looked particularly close to taking a wicket in this session so far, probably the closest they came was Lawrence attempting that exact shot 2 overs ago and nearly dragging it onto his stumps. I don't mind that at all from Worcestershire.
They need to have a bit of an edge to them now, Worcester.
Waiting deep conversation with Joe Leach. Got a short mid-wicket in play now. From an angle point of view, he's actually not too far away from the man at conventional mid-wicket.
Good. Just feels this is such an important half an hour or so. They talked about the game drifting, and if it drifts it'll do so somewhere between 4 and 5 and overs. That's not sustainable. With these 2 well set, they have to be smart. They have to think through every decision. Big job for De Oliveira out there. 4th year as captain. Helped them get promoted last year, big part of that. Just trending down leg again. That's that change-up delivery that Waite has. The one that isn't the outswinger and pouched. Roderick moving to his left. Well worked there, the wicketkeeper. Had work to do after it deflected off the pad.
Slightly different plan of action now with Worcestershire, with Waite's second spell here. The way Surrey have gone in the last 15-20 minutes, containment is a step in the right direction for Worcestershire, and now they have a more conventional ring field that you often see with a bowler of Waite's pace.
Even there, that's a good example of what you described there. They got the 2 mid wickets to encourage him to bowl stump to stump. But yeah, they're wanting to keep Lawrence in the V to the extent to which that's possible. We know he hits in unusual areas and gets down the track and has lots of tricks, but put the onus on him.
Yeah, exactly. And almost, if you can keep it tight, almost ask him, are you happy with this? Are you happy to have a quiet phase of play?
So it proves again to finish 3 off, 159 for 4.
Now the challenge is for the other Worcestershire bowlers.
Sorry, we're just going to jump in here to talk about the big cricket conversation. You can see on the screen, the ECB want cricket in England and Wales to be the most inclusive team sport, and as part of that commitment, over the last couple of months, they've been speaking with people at all levels of the game about their experiences of cricket today and their hopes for the future. But now everyone is being invited to reflect on what cricket stands for via the big conversation, the bigcricketconversation.co.uk. That's your chance to chat honestly about where cricket is today and where it could be tomorrow. Every voice will help shape a new set of values that will guide the sport and culture that gives life to the game. So the guts of this is that out of the ICEC report last year, there were endless recommendations about the game being more inclusive, and the exercise here is trying to engage anyone who's even tangentially linked to the game, be it as a player, fan, volunteer, employee. If you're watching the stream right now, everyone who's linked to cricket to have their say at this particular important moment in time. So the bigcricketconversation.co.uk, it's quite a comprehensive survey. It takes about 5 minutes to complete, but it covers a lot of different bases. It's closing on the 3rd of June, plenty of time to jump on there. I do recommend this. I think that it might appear cosmetic, filling in a 5-minute survey, but if you do it at scale, which is what they're trying to do here. Edged and not taken. Oh dear. That just feels like the moment. Teams have come to the Oval over the last couple of years and not been able to seize their moment when it arrives, and that may well be it for the pairs. Seeing here, back into the attack, Smith, extra pace, wide of the crease, finds Pope's edge, and somehow it's bisected first and second. I have no idea how it's done that. We've got in the cordon there at second slip, Jones took a really important chance off folks earlier today. Next to him at first is Hose. It has gone right between them. We're right on the line of that. Oh, next ball, is it? It is! Well, they've made the mistake, but it hasn't mattered at all. Pope's caught behind for 63. Just as it was earlier today, there was a half chance, and the next ball, Smith got in the book. Well, so it is again, 163 for 5. The change of bowling has worked. That big stand of 148 is finally broken.
Oh boy, Worcestershire needed that. You felt that was the moment, Adam, you called it, the previous delivery. Nathan Smith, the overseas, who's had a brilliant start to the summer for Worcestershire, on for his first bowl of the session, creates a chance second delivery, takes the wicket the third delivery. And sorry now, we were talking about it a few overs ago with Dan. 163 for 5. Worcestershire still very, very much in this game, despite that brilliant partnership between Pope and Lawrence.
I was genuinely, for the 45 seconds between balls, I'm like, we will be talking about this moment in 4 hours' time when these two blokes are 150 not apiece. But has a little nibble. That's actually bad batting, in fairness. I mean, he's had a nibble at a ball. We'll see here. After the trigger movement, not a lot of footwork. You've been talking to Ollie Pope about his technique recently on your podcast, Yas, and that when you look at it in the cold light of day, as you will, had to get outshot with a new man into the attack wide of the crease, and so it proves.
Well, we've been talking about that gap at deep third, and both Pope and Lawrence have really looked for it. It's one of those shots that, when you look at the replay, it looks like a nothing shot. It looks like if you middle that, where's that going? I think he was targeting that gap between second slip and gully. And he scored a lot of runs through that region today, but that's equally where Worcestershire have felt closest taking a wicket. They've left that space open for the Surrey batters to target, and sort of out of nowhere, Adam, Worcestershire have that wicket. They haven't really created much before that drop catch.
Maybe the containment. You were on this a couple of overs ago, that they've ringed it up, they've made it hard to get singles in the field just for a couple of overs, but enough to have Pope thinking about where's the next place he's going to score.
Really good partnership bowling. Waite created the pressure at one in, and Smith was right on the money with his first 3 deliveries, creating a chance second ball, wicket, third ball, and worth saying as well, that nipped off the pitch away from Pope, and that's what created the chance.
Well, now they get a look at Clark at 163 for 5. 3 slips. Straight on it with the extra yard that Smith enjoys, making him play from the line of the middle stump. It did have all the hallmarks, the drop catch that wasn't. Neither fielder touched it between first and second, and perfectly catchable height. Either of them could have had a crack, neither of them did, and yeah, moments like that. But this goes to Worcestershire's resilience. I mentioned that sort of half chance earlier with Sibley. He's out next ball. Couple of hours on, very similar circumstances. Here we go. New challenge. Squared up a wee bit.
I can't remember exactly who it was, but after the chance went down, one of the Worcestershire players went up to Nathan Smith, gave him an encouraging word, patted him on the back, and I presume would have said something along the lines of, go again, do it again, create a chance for us, and he does it the very next ball.
And do you know what he did between balls? Changed the bails.
Oh.
Thank you, Andrew Samson, for spotting that. That's not my own eagle eye, but still, it happens. Just as it was with Stuart Broad here a couple of times last summer. Leaving alone to finish a crucial over for Worcestershire. They finally break the stand at 148. Pope caught behind for 63. Smith has a couple. Leach has 3. Yas Rana says goodbye. Got to get here the boundaries signalled by the umpire for the drop catch. You'll see the reaction here. Just, oh gosh, give me a spell, he's thinking. Walks back to his mark. Oh, didn't quite catch it. That's when he went over and exchanged the bails. That'll help if you're writing a piece later today, Cam Ponsonby. You got a commission this afternoon?
No commission for me, Adam.
Maybe you do now.
Yeah, I could do now.
Maybe he changed the bails, didn't he?
The bails continue. It's actually something I desperately hope does not become a thing in cricket. I don't know why I find it so tiresome.
That definitely changes the energy of this, in much the same way that 15 for 4 felt a million years ago, 5 minutes ago. 163 for 5 with a new player at the crease, the beauty of long-form cricket.
Well, Surrey were always on a kind of very exciting tightrope. They have had two fantastic players out in the middle in Pope and Lawrence, and now the kind of slight fragility or the advantage that Worcestershire have is reminded by just a single wicket falling.
I think we're going to get some bail action here on the replay from before. I think that's been queued up. Here we go. So ball's gone for 4. Says, you know what? I need a change of luck. Excellent. I mean, when it comes off, what we'll need to do here is fast forward that for socials. Him walking back to his mark as I did with Broad last year, and then the celebration after finding the edge a second time in a row. Can Waite do the same?
No, you're right. Bradley Adams of the ECB social media accounts is licking his lips at the moment.
Doesn't like us today.
Does he not like us?
All those wickets that Surrey lost this morning.
Yep.
Nothing doing. It's
Nothing.
like it didn't even happen.
It's the pro Surrey agenda.
On the county champ account.
You can't highlight when Surrey are doing badly, Adam. We all know this.
Just kind of thought that. It would be newsworthy. 15 for 4. Maybe my radar's off. Do you know what did get a run on there? That's very wide. Might be signalled wide. No. What did get a run was just down the road from here at Beckenham. One Jay Archer bowling in the Sussex Scooby-Doos today. His second ball was a fearsome bounce that's been doing the rounds. I don't know if this was serious or not, but I know he at least hit one helmet. He picked up one wicket. And everyone who's seen him bowl has had their fill. They've written their 500 words, and they're now back here at the Kia Oval watching Surrey play Worcester. So, tends to be the way. Swing and a miss. Has he hit it? The question being asked, and it's in the affirmative for Worcestershire. wickets in consecutive overs. And it's Daniel Lawrence on 84. Had a whoosh at one, well wide of the off stump. It's been the weight out swinger that's been consistent throughout both of his spells. That's a tempter. It's done a little bit more. And after letting one go that was nearly signalled a wide earlier in the over, he's walking off for 84, 163 for 6. Well, the game's moving quickly. Once more, can Ponsonby.
2 massive wickets, 2 massive overs for Worcestershire. Dan Lawrence playing a long way away from his body, as he has been doing throughout the innings. And this time getting a feather through to Roderick behind the stumps. He stayed at the crease there, waited for the umpire to make his decision. And an incredible bit of wrist action on his follow through. I think from his grimace as the ball passed his bat, he knew, and so did Worcestershire. When the bat's that far away from the body, there's only so many things that can be making the noise. And all of a sudden, Surrey are back behind the 8 ball again.
Too right they are. 3 wickets fell with the score on 9 and 2 have fallen with the score on 163, and Surrey do enjoy such lower order depth. They're going to require it today. Sean Abbott in at 8. There's been the recalibration of the Surrey lineup this week with Cam Steele omitted in favour of the extra quick, which does mean that Abbott comes up 1 spot from where he was scheduled to bat last week. Nothing wrong with that, by the way. He's, if anything, a number 7 at first class level, but still it's a different story when both men are on 0 as they are at the moment.
And Waits, the role Waits has played in today's play cannot really be understated. If you look at the economy rates of the Worcestershire bowlers, Leach 3.5, Smith close to 4, Singh going at over 5, so's Gibbon. Waits there at less than 2 and over, and in the context of Lawrence and Pope, when they had been rushing the game forward, to have that slight brake pedal on the innings, it means that this double strike is all the more crucial and all the more valuable, because Surrey are on 160 rather than 200. He's just been getting shaped throughout the day. It's kind of going from the arm. It's not kind of that dramatic movement, but it was enough for Lawrence there.
Yeah, that's right. I think it's from the arm. I mean, it's very clear what he's doing, right? There's no secret to it. I think the ball 3 before it, not a bad reference point for Lawrence's downfall. Abbott's first ball in behind it. That's the one that stands up off the seam. A wicket maiden. Wickets in consecutive overs for the visitors. 163 for 6. Neither Clark nor Abbott has scored. So we saw a ball that was even wider than the one that Lawrence played at, and it ended up being taken in front of second slip. I thought for a second it was going to be signalled wide. It wasn't. Yeah. And it's as though Lawrence made his mind up. Next one out there, hitting towards the short boundary, I'm going to clout that. Might hit it into the gasometer.
The hand speed was wonderful from Lawrence. The image, if you just remove the ball, remove the outcome, there's a fantastic photograph out there that Lawrence could clip up for his own social medias if he just didn't tell anyone what the result was.
Can they go again? Fully. 4. Clark off the mark. Easy as your luck.
No, that's a gimme from Smith, and Clark will be very pleased. Sort of timed it sweetly all the way along to the boundary. See on the replay here. Leg stump full toss. Not too much work for Clark required for almost maximum reward.
Two in a row. So the game does feel different when Smith's in the attack, but yeah, feeding a player of Clark's ability on leg stump 2 boundaries to start the over.
No, again, that line just straying down leg side. And there is a deep backward square leg, but in reality there really isn't much protection on that leg side for Worcestershire. Smith will be targeting the stumps. It's a pretty obvious plan from the field settings. He has a ring on the offside, 3 slips waiting, mid-wicket and mid-on. So he will be targeting kind of third stump. He will be trying to bowl straight, but not that straight.
Make that 3 in a row. So an overcorrection, well wide of the off stump, but was able to turn it into a long half volley, long boundary. Doesn't matter. Clark from 0 to 12 in about 45 seconds, a bit more than that.
They do this every time, Adam.
Yes.
Just the moment we go, God, Worcestershire, there's a game afoot, and there's still a game afoot, of course. But just that kind of excitement, joy, momentum of that double strike for Worcestershire, there will be a slight sag in the shoulders now of going, blimey, like this again.
So 3 fours to start the over. He won't have another dart, will he?
I hope he does.
He
6
has
fours,
got-
let's go for
well,
it.
he has got 6 sixes in an innings before, many years ago. Jordan Clark. Maybe it is. Out to the long rope, work to do for the sweeper. It is 4 fours on the trot. Out to the beds to stand it goes. 2 off leg stump, 2 well wide of the off stump. Smith looks so dangerous so far today until this over. Might get Andrew Samson to quickly tell me how often there have been 6 fours in one over. It doesn't happen often. We saw Harry Brook do it in a test match in Pakistan a couple of years ago.
I don't think, and Brooke gave a wonderful response to why he'd gone hit 6 balls in a row, and he went, "Oh, it was 6 bad balls."
Fifth ball of the over. Through the gap again, but let's not get too excited. Just 1. So the streak is broken. Yes, he hit 6 sixes in 2013 in a twos game, a Roses twos game for Lanks, to kind of make his name long time ago, 11 seasons ago, Clark. 17 from 8.
The Adam Collins research document knows no bounds. It goes back decades, centuries.
Always building. This stuff always comes up somewhere, Cam. You never know when. Abbott only faced 1 ball so far. Didn't want to play that. Did. 17 runs from the over after 2 consecutive overs with wickets. It's been that kind of day at the Kia Oval. 180 for 6. Between overs, I'm going to show you the Xbox. Here it is. So, this is the competition running through the Blast. The Xbox Power Players, 2nd season, for your chance to win a custom Xbox console. I'll give it to you, Cam. You can put it up to the
Thanks
camera.
so much.
Predict who you think will have the best individual batting and bowling returns for Surrey during the home group games of the Vitality Blast. So you could pick, say, Will Jackson in 75, Spencer Johnson taking 4 for 25 last year. It was the Abbott 100.
All the angles.
The Abbott 100 and someone else took 4 for. I've lost it off my screen. It's my own fault. What I do know, you just got to scan that, or you pop into Google Xbox Power Players, or go to the Surrey website. Fill in the form with your predictions. Do it before the 2nd of June at midday. That's the day the Blast campaign begins for Surrey. And you're in the running if you get your predictions right. Best bowling performance, best batting performance, the Xbox Power Players. And the other good bit here is, as you see with Ben here, I know you're drawn to his teeth and his smile. And
Yeah, it should be the Xbox. The Xbox should be pointing at Ben Fogue.
Yeah, right. Yeah, show some bloody respect. But the Surrey insignia on the front of the Xbox.
I'll get it back up again.
It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. It's the sort of thing that. Yeah, there you go.
My QVC debut. I've always wanted to do that.
Next you'll be on letters and numbers, or whatever it's called.
Countdown.
Countdown. It's ambitious on the basis of height, but it's good delivery from weight to start. So we've seen from him, it's about once and over. One stands up off the seam. There's the big booming outies, and then this like little, I don't know if it's an off cutter per se. Well, let's watch it in slow-mo here. Is he running his fingers down the seam? Maybe not quite, but it does a bit. Hits him on the thigh pad, so no concern for leg before.
Wait did apologise for appealing after that, which he kind of turned around, noticed all his mates were having a laugh at his expense, and apologised to the umpire.
You can also grab the Surrey Wisden over the road in the gift shop. There's the Rory Burns version of the almanac.
Is that official merchandise, or is this kind of like bootleg kind of Pro Evo, like not licensed properly?
It's proper. It's proper. I wonder how many tailored Wisden almanacs. Well, Lawrence is downstairs the editor. I might ask him how many clubs and how many organisations commission their own front cover of the almanac.
I'm going to get one with me and the Xbox on it. That's going to be my one.
In the long history of Wisden, I mean, the picture's a relatively new thing. It started in 2003, the one year that Tim Delisle was the editor. So he was only doing it for 1 year. It was a bridging thing. So I'm going to leave a legacy, and his legacy is the picture. It's pretty cool. Becomes a part of the...
Fine legacy to have. I've got a confession, which I probably shouldn't say on air, and that I managed to leave the last 2 Wisden dinners without my copy.
Cam.
But what's happened is I've very politely asked if I could get 2 copies.
That's 39 quid, please. Nice little punch. There's a gap there, but there will be time. Haul it in, just a single.
And so I know I was guilty. One of the times I left it was 100% my fault, and one of them I think is up for debate.
I think I was with you this year when they shut the doors and you didn't have your act together.
Yeah, exactly. Correct. So that's one that's up for debate, in my opinion. And they, Bloomsbury very kindly sent me 2 on the last Friday, and then on Monday I received 2 more. So I've now got 4 Wisdens. So if you are
39 quid, Cameron Ponsonby at Twitter.
59 from me, I reckon. Was there RRP 40?
Oh, I don't know. I'm one of these privileged journalists that have one given to me because I write for it. NB over 181 for 6. I actually collect 3 a year now.
Yeah.
One for me. I've got one. You know, you can probably imagine how many Wisdens I've got because the way
Sure.
my brain's hardwired.
Yeah.
But one for my 2 daughters, so they'll have one for each year of their life.
Wow, I do know a friend of mine I play with. He has one from the year of his birth. That's the way he kind of operates.
That's how I started, and I've got the bug now with the collecting. I'm going to try and go back to World War II in the next couple of years.
And you've got visions of your daughters fighting. If you'd only had one collection, they'd be fighting over at 18.
Well, they got their own, right? So I've got.
Exactly.
Winnie was born in 2020, so she's got one since then, and Peggy for the last few. But you know, they'll of course now resent cricket and everything it stands for, because you know.
You can take that risk in case both of them wanted the one collection.
If they do, I can sell it on.
Yeah.
There's a resale market for these things.
If they're missing the 2022 and 2023 editions,
come to you.
They can come to me.
That might not be a bad one for surreybroadcast@gmail.com. I'm tipping most people who are watching this or listening to this have an interest in these types of things. Most people, not everyone, most people. What's your oldest Wisden? Has anyone in our listenership got like a ridiculously old one that they've bought at auction? Or I think once you get beyond looking at Samson, once you get earlier than about mid-30s, it starts the prices skyrocket.
Okay.
To get a real one, there's some reprinted ones which
not interested.
The collectors know aren't real. They can work out. Oh, Gooden from Smith, having been taken for 4 boundaries in a row in his previous over, straight back on it here. He's got the 3 catching men behind the wicket. Had to play down that line. That is a beauty, right over the top of the off stump. A bit of news coming from Blackpool. Whenever I hear Blackpool, I think of that bit of commentary on the darts. Blackpool in July, London in December, with Michael Van Gerwen.
Oh yes, I do. I do actually know what you're referring to there.
Michael Van Gerwen, what a man. Blackpool in May. That's runs. That's through 3rd slip. Should have been stopped. Couldn't have been caught. Pace was taken off to the tally. Ben Stokes has taken a wicket. He's 172nd for Durham. Josh Bohannon, good player. Caught Parkinson, bowled Stokes. Lakes, 167 for 2. And if you're watching but haven't been following, Jimmy's not playing. So a lot of journos have gone up there, I think, hoping it'd be Stokes versus Jimmy. No. Not to be. Oh, speaking of Jimmy, he comes up in a little Samson special for us in a moment. On fire. Driving the cover, no run. I asked how often there have been 6 4s on the trot in Test cricket. It's happened 4 times in 2,537 Test matches. Sandeep Patel off Bob Willis in 1982, including a no ball. Of course it did, being Bob Willis, bowled so many of them. Chris Gale off Matthew Hoggard in 2004. That must have been in the Caribbean when England won over there. Ramnaresh Sarwan off Munif Patel in 2006, also including a Noe. And son of Joe Surya off James Anderson, 2007.
I think for my money, I'm only counting 2 of those. I'm not having the no ball inclusions. Sorry, Summer.
Does that mean that Harry Brook didn't hit 6 in a row? Or is your database on the blink? Impact, could be. Could be. I know there was the 5 in a row, famously, David Hooks on Test debut in 1977, the centenary test off Tony Gregg. My dad's first ever day at the cricket at the MCG was the day when David Hooks hit Gregg for 5 4s in a row.
The internet is telling me that Brooke did indeed get 6 4s.
You've just gazumped Andrew Sampson's database.
Hey, that's what people have got. Adapt or die. You've got to keep up with the times.
a leave to finish. It's a better over from Smith, asking good questions. Looks like a one-day analysis, 251 from 10 for him, but he's been better than that. Crucial wicket of Burns to get them going earlier today. Leg before wicket for 8, which was the catalyst for the first collapse, and then came back into the attack and got Pope, and both Pope and Lawrence, who were well set, very well set, who put on 184. They fell for 63 and 84 in the space of 8 balls. The score on 163 for both of those departures.
I've just had a look online for the Ben Stokes wicket of Bohannon, and it was a kind of half tracker that Bohannon's picked up and it's caught on the boundary, and Stokes has his hand over his mouth. And I think if you're the attempting to be the England's new number 3, getting out like that to the England captain is probably not on your kind of agenda for the day. But as you said, Josh Bohannon, a mighty fine player.
Surprised he's not played Test cricket yet, Bohannon, but yeah, days like today might delay it a wee bit. Saw him make a Roses 100 about 3 seasons ago, around that. Past the edge. Good restart there.
It was. I was going to continue on Bohannon. It was actually his girlfriend's family who kind of convinced him to kind of keep at it and keep playing cricket. I think he was working as a plumber or an electrician with his brother, and they were doing quite well at it. And kind of his father-in-law figure, massive cricket nuffy, and Josh was going, I think I might stick at this actually. He's like, you've got to play, please, like keep going. And so that from that moment on, he kind of rose through the ranks.
Single easily enough.
He was part of that phenomenal Lancashire age group, which includes Bohannon, both Parkinson twins, Saqib Mahmood, Haseeb Hamid, and one other professional I'm forgetting. Maybe even 2. The Harry Dearden, who played for Leicestershire for a while, was part of that group as well. And the kind of storylines were so consistent that like Haseeb was the kind of freak of nature who everyone knew from when he was 11 years old, that there was this incredible cricketer. And Bohannon was fine, and then had his development much later than the rest of them.
Yeah, he'd be close to 27 or 28 now, so in that part of his career where he should be at his best. Bolton boy. Yeah, electrician by trade. He still helps out his teammates when they've got some work to be done around their houses. Bohannon does it for them, so it's quite a nice way to curry favour, I suppose, with your colleagues. He's got another big fan as well in Australia. One Glenn Maxwell loves him. Thinks he can be anything.
Josh Bohannon. Wonderful. Where did their lives cross over?
2019 at Lancs. They played a season together. Well, Maxwell wasn't there the whole season, but enough to see something that he thought was pretty special. So out to Ben Stokes today though, so you can stop talking him up for a bit. We might go around the grounds in a bit. Do you want to bring up your fire up your scorecards, Cam? That's the one that comes back, well negotiated by Abbott, just feeling his way into this. Batted superbly last week. That partnership that he put on with Jamie Smith was worth 115 in no time at all. They were going at a run a ball. When they came together, they were just in the lead by 6 runs. He was walking in at 10. And by the time he walked off, 50 not out from 58 balls, Surrey had banked a 120 run first innings advantage, and that was enough to turn the game. So averaged 53 last year with the bat in half a season for Surrey in 4-day cricket. Short one, takes it on, catch the call, straight down his throats. The short ball does it. Abbott couldn't help himself. The first time we've seen Waite really bang one in, and it's paid off right away. 185 for 7.
Well, it wasn't a plan I was expecting from Waite, who's had such success today, bowling his little away swingers with a very kind of conservative plan, bowling to an offside field. They've just dropped deep square leg and a fine leg out to him. And he's not bowling at express pace here, Waite, so Abbott more than happy to have a go. He pulled so well last week against Worcestershire, Warwickshire even. He's not pulled as well today against Worcestershire. Flies down the throat of Nathan Smith at fine leg. And that is an absolute bonus for the visitors, who are in an exceptionally strong position now at 185 for 7.
They sure are. Now that just feels so important. Abbott, as we were just discussing, Cam, can be such a menace down at 8 or 9 or 10. Well, Gus Aktinson back in the side today, featuring far earlier than what would have been the plan when they were asked to bat this morning. Smith down at fine leg as well, deep backwards square leg. They haven't had a man set back that far too often either. Often they've just gone with the man bang on square leg, occasionally a short fine. Backwards square type number, but having the man back for the short ball that never felt like it was coming from weight, but when it did, there you go.
No, I'd love to go back through the footage of the day. I cannot remember Worcestershire having 2 out for weight there at all.
No.
He's bowled to such a kind of traditional cricketing plan. The idea of him kind of shoving one short and kind of testing the upstairs of the batter hasn't really come into our consideration. When we were last on commentary together, I was discussing at least whether they might bring the keeper up to the stumps to wait, rather than kind of challenging the batter on the back foot. Here we go.
Oh, it's the man who took the catch who continues, and bowling at Clark. Well, to the immense credit of Worcestershire, when this game was drifting, it was 163 for 4, and it was the 2 set men. Seeing here the angle, the wide shot from up here, and yeah, that is the long boundary this week, and you're spot on, Cam. 2 men set back. What a moment.
I think this is quite a big innings for Gus Aktinson, less so for Jordan Clark, having scored a century last week. And the reason I say that is Surrey have such a luxury in that they bat these guys at 10, whether it be Atkinson, Overton, Abbott, whoever. And today, for this fixture, they've sacrificed the batting all-rounder in Steele and they've shuffled everyone up. There's now been a collapse, and I'm sure the likes of Clark, Atkinson, Overton all want to be batting one higher. And kind of, it may, as unfair as it may be a situation now where they need their batters, their lower order batters, to prove, well, you've always wanted to bat 7 and 8 rather than 8 and 9. Like, here's the opportunity. Here's when you bail us out.
It's a good point. And they've changed the lower order batting lineup this week. It's worth noting at this point. I think that Cam Steele not being there, it's a pretty useful guy to have coming in at 8. I think he was carded at 8 last week.
He was at 7.
7 ahead of Clark, wasn't he?
And then Roach came in as a night watchman.
But nevertheless, that you are, by bringing Atkinson into the side, you are by definition weakening your batting, because he's not as accomplished with the blade as Steele. That's
sure.
Certain. And on a day like today, I think you're right. It's where Atkinson, who did make a brisk half century last year in 4-day cricket. Nice shape again from Smith. That's not what's called of him here. He doesn't need to go out there and smash it or anything, but can he bat for an hour?
No, he has a more than competent first-class record. Averages 26 with the bats in first-class cricket with 3 half-centuries. Top score of 91, which did come against a Sri Lanka development 11 down at Guildford.
Oh yeah.
I've got my well of information as well. That's
very
fine.
good. That was in that championship winning season of 2022 where they found time to sneak in a game against the Sri Lankan tourists. A lot going on. Shot finds the gap, barely any room to work with. Always like it, nice aesthetic when one fielder in close dives one way, one dives the other, the ball goes between them. That's Clark's 5th boundary. It's 24.
It was a wonderful and always permanently doomed dive from Singh there at mid-off. I don't think he was getting anywhere close to it, but you see it beats cover. And a despairing dive from Singh, but a successful cover drive from Clark, who's had a lot of joy against Smith. Their kind of match up in this game, Cricinfo might be kind enough to tell me exactly what the record is. 18 from 13 is Clark versus Smith, and I'll change that to 22 or 14 once it updates.
Better angling in. That's the end of the over. That signals a change in commentary as well. I've just picked up 3 wickets. In fact, I've got all 7 today. See what Norcross can do. He might settle things down for Surrey. That'll be his objective. 189 for 7. More words from Cam Ponsonby, and then Norcross through to tea.
Dan Norcross has arrived, giving me a massage and a few whacks on the back to pump me up for the upcoming stint. I've got 6 overs to get through with my favourite ball-by-ball companion. But Worcestershire 189 for 7. Clark and Atkinson at the crease. Atkinson yet to face the ball.
Fear not, folks, I'm not here till tea. Just here for the next 9 overs.
Sorry.
And after that, Colo can come and wrap up Surrey's innings. Extraordinary day we've had. Smith's figures are most unusual, aren't they? 2 for 55 off 11. In contrast, Waite 2 for 14 off 9.1. And one of his wickets, Sean Abbott, he just couldn't play the waiting game. I thought that was quite good. Put it down someone's throat.
Do you know what's I've unfortunately did not connect Matthew Waite with the waiting game. We all make mistakes.
I just thought you were boycotting puns today.
I might be doing that as well. You never
which
know.
will be perfectly reasonable. Which will be perfectly reasonable indeed. So it's been Worcestershire's day. There was a period when Surrey made it to 163 for 4 when it looked like they'd got right back in the game. I mean, they're still in the game, obviously, but those 2 wickets in quick succession, breaking the partnership. First, Ollie Pope pushing it one outside the off stump, trying to guide it down to the vacant deep third boundary, just getting a tickle. And then Dan Lawrence flailing at a wide one straight after those 2 quick wickets. Oh, Jeffrey Wijay. A brief recovery. Jordan Clark, though, has been proactive. Was it 4 fours in an over?
It was indeed 4 fours in an over, consecutive in a
row. So I was just on the balcony, just getting news from Elizabeth Ammon, who had been, yes, well, she's been doing the bowling test thing. I-Hawk. Ooh, that looks close, and it's out. It looked very close indeed, and Waite has got his 3rd. Worcestershire have got their 8th. Atkinson goes for a duck. Surrey's subsidence continues, 189 for 8. And well, Worcestershire could well be batting before tea. Can you believe this, having won the toss and put Surrey into bat? We'll take a look at that again. Atkinson doesn't get much of a stride in, and that has hit him bang in front. One of the easiest decisions the umpire's ever going to give, I should say, as Atkinson turns on his heels and walks away. Surrey are now down to Roach and Worrell, who can fling the bat, but I think this means if Jordan Clark hadn't already decided that he was going to have to be aggressive, he's now going to go into ultra-aggressive mode, and you see that he's late on the shot. It's a tentative push forward. And an 8th wicket goes down. What a weird session we've had. First 4 wickets went for 15. The last 4 wickets have gone for 24. In between time, we've had a partnership of 148. Strange old day, to say the least. Kemar Roach is coming in at 10, and he will look to bat with Jordan Clark. Jordan Clark, who's got a century this season. That'll be Surrey's hope of getting up to somewhere approximating to respectability. 250, sort of keep them in the game. I mean, I say that with a bowling attack, they're in the game. They've got 5 seamers on a pitch that's doing a bit. But the game is moving along at a pace that is surprising us all up here.
Well, Worcestershire may not have to wait much longer for their turn to bat. That was a very adjacent LBW appeal. 2nd duck in a row for Atkinson, fortunately.
It's a better batter than that.
Absolutely. It's the most remarkable scorecard Surrey's at the moment. You have Ollie Pope and Dan Lawrence with 63 and 84 apiece. Then aside from Jordan Clark's current not out status at 24, it's single figures for the rest. We'll see the partnerships here.
Hilarious partnerships, actually. One of 148, one of 22, and none of the others into double figures.
I think you are right in kind of pointing out, I don't think we're really aware of what a par score is at the moment. I can tell you that 190 wouldn't be it.
You wouldn't have thought
but
so.
I again don't think it's too much further away from par than perhaps we may envisage. I can see this being a pitch where, well, it seems like the kind of tail of the tape and tail of this season is that county pitch is tending to get a little bit easier to bat on in the back half of the match. So it might be a case of we have a bit of a first innings shootout either way. And then we have a slightly higher scoring second innings, Daniel.
Well, that might be the case. I like your speculation. First delivery. I don't know whether Roach may have just put his bat inside the line, and I think Andrew Samson has given me a stat here. Sean Abbott's 2 is the first time he has scored less than 40 in the first innings of a championship match at the Oval. This is his 8th match. Overall, he has, including the 2, scored 413.59 here in the first innings. If you take that 2 off, he'd have scored 411 at, don't tell me. 411 at 68 and a bit. And a half, 68 and a half. Thank you.
Congratulations.
End of the over, a successful one. A wicket maiden for Waite, who has 3 for 14 off 10. He got 100 last week. He's having a fine season. Surrey, 189 for 8. And now this will be intriguing. Are Worcestershire going to go? I think they are. They are going to send the field out. I never like it when this happens. And say to Jordan Clark, you've got 4 balls. Don't have to do anything with. Then off the 5th ball, do you want to hit a boundary, and then the 6th ball get a single? And so we go into this mode that we see so often. Now, it did not work for Warwickshire last time when they had Surrey in an awkward position at 349 for 8, and then they went on the defensive when Sean Abbott was coming in at number 10 and wanted to attack Sean Abbott and let Jamie Smith off the hook. Now this is intriguing. Joe Leach is changing ends, and Jordan Clark has said, I see your tactic, and I'm going to take a single off the first ball.
I'd say one difference is that this is still fair. There are attacking options in the field that Worcestershire set for Clark. There were 2 slips in play, mid-off, mid and cover. It was just the fielders out on the leg side boundary that had dispersed. And they all come squeezing in to ready for Kemar Roach. Leach with the triple strike this morning that got Worcestershire off to such a good start.
Andrew Samson has shown me a scorecard which lives rent-free in his head. Eastern Province against Natal. Bob Wilmer was playing in this game. You'll remember it well. 15 for 4 at one point. Eastern Province. 15 for 4. Bezuidenhout. Any relation of the New Zealand woman keeper bat, I wonder? Bernadine Bezuidenhout, one of the great names in cricket. They were 15 for 4 before Pollock, presumably of the Graham variety, and Wilmot, Laurie. For some bizarre reason in South Africa, it has to be your second name that's your first name, because it's R.G. Pollock and A.L. Wilmot. But and Phil Edmonds was playing in this game. Extraordinary scenes, and Ken McEwen. They took Eastern Province from 15 for 4 to 353 for 5, a partnership of 338, before being bowled out for 397. So they lost their first 4 for 15 and their last 6 for 44, but still scored 397. And it's nicely dabbed away for another single. Another lovely statistical quirk was that Natal, in their second innings, everybody except the number 11 got into double figures. Is that Vincent van der Bijl playing there? What a game.
Was that a question for me? I really hope it wasn't a question for me.
No, it wasn't a question for you. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. Well, I never. Thank you very much. And the fact that that comes straight into his head.
We could only be so lucky.
Yeah. Ooh, now that's spat a little bit and taken the glove. But this is interesting, isn't it? That Clark and Roach have decided not to play into Worcestershire's plan here. They're just going to take whatever runs they can get. Maybe they think that there's enough in this pitch that every run they get from this point is helpful enough.
I wonder whether Surrey would have had any temptation to kind of follow the club cricket route of going, well, Roach, we think Roach is a better batter than... Have you a better batter at 11
Yes,
than 10?
I would have done. Well, I would have done it.
And then Worrell have a slash, basically.
Because he's actually... can be a very effective slasher. Like Slasher Mackay. Last ball of the over. A push and a miss. 3 off it, 192 for 8. Let's take a look at the wickets that have fallen since lunch. There have been 4 of them. And it was all about the breaking of this partnership. And it's Ollie Pope. He looks to guide that ball again through that vacant area. Little nick Through to Roderick, away he goes, and then this one from Dan Lawrence doesn't look lovely. I don't know if Lawrence realised he got an edge on that, because he didn't seem happy with the decision. And then there's Abbott not being able to play the waiting game, straight down the throat of Smith at deep backward square, and then the last wicket to fall, that plumb LBW, Gus Aktinson, trapped bang in front. And Surrey have subsided from 163 for 4 now to 192 for 8, trying to get up to 200 if they can. Jordan Clark on strike, and the field is spread once again. And again he just takes a single off the first ball.
It's been a fantastic recent spell of bowling from Waite. His last 4 overs he's taken 3 wickets and conceded just 2 runs. 3 runs now of that single from Clark. I think they may be backing Waite to find his way through Roach and Worrell in quick succession. It'll just be his second first class 5 wicket haul.
Ollie's been in touch, by the way, on email. You can email us at surreybroadcast@gmail.com. And he says, "Hi guys." I like the informality, Ollie. "Enjoying today's coverage from my massive yacht on the Met."
This isn't true. That's a stitch up. We need a photo of the massive yacht. I reckon.
Do you reckon he's not even
I think
Ollie?
he's in his front room in Streatham. That's what I think is happening.
I think it's Trev from a forklift truck. Ollie,
very big forklift truck.
He's got a massive yacht on the Med. I'm rather envious, actually. I've never been on a massive yacht on the Med.
Have you been on a massive yacht or on the Med? Have you done either of those things in isolation?
I've been on the Med.
Yep.
But I would say that when I was on a boat on the Med, it's mostly been ferries from one island to another, which couldn't really be described as a massive yacht.
Could be described as massive.
Could be described as massive, but they don't have the sort of that yachty feel.
I think I require photographic evidence from Ollie.
You don't have somebody called Gaston with a pastel sweater, nattily thrown over their shoulders, offering to make you a pomegranate martini, for example.
What a fine day that would be.
Oh, wouldn't it? Edged just in front of third slip. Seen a couple just drop a little short today. The tentative push from Kemar Roach. He goes on to say this, Ollie, "Just wanted to say you're doing a great job. I'll be watching on my large screen TV," in his massive yacht, "and soundbar."
Yes, this is what I'm saying.
It's made up, you're saying?
It's not true.
It's not
true at all. Apart from the bit there where we're doing a good job, that bit was correct.
Well, I mean you've been doing a great job, Cam.
Thanks, mate.
Send us a picture. See, I believe you. I'm not as sceptical as Cameron Ponsonby, Ollie, but if you, Ollie, would like to send us a picture of you on your massive yacht,
I reckon he's in the
front
bath
of your large TV with your sound bar, and just show us the drink you've got. I hope it's a little umbrella, maybe a maraschino cherry. Whirlpool bath. End of the over, just the one from it. So Roach playing out 5 balls in that over, and Clark perfectly happy for him so to do. But Clark will have strike at the start of the next over. And I guess, look, what this does do for Worcestershire is, even if Clark just takes a single off the first ball every time, it's going to reduce the run scoring potential for Clark, as we see the bowling figures there. Leach with 3 for 47, Waite 3 for 15, 2 for Smith. Singh on debut from the South Asian Cricket Academy, another graduate. And with 6 overs from the left arm of Gibbon. But it's going to be Leach who's going to continue from the pavilion end, with the field not spread quite as far and wide as you might imagine. Comes down the wicket, turns this into the onside. There might have been 2, but it's to the short boundary, so there'll just be the single. By which I mean that maybe if Clark gets back on strike, he'll be able to see that, yeah, there's a deep cover, and there's a sort of extra cover that's giving 1, but it's not that deep. If he could find there's a fairly sizable gap between mid-off and extra cover, or go over the top, there might be a boundary option there for Clark, but that is moot, certainly for this next ball, as Roach is back on strike and the field comes in with a short mid-wicket, catching mid-wicket, and 3 slips in place. And Roach is looking to play with no ambition here at all, just hold and end up.
I'm deeply concerned for a passage of play of 1 run per over scored by Jordan Clark.
Oh, I can see you're worried about that.
Clipped out into the leg side.
Oh dear.
Then Roach dead bats 5 balls.
Is there anything we can do for you?
I think we should send a message out.
Send a message?
To immediately stop that from happening.
Is there anything we can do in the meantime, though?
You can get a photo from Ollie and his massive yacht. That would cheer me up.
Come on, Ollie. Cheer up, Cameron. Oh, again an edge, again falling just in front of third slip. Yet hashtag pray for Ponsonby.
Thank you. I think I often feel this way, and I often feel people should be tweeting that more, to be honest.
Yeah.
Something that would cheer me up is if Leach does not get a wicket in his next couple of overs. They've obviously brought back their strike bowler. I'd love to see Singh come back and
get a
few confidence boosting overs, because if Roach is going to dead bat it and Clark just clips one out to the leg side, his economy will come down, and he's also had a chance for a wicket. Maiden first class wicket.
Exactly. Yeah. And there might have been a run there, but decided against it, and that's just made Cameron even sadder. Come on, Ollie, get this photo to us.
Can we plug the Xbox again? That was exciting. I got to hold the Xbox up to the camera. It was wonderful.
It's so wonderful watching your journey in broadcasting, Cameron.
Thank you, Dan. You've been there the whole way.
I feel like I have, yeah.
You did. I did my first ever commentary stint on the Surrey live stream with you.
Oh, will you remember me when you're famous?
I still know you know.
Well left by Roach. A little too wide attempt. And now out goes deep cover. This is interesting. So now they're, yes, I like this. So they're sending the field out off the last ball of the over to say, well, if you're so keen on taking singles, would you take one now? And the offside field, yeah, with this angle we got here shows exactly what I mean. The slips are obviously still in place. But if Roach just gets bat on this and it dribbles out into either the on or offside, there's a single on offer. Will they take it? Test their logic. Well, they'll get more than a single here. They should get 2, which is a pretty good outcome for Surrey as they literally edge their way closer to 200. 196 for 8, 50 overs gone. Sasha has emailed. This is more like it. I am writing from my American Black Hawk helicopter with a built-in 300-inch plasma screen television in 3D.
Yeah.
Just wanted to say I'm loving the stream. Cricket is the game of all games, is it not? Kind regards, His Majesty of Borduria, Sasha. Sasha.
See that, I believe that one.
Harasha. It's great to have you on board. Straight American Black Hawk helicopter, built in 300 inches. I applaud it. I applaud.
You can get those on eBay fairly cheap, actually.
300, yeah. And they're going to come through for one here. They'll think of a second, and they're going to go for it. This could be tight. Direct hit might have been, but they got back for a couple. The crowd are loving that, loving the ambition.
It's a bit of excitement for us.
Well, what it does is, because there's a gigantic boundary out onto the onside from Waits bowling from the Vauxhall end, OCS stand end, if you like. So that sort of says to the boundary riders how deep you're going to go. And they're still going out a long way, long old way. The pigeons are about 8 pitch widths in the way. But this one's on off stump, so they'll just take the single. 199 for 8, which will bring Roach back on strike. The field will have to come in again.
Both teams have agreed to play sleeping lions here, and it's...
Yeah, but it's not 1 and over, Ponces.
I don't know where the jeopardy, I don't know where the threat, I don't know where the excitement's coming from. We are duty bound to tell the truth to our viewers and listeners.
Well, the jeopardy is, can they get Roach out?
I'm holding my breath. I'm going to cheer up. I'm going to perk up. That's my plan.
That's all you've got to do. Just say to yourself, just cheer up.
I have greatly enjoyed Waits' spell of bowling. He's gone for 3 off this over, which has been, well, a large percentage of his runs he's conceded across his whole spell. he's really changed this game, turned this game in Worcestershire's favour once again when Pope and Lawrence threatened to take it away.
One kept a little bit low here. We have a question. This is not about massive yachts, and this isn't about Black Hawk helicopters. Patrick has posed a question, which I am going to put to you, Cameron.
Oh my goodness!
Because I know my answer already. Hello! Exclamation mark. Great commentary work today, folks, even if the batting hasn't matched your linguistic excellence. Question for you. I'll save the question until after this ball. Bouncer. Well evaded by Roach. If you could bring back just one of Surrey's batsmen from the 1990s and insert them into the lineup today as a power player in their pomp. Power player in their pomp. Which would it be and why? Thanks for the great coverage today. It's a power player you're after.
Yep. I know. I've got my answers ready. I'm ready to go. I'll wait a ball.
Came down on that rather late, but they've taken the single off the last ball of the over. It brings up the 200. They're still 50 runs away from a batting point. That still looks like something of a mountain to climb, but these two have now added 11. Roach will keep strike. The end of the over, 200 for 8. It's a tricky one, you see, because Ali Brown is the power player of choice.
Yep.
But you know, and this isn't just a sentimental thing. I think if we could do, we would all like to bring back Ben Hollyoake in his pomp.
So I went down the same Hollyoake route. I'd had Adam in mind.
You had Adam in mind?
Yeah. I did indeed.
And we've got a very fine skipper here in Rory Burns.
But the 90s of Surrey must be your kind of heyday. That must be your sweet spots. Well,
actually, no, my sweet spot is the late 70s and early 80s.
Ah, wonderful. Well, I just think you're so youthful.
No, you don't. You think I smell of decay and entropy. But don't have much way of left-handers in the middle order. Rory Burns obviously opening the batting, but somebody who just reads the match situation. Also used to get off to quite good starts, did Graham Thorpe. Prolific scorer. And just one of the classiest bats I've ever seen. Not a power player, I'm granting you that. So
sure.
I think it's hard to look beyond Ali Brown in his pomp.
Are you ticking an aesthetic box that you wish to kind of see complete the Surrey lineup of your choice? Is that where you?
Well, no, it's. I think this Surrey lineup is so good that it's hard to see what it is that they're lacking. But if there's one thing that side had that this side doesn't have, it's a really fluent, very technically proficient left-hander who could milk attacks in almost any situation. And who perhaps, isn't a power player. There's plenty of power hitting in the Surrey lineup, likes of Jamie Smith. Ollie Pope tends to score at a good lick. Dan Lawrence, Sean Abbott, Jordan Clark. There's power everywhere. That's the one thing I think that they don't have. It doesn't mean that they need it, but if I was...
It sounds to me like you're legislating for the removal of Jamie Smith from number 4, which I'm shocked about.
Yeah, well, there's no legislation going on, just... they've got so many bowlers.
Executive or presidential role.
Stick Thorpe in there as well. And you won't get me to choose between these. It's like choosing between your children. It can't be done. So
between who?
Between Jamie Smith and
Graham Thorpe.
And Graham Thorpe couldn't be done.
So if you were to go on Mastermind and your specialist subject had to be a Surrey era, what would it be for you?
Probably this one. I'm remembering it at the moment. The 1950s, I guess, because I read
1950s, really, huh?
Read a lot of Wisdens. Oh, play and a miss. My dad also told me an awful lot of stories.
Wonderful.
I think I was probably one of the only people to have pictures of Constable and Sydenham on their wall in the late 1970s. So, but I don't know. I mean, I guess the late 70s and early 80s as well. That period of time when Surrey appeared in a whole bunch of consecutive Lord's finals and didn't win it till 1982 against Warwickshire in the first Nat West. or second NatWest, I beg your pardon. They played in the last Gillette Cup final in 1980. End of the over. 200 for 8. Kemar and Ponsonby doesn't have to hear about Constable and Sydenham and McIntyre and Surridge anymore. As we see the match situation, Surrey 200 for 8. It's not been their day, it has been Worcestershire's. But at one point it could have been worse. Surrey were 15 for 4, or better, of course, if you're listening in from Worcestershire. But then another tumble of wickets. 2 clutches of 4 wickets apiece going down swiftly. Waite with 3, Leach with 3, Smith with 2, albeit quite expensive 2. Yas is back.
Hello, Dan.
Hello, Yas.
Just listening to you two talk about various Surrey eras and what you remember and first watched, etc. Given Surrey's recent history, the era that I grew up watching Surrey was decisively unsuccessful.
Are we talking sort of 2010?
2004-ish onwards.
Yes. Yes, that wasn't a high watermark. Often happens after a really great team gradually disbands.
The only thing they really won at that time would have been the 40 over comp or 50 over comp in 2011.
It's Somerset. Now then, this is intriguing. They have taken the single. They were thinking a little bit about whether they were going to take the single or not there, with Gibbon back in the attack. And they've decided to go for it in the end, which again brings Roach back on strike. What do you think of this? It's sort of like, I see your tactic and it doesn't bother me.
Well, I think it's quite interesting that Surrey have batted Kemar Roach ahead of Dan Warren in the first place, and I wonder if the dependability of Roach, you can sort of rely on him to just block it, is more useful from a partnership building point of view, even though that Worrell is more likely to score more runs.
Oh, that's gone straight through him. Good delivery. Keeps quite low. Goes through to the keeper. You're right. Except that it's hard to build a partnership if you're going to go 1 and over. So take a look at this again. Delivered from around the wicket, and that's actually moved away a little bit. So it's come in on the angle and then moved away, as we see. Is that the Black Hawk helicopter? Inside which is a 300-inch plasma screen, I wonder. By the way, Keaton Jennings has 100. Lancashire are 196 for 3 against Durham at Blackpool. You kind of think if the game's going to be at Blackpool, you think, ooh, that might do a bit. But it's not necessarily how these things operate. Southgate, for example, used to be a run fest at Southgate, didn't you? One of the outgrounds, you might think of it as.
Was there a championship decider at a Lancashire outground quite recently? Was it Hampshire versus Lancashire?
Liverpool, yes. Oh, has he got an edge on that? He has. First time he's shown some ambition, gone after the ball, and he's got a thin edge through to the keeper. And now Surrey are on the precipice. They're 201 for 9. That's a very un-Roachian shot, that. He would normally leave that, but he thought, oh, I've got a bit of width. I'm going to go after it. Good bowling from Gibbon. So we take a look at it again. He felt it was there for the shot, but from the angle it just came back into him a little bit. So by the time it got to him, it didn't have the width that he had initially thought. It must be a little feathered under edge there. Through to the keeper. Roderick has another one. Worcestershire have another one. And now, well, I don't think we're going to see Worrell play the Roach role. So whatever happens now is likely to happen quite quickly, be it runs or Worcestershire coming into bat. And I feel duty-bound to ask Andrew Samson this, unless you think you know, Yas. But what's the situation with T and the 9th wicket and 32 overs and all that? I guess we'll find out. Well, we might not find out.
Just on Ben Gibbon, by the way, he was really struggling with his line early in the day, bowling from over the wicket. He bowled 2 offside wides that were given by the umpire in the space of 3 deliveries. You don't get many wides given in red ball cricket.
No.
And he was straying on the batter's pads as well, but then it completely changed for him when he started bowling from around the wicket. He found his line straight away. He's not bowled a lot of overs to date. This is just his 7th. He's been the least used of the 5 Worcestershire seamers so far. But from around the wicket, he's been much more consistent and has finally picked up his first wicket of the day, and well deserved. I think he's bowled really well.
He really has. Now then, what's going to be the tactic here? If they keep the field up, I can't see Worrell just defending. He may do to start with, but well, I've never seen really a lengthy rear guard from Dan Worrell. I've seen actually explosive cameos.
I don't think it has to be a lengthy regard right now. There are 2 balls remaining in the over. I think the job is get through it, give Jordan Clark the strike again.
You think, do you?
I don't think that's how Dan Worrell sees it.
Yeah,
he sees it as I've got 2 balls to get between 8 and 12.
Here it is again. First ball. Yes, that's a bit of width. Let's have a go at that. And why not?
And I love his reaction as well. He's genuinely gutted.
I think it's actually the right thing for him to do.
Yeah.
I think he's playing his way. Now the field spreads to give him the single. And he won't take it. So that will keep Jordan Clark on strike. But the field will stay spread. I think we had another email there. It was there and then it was gone. I saw fromage and I saw Gulwars. But maybe after that he got too fruity. 201 for 9 is the score, and you can see just 3 players in double figures. That splendid partnership between Pope and Lawrence. But other than that, it's just been some 4s plundered by Jordan Clark, who's played very well for his 32, but has had no support. And it's not just single figure scores, is it? Aside from Burns' 8, which was a couple of boundaries, everything's under 5. Which might suggest that there's enough of the pitch for when Surrey come to bowl, which will not be very long now, and they'll have plenty of overs to bowl today. And the other part of this is, you know, they lost the toss. They would have wanted to bowl today. And they're going to get their wish.
They're going to get their wish. And I think Joe Leach bowling out to Clark with 2 slips in play and everyone else back on the fence.
Now where's that gone, Willie? That's going to run away down towards deep fine leg. It's going to be cut off. Just legs in the air, let's say, over the boundary rope. I don't think there was anybody touching part of his body touching the rope there. So a couple of runs, which is a good result for Clark and for Surrey. But it looks to me that Clark is going to swing for the hills. Andrew claims to be in Grenoble, and he says he is watching from a pavement cafe in the south of France with a plate of fromage, baguette, carafe of wine, smoking a Gauloise. Just wanted to say I'm really enjoying the coverage, although the clatter of Surrey wickets had led to a lot of Gallic shrugging by me. À bientôt. Très bien, André. Wallop. Now then, can they get 2 here as well, or is it going to make it all the way? No, good fielding out at long off. So another couple of runs, and every run eat away by Surrey here. Who knows how crucial that could be at the end of the day. It's a wonderfully struck shot by Jordan Clark, and we know very clearly what his plan's going to be. Good evasive action as well by Leach, but that's fine work out on the boundary to save a couple of runs.
Yeah, I think Surrey their scoring rate has meant that after losing 4 quick wickets, they've got something to defend.
Goes after it again. There's a man down deep backwards square. They don't take the run, and I'm slightly perplexed by this, because I do think, unless they know something about Dan Worrell's degradation in batting, then it comes as a bit of a surprise that they're not letting him have a biff himself.
Yeah, I wonder if Jordan Clark, particularly at this end, fancies the short boundary. It's a very, very short leg side boundary on the gasometer side of the ground, and even though you've got 4 men patrolling it, I think Jordan Clark, in the form that he's in, will fancy taking it on.
Gone after it again, but they will not take the single this time. That means there are 2 balls left in the over. Does the field come in? No. Yes and no. I should qualify that. At the moment, there are 4 out deep on the leg side. Mid-off has come up.
And it looks like the fielders on the leg side are coming in as well.
2 of them are. We've still got a deep square and a long leg, the lesser spotted long leg in this match. Right, deep third's coming up to save 1. There's a lot of arm waving We're going to be in for a long old day today, I can tell you.
I find
loss of wickets and the tricksiness means that we're going to have a lot of overs to be bowled.
Yeah, I find it interesting that Worcestershire clearly not in unison there. There wasn't a set directive.
No.
This is what we're going to do on the fourth ball of the over if Clark remains on strike. It's a long conversation with
Still don't know.
the captain.
Still don't know. So long legs coming up.
Yeah.
Where's long leg going to go to? Well, he's keeping on going, and he's going to head into the offside any minute now. He is. An extra cover's coming in. We've got a point. Are we going to have a sort of short third? This is a wonderfully choreographed performance here. This is, say, wide, and a no ball given. Another couple of runs for Surrey. 207 for 9. Very wide of the off stump. So trying to hide the ball a bit from Jordan Clark, which is not a bad idea, but one day bowling. But I tell you, I've seen fewer moving parts in Riverdance than I've seen from Worcestershire out there at the moment. Everybody's going from one bit to the other.
There's a very long wait between balls 4 and 5 in the over as Worcestershire in the end just brought their field in basically.
Big old heave straight back over the bowler's head. A satisfying clump and 6 runs.
Over pitch by Leach. That was in the slot. That's a shot that Jordan Clark will feel very comfortable playing. A little bit too full. He tried to hide the previous delivery outside Clark's off stump. Clark played and missed, but on this occasion a little bit too full, a little bit too straight. And although that was aerial, I think Jordan Clark would regard that as a relatively low risk shot.
Yeah, he also jumped across to off stump, didn't he? Sort of in anticipation that a similar ball was going to come. Now then, question is, what does he do here? We've got more Riverdance. In comes deep square. So I think there's one person on the boundary now at long off, a very straight long off. Does Jordan Clark look for the single or the boundary? I think he was looking for the single. He didn't get it. Well bowled by Leach to finish the over. But nonetheless, 12 very handy runs from it. 213 for 9 at the end of the over, but brings Worrell on strike. The field will be in. Tell me, Yas, what does Worrell do?
I think
we've both of us got it wrong first ball. Let's see if we can redeem ourselves.
I think
there's a chat taking place.
I think there was a difference between what we think should happen and what we think will happen. Potentially with Worrell. I think we saw from his first delivery at the crease that if there's any width, he's obviously going to throw his hands at it.
I might be overthinking this, but I think Dan Worrell looks a bit disappointed there, almost as if the conversation was, look, I'm really smoking it, Dan. Can you just dig in for me just for a little bit? Well, I got that wrong. They're going to run through for a bye. Now then, Worrell's not on the script. He should be out and he is. That is not clever cricket. Jordan Clark obviously was going to run through for the bye. He must have said something of that sort. Worrell wasn't thinking. He swung, he missed, it went through to the keeper. Clark made it to the far end perfectly comfortably. And Worrell was just stuck there. Good thinking from the keeper, who underarmed it to the bowler. And look at this. I mean, I'm sorry, but if Clark's coming and he's shouting yes, then what's Worrell doing there? He's just not with the game plan. It's a rather ugly way to end what has been a very dramatic innings. Surrey have been bowled out for 213 by Worcestershire. Now, it wasn't in the script when they lost the toss, albeit then were put into bat, but they lost 4 quick wickets. They were 15 for 4, a partnership of 148 between Pope and Lawrence. Got them out of trouble, but then Pope and Lawrence were out in consecutive overs from 163 for 6. They've scraped a further 50 runs, but no batting bonus points, which is in contrast to how they've been so far this season. And you take a look there, Lawrence 84, Pope 63, Clark 42 not out, no one else in double figures, and actually no one else apart from Burns getting more than 4 runs. It's been a very dramatic 2 sessions. Now, I don't think it's tea. So we'll take a look at the bowling figures. Leach with 3 for 62. He started, it was on a hat-trick at one point. Smith 2 for 55. Singh on debut, none for 43. Waite, splendid, parsimonious spells. 12 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 19. And then Gibbon with just the 1 for 32. And the last wicket to fall that of a run out, which a pretty ugly run out at that. Yas.
I don't think Worrell and Clark were at all on the same wavelength. That ball very nearly bowled Worrell, and then
Worrell, they had a chat about it.
Yeah, so I wonder what they actually said. It is tea. It is tea. We have news for you. It is tea.
It's tea.
But yeah,
a lot of overs after tea. There's 41 to go in the day.
A fascinating innings. One where there was one substantial partnership and basically nothing either side of it. There were periods in that Pope-Lawrence partnership where you felt Surrey were further ahead in the game than they actually were, and his figures are excellent, but really want to point out just how effective Matthew Waite was in particular, because Lawrence and Pope were scoring very freely after lunch, and Worcestershire lost a bit of control, and Waite was able to re-exert that control they had at the start of the day. Bowled the ring field, frustrated Surrey. Nathan Smith gets the big wicket of Ollie Pope. At the other end, a ball after Pope was dropped at second slip, and then Waite was able to keep that control, and Surrey went nowhere after that wicket. And then Lawrence played an expansive shot in the following over. He fell just short of 100, and then no other Surrey middle or lower order batter could really get going.
It's been very unusual because the champions have been ruthless and marvellously efficient so far in this year's campaign. Today, you would say they've had, well, a couple of off hours, or off half hours, an off first half hour and an off last 40 minutes. In between time, a good partnership. Other than that, and we've got to, of course, exonerate Jordan Clark, with his splendid 42 not out. But other than that, some indecision and some muddled thinking, as exemplified by that run out. They just had a chat. They've just spoken to each other. What was it that he said? I don't know. Maybe we'll never find out. Nonetheless, we have got a lengthy old session to look forward to, starting at 4 o'clock. 41 overs to be bowled in it, and it's a crucial session in this match. Surrey looking to bounce back with plenty of wickets is what they're going to be looking for. For Worcestershire, they have got a really good opportunity here to get, not just they've got a foothold in the game, but actually to get into a dominant position. We're going to take a break because tea has been taken, slightly to our surprise, but I dare say it's exactly in the playing conditions and no one's read the small print. I hope you can join us. We'll be back in around about 16, 17 minutes or so.
Welcome back to the Kia Oval. It's been an eventful day one so far. Surrey hosting Worcestershire. The home side sent in at the toss. They've been bowled out inside 55 overs for 213. Big partnership of 148 between Pope, who made 63, and Lawrence, 84. Belied the wider state of play. 3 wickets fell with the score on 9. Burns, Sibley and Smith. Then a fourth when it was 15. 15 for 4, Surrey, the defending champions. That was when Ben Foakes was caught behind from the bowling of Joe Leach, who picked up 3 in a flurry. From there, that big partnership took Surrey deep into the middle session, but when Pope was caught behind for 63 from the bowling of Smith, and then Lawrence on the same score, 163, was also caught behind on 84. That changed the afternoon entirely. Surrey went from 163 for 4 to all out for 213. For the visitors, Joe Leach, 3 for 62. Matt Waite was outstanding, 3 for 19 from 12. A couple of wickets for Smith, 1 in either spell, and 1 for Gibbon, who picked up the wicket of Kemar Roach. Adam Collins with you as Worcestershire prepare to begin their reply. Their ever so reliable opening partnership of Roderick and Libby making their way to the middle of the Kia Oval. A little bit overcast now, actually, since we have been here last. You see on the screen there, the big cricketconversation.co.uk. That is something I'm going to talk to Will McPherson about from the Telegraph. He's in with me now. G'day, Will.
Hello, Adam. Lovely to be here.
First and foremost, let's quickly refer to this as we return from the Tata tea break. The big cricket conversation, one of the recommendations from the ICEC report. They've been doing consultations around the country to help make cricket more inclusive. This is the public's chance, the cricket community's chance to get involved and be part of this wider exercise in trying to learn what people think out there.
Yeah, it's the ECB, the game's governing body, reaching out to the cricketing public, which is obviously a broad and diverse community in the UK, and sort of giving people a say on what they think the game's values are and what the game is all about in this country. And yeah, it's much needed.
The big cricket conversation .co.uk. You'll be able to find that by searching it in the usual places. Takes about 5 minutes. It's worth doing. It's open for another couple of weeks. I think they're closing it in the first week of June. 3rd of June, we can see here. So, Gareth Roderick came out 100 last week, facing the first ball. Kemar Roach, Pavilion End. Here we go. It's going to be a 41 over marathon final session with the innings ending just at 3:40, the theoretical scheduled time of tea. So we've brought everything forward a wee bit.
Yeah, and not the day Surrey would have imagined so far, but it's funny what happens when you're asked to bat first. Trickier assignment for them on day one than last few. Burns has he's been a lucky tosser lately, hasn't he? But
quite
not today.
And we know Surrey would have bowled. They always do here.
And especially when you look at that.
Lovely shot. Great timing. Boundary second ball. That's on the hip. Roderick puts it away to the short boundary.
Especially when you look at the team they selected, with leaving Cam Steele out and going for the extra seamer. It was clear what the conditions were going to be like, what the plan was. A bit of talk around the county game, actually, I've been hearing that these last couple of rounds, the balls have just been doing a little bit more. You know, it's a mysterious old game, isn't it? But obviously have the dead Kookaburra balls at the start of the season, but these ones are doing a little bit more, I think.
Extra mid-wicket in now, small tweak in the field. Roach finds a gap in that direction. Roderick off Roach, 4 more. So 2 boundaries to begin. Said last week Roderick was outstanding. Big 100 as Worcestershire went well beyond 600. Great start here. So they have got the 2 catching men, but the straighter of the pair between him and mid-on didn't have much room to work with.
Yeah, and Roach just bowled a little bit too straight at the start, hasn't he? And Roderick's punished him. It was an incredible 100 actually last week, that.
Yeah, in many ways.
Yeah. So many ways.
In many ways. We haven't really reflected on that today, but the way in which Worcestershire went out and batted in impossible circumstances, the tragedy of Josh Baker's passing, and finding whatever it is you need to find to be able to perform at an elite level, and batting for the better part of 2 days.
And actually it's these 2 guys who are batting now, Roderick and Libby, who, you know, they have the toughest job of all. That minute silence happens and then they walk straight out there. Extraordinary, really, especially for Roderick, who batted so well.
They both had a great start to the season. Worcester with the bat, broadly speaking. I mean, you look through their run scorers. Kashif Ali, 372 at 75. Libby, 368 at 61. Roderick, 347 at 50. Now, that's the top 3. Then Rob Jones in at 4. who's made over 240 runs, and Matt Waite, the all-rounders, averaging 51. So, arriving in Division 1 and being difficult to bowl out's a big positive for them.
Absolutely, yeah. And they had runs down the order from Jason Holder, and Matt Waite got 100 as well. But they're difficult to bowl out, I think. They're back deep.
Getting into the onside. So they've got Jamie Smith at the straighter mid-wicket. Clark at mid-on, completes the over, 8 without loss. Yes, you look down the list, they've got Joe Leach carded at 9, so it's quite a strong number 9 by way of depth, followed by Gibbon and Singh Chahal on debut.
No, Nathan Smith's looking an outstanding overseas acquisition, actually. Sort of just a really good bit of business, not someone people knew a lot about in the English game, I wouldn't think. I certainly didn't. I'm happy to hold my hands up, and he's contributing with bat and ball.
It reminds me
again today.
It's a bit old. It's a bit of a throwback here, but it reminds me of when counties would shop for Australian players who didn't play for Australia through that glory period where it was such a difficult team to get into. Players like Mike Hussey,
Jamie Cox,
Michael Bevan when he wasn't playing,
Martin
Love. There are a whole slew of them. Chris Rogers, Brad Hodge. They wouldn't come for 4 games or 8 games. They would come for what was then the full boat of 16 games of red ball cricket. Worrell away from us. And straight on it, as you'd expect, right away.
And it's interesting, by contrast, Lancashire made a similar signing, actually, Tom Bruce, who looked on the surface to be the absolute... I thought that looked a genius overseas signing. He's got a great record in first-class cricket and was available all season. But he's had a tough start to life. I'm just looking at the card from Blackpool, and he is not out. It's 15 not out at the moment, so you never know.
Straight to point. I'm assuming, I haven't looked at the card there, but Lyon is listed to bat and to play.
He's down to bat number 11.
Because he didn't play last week, which I just thought was... I don't know, I don't want to get too deeply into this, but CA pulling Lyon after 7 rounds and then him being managed out of a game in such a short window, that was a bit odd to me.
Yeah, I think the thinking would have been that it was Tom Hartley's last game before he joined up with England.
Right.
So at least you have one spinner.
That automatic difference. You see the carry from Worrell being taken fingers up behind the wicket. Wasn't a lot of that with the exception of Nathan Smith.
No. But what I would just on the Lyon thing, I think Lancashire have obviously had this horrible start to the season. I don't think many people saw coming. They're in a sort of period of transition. It's some experienced players they've lost, but you'd sort of think that you want to get every game out of Lyon you can, and then maybe if you run out at the end, you have to just say that's fine. But yeah, they're in a difficult spot.
Libby's so disciplined. This pair have been, it's pretty consistent to look at the card wherever Warwickshire are playing, and they seem to be always like 32 for none after 14 overs. Like they're happy to take their time in laying a foundation. Libby made 100 to start the season, an unbeaten ton against their rivals Warwickshire. Got a pair of 50s at Kidderminster against Durham in a losing effort. 97 against Somerset, also at Kidderminster, and got a start last week at Canterbury. Wasn't able to go on with it, but again, sort of got them to a point where the shine was taken off the new ball.
Jake Livy's just been one of the most consistent openers in the country for years now. Since he was at Nottinghamshire and he struggled for opportunity there, which in hindsight is hard to understand really. But there's another player who was at Nottinghamshire for a bit who has gone elsewhere and done really well in Ben Compton. As an opener too, but they've tended to sign their openers. Hamid, Slater came from Derbyshire, Duckett from Northants, so yeah.
Not to mention the 3 Worcestershire players that ended up not at the end of last year, 8 for none, including Haynes, a batter, and of course the 2 quicks in Tongue and Pennington, which makes Worcester's performance with the ball, especially today, all the more impressive that they've had to quickly remodel their attack. Because sure, they win 5 times last year. Libby's a massive part of that, over nearly 1,200 runs at 50 something. You get up here, it's the standard required to bowl teams out, and they've done it today inside 55 overs.
Worcestershire have a sensational record of producing bowlers actually, and just finding a way. George Scrimshaw, who played for England last year, is also a Worcester product.
Nice straight blade there from Roderick.
But actually, you look at their 11 this season. It's a resourceful 11, I would say. You know, there's a couple of players in this side who've come through Saka, but there's also Rob Jones, who's a kind of Lancashire. You know, he couldn't get in the side consistently, and now they're really struggling. Maybe they'd want him back up there. You got Adam Hosey, Somerset, and then to Warwickshire. Matt Waite was Yorkshire. It's a nicely pulled together squad.
Edged, just wide of third slip, 4 runs. Wonder what the replay will say in terms of what might have happened with a 4th slip, which is often what you see for Roach straight away.
It'd have been in play as a fielder, I think, not necessarily as a catcher. But
yeah, just on the stagger, I ponder. We'll see here. Yeah, wouldn't have got there.
First bounce.
Some of those players have recruited some pedigree as well. I mean, Jones was England 19s, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Squared up a tad. Captain Burns patrolling, wideish bit off, as is the norm here at the Oval.
It'll be interesting to see how Burns divides this session up, actually. With he's got his 5 seamers, as we mentioned, but there's 41 overs, as you said, so 8ish each. Maybe Dan Lawrence had a couple of overs of fun spin. No other way to describe it really, is there? But
I've watched him pretty closely this year, as we do, doing the home games, and he's certainly a more confident bowler now, Lawrence. Bit of extra pace from Worrell. I think the best way to measure that is that he's just bowling more slowly. He doesn't bowl as many darts. He's happy to give batters the chance to score and bring his spin more into it. Took 3 for against Hampshire, 5 for against Lancs. So not a bad option as the 6th bowler in Surrey's lineup today.
Absolutely. I thought at the start of the season, I thought he was going to play exactly this role, and then Cam Steele made the 11 as well, and just did so brilliantly, especially in those Kookaburra games. That being said, it was still a bit of a surprise to see Steele left out today for me. I don't know about you. He's sort of been a bit of a walk-on role for the last couple of weeks, maybe, but
I thought that Roach might be rested, because you know how they've done the rest rotation thing.
Yes.
Roach hasn't missed.
Yeah.
And with Test cricket, I mean, I know it's a while till those Test matches, don't get me wrong, but my instinct said that this might be the week where Atkinson came in, Roach went out and Steele kept playing, but in comes Roach again. Brilliant last week. Oh, with balls just like that. Has it found the edge? No.
Back pocket or something, maybe?
Oh, I'll tell you what, it's done loads on the angle in. Roach wasn't as up and about in the appeal, which might have been the giveaway there. We'll see a replay of it. It ends the over, but these were the kind of balls he was sending down with the old Dukes last Sunday, which are just so difficult to avoid as an opener. Yuck. Still swinging when it gets to folks.
Yeah.
It was the reverse swing that Spelly bowled after tea. It feels a while ago, but it was only
Monday.
Sunday, 5 days ago.
Monday,
where he finished with 6 for 46 to be precise, but hits the stumps of Bethel with an in-swinger. No, sorry, that was the one where he left alone. Then Sam Hain with an absolute unplayable hit the top of off, and then Jamal on the setup with the late reverse swinging ball that took his middle stump out of the ground. It was just a reminder of the extra class that Roach has, having had a bit of a lean start to the season wickets-wise. Just 2 wickets for Worrell last week as well, which has been against the norm. He just monstered Hampshire a few weeks ago here. He got us the inevitable question, Will, in that post-game press conference, having taken 5 for on the final day, when you become eligible for England next year, do you fancy it? He was quite upbeat.
Yeah,
I'm not surprised.
He's happy to nibble. I mean, he's because he's been someone I've been watching play cricket, whether for Australian domestic or here, for a long time. I just think he's a bit older. But he's actually only 33 this summer. So you never know. I mean, we've been talking a little bit about England bowlers going on a very long time recently. In light of James Anderson's retirement, I think Worrell qualifies in April next year. I would be really surprised, but he has got a great record here, and he's a knowledgeable with the Kookaburra ball, which is obviously a sort of pet project of the ECB at the moment. So let's see.
Yeah, certainly when you hear Rob Key talk about the Kookaburra ball, and you know Rob as well as most, having ghosted his column for a couple of years, they're like his inner thinking there. He is clearly and understandably fixated on how they fare in Australia and setting up properly and doing some medium-term planning. That's probably the one piece of last week's announcement that I thought was a little bit misunderstood or misconstrued in some areas. It wasn't about them saying we don't want any experienced bowlers around the traps. It wasn't about saying, well, if there's no Anderson, therefore by extension there's no room for Wokes. It was more we want to give some flexibility in the 11.
Yeah, I think
to get test matches into 3 or 4 or 5 possibly if they're lucky. It's not about going, well, okay, we're just closing the door on the old blokes. We're going to go all in with youth, and we're going to try and win the Ashes in 25, 26 with a bunch of guys that bowl 90 mile an hour with no experience. It's more subtle than that.
Yeah, it is, and I think Wokes is just as likely to go to Australia in 25, 26 as Anderson, i.e. he's not going.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean he hasn't got more of a role to play at home over these next 2 summers, 24 and 25, before that tour.
And I think it gets, again, you try and, it's the end of the over, 12 for none, you try and sort of read between the lines with comments that were made. Your colleague Nick Holt did a great interview with Rob Key, maybe 6 weeks ago or something like that now.
Yeah.
If you read it back now, it's pretty clear they're finishing Anderson off this year. You know what I mean? Like, you read
it's certainly been pointing that way for a while, I think. At the end of the India tour, it felt that way. Not that they were going to retire him immediately, but that this would be his last summer, that he probably wouldn't make it to the Pakistan tour.
Yes.
I think with Key and bowling, what my reading of his situation around it would be that he just wants to, he doesn't want bowlers in county cricket to have it too easy. Basically, he doesn't want to see really green pitches and a ball that helps him out every week. And that's a no ball.
2 runs added to the tally.
But yeah, he doesn't want life to be really easy. So I suspect they might be thinking that they've learnt more about Sam Cook this summer than they had in the previous 6 combined, where we knew he was an absolute wizard with a Duke's ball on green pitches, but he bowled Essex to victory at Trent Bridge with a Kookaburra ball on a flatter pitch. Shot.
Yep, sneaks through. Had one man to beat. That was Burns diving to his right.
Has he got a hand on it, maybe?
Yeah, I think he took some pace off it, so there'll be time for Clark to retrieve, and they'll return for a 3rd.
And just, back to Sam Cook. That is why I probably went into this season thinking he's got a chance, and I really hope he gets a chance. I interviewed him over winter. I think he's a really impressive lad. But I'd be surprised now if he doesn't make his debut this year, which I think is that's a bit of a change in my thinking around that.
And that's where I think there's subtlety to it, right? Just because James Anderson, who was seen to be one type of bowler in an attack that'll usually have 3 to 4 seamers in England, always 3 to 4 seamers, you're not discounting that type of bowler to win the, 45% of test matches England play at home. You've still got to win those, or give yourself your best chance of winning those, but it doesn't preclude you from trying to make the most of those test matches when it comes to turning your eye to the future a little bit. I don't think that's disrespectful to the West Indies or Sri Lanka who are touring here this year. It's an acknowledgement that there are no finish lines in cricket.
Absolutely. I don't think this is all about the Ashes as well. I think it's much about India next summer.
Yeah.
I think the starting point might have been that Anderson wasn't going to make it to the end of chapter 2 of a Bazball project, if you like. But then you work back from that, and it's probably as good a time as any to get it done this summer. He's going to stick around, I think, as a mentor. I think that is pretty much a done deal. He's also on the ECB payroll until October when his 1-year contract expired, so they might as well make use of him.
It is an interesting question about what he might sort of do next. I know he's done quite a lot of radio broadcasting, bit of BBC television as well. Whether he goes that way, you often hear our colleagues in TV land and coaching, they talk about having a portfolio.
Yes, I think it'll
these
be.
days.
Yeah, that's exactly the word I was thinking of. It might be a bit like the career Brendan McCullum had before he took on the England job, where he did a bit of punditry, he did a bit of radio, a bit of this, bit of that, but he was also doing a bit of coaching as well. I hope that Anderson's coaching is lower down the tree. You know, it's all very well him sticking around and being England's bowling coach, but what about him being England under 19s or under 17s bowling coach?
Yeah.
I think that's where he's got the most wisdom to impart. You know, it's all it's great if him staying on the kind of international cricket train and go touring the world with his old mates. But I think probably he might just have a little bit more to offer, even just at Lions level, just about one level below Test cricket maybe.
Lights now on at the Kia Oval. Yeah, and that wouldn't require him working full time either as the over comes to an end. Feels like we're a ball or so behind on the bug at the bottom of the screen here. Each over seems to be ending on the fourth ball. Anyway, ignore that. 17 for none.
It has just fully clouded over by the way, hasn't it?
It kind of happened at tea from nowhere. I don't think it's going to rain. It's not scheduled to rain until Monday. I think I'm right in saying Monday's the day when I saw on my app this morning. Not that I'm very good at this.
You're a brave man if you don't reckon it'll rain before Monday. On current form, I think I'll be feeling some wet stuff at some stage this weekend.
I'm playing Sunday, so stay away there. We're sort of taking it in turns on the commentary team when we can get out and play games. So I've designated Sunday as my day to have a gallop. Worrell again. But yeah, I feel like Anderson could do that. 19s is interesting, right? He does 19s. What's that per year? What, 6 weeks realistically?
Yeah, a few days here and there in the summer as well.
He could still do all the media work, fill his boots there, get to be part of it, and who knows the other interests that he might have that might emerge now, having the space, not having a full-time job, bowling fast every day. The time to consider that, like any human being, not just a former athlete. Well, that's often a time in people's lives when they're in their early 40s when they go, well, hang on, what do I want to do in my next career? And good on him for sort of saying quite openly on Tailenders last week that he doesn't actually know what he wants to do. I think it's like almost a brave thing to say, that he's open-minded to whatever comes next, rather than being so...
Doesn't have to involve bowling in some way.
It really doesn't.
Yeah.
Like, he's got so many high-level experiences to draw down on. There are so many different things he could do in addition to being involved in cricket still.
There's probably a market for a reverse sweep coach now, specialist, somewhere.
And he's got a wildly successful podcast which is going nowhere either, I hasten to add. Like, he'll still be plugged in. Edged, and it gets to third slip. Worrell in that channel. It does feel inevitable. Makes you play all day long. Roderick, the first to fall for 15, Worcestershire, a 17 for 1. Dan Lawrence at third slip.
Simple grab, wasn't it? It's just sort of spooned to him and he took it nicely. But as you say, with an air of inevitability about Dan Worrell. He's just relentless. Roderick was looking in prime touch, actually. I thought he's taken 15 from his 17 balls, and Libby's faced the same number, and he's yet to get off a mark. Look at that, it's just arced in and then nipped away a touch. It's a beautiful ball. And maybe a slightly tougher grab than I made it sound, actually. He's just slightly diving to his right, but regulation.
He was feeding Ollie Pope a couple of rounds ago here, where Pope took 8 catches off Worrell across the match. Well, in the Corden again here, he was unlucky on day one against Warwickshire. He seemingly beat the bat 2 or 3 times and over without any of them kissing the edge. Well, one does early here. Kashi Valley makes his way to the middle. Had a terrific season so far, averaging 75.
He was the story of the start of the season, wasn't he, Kashi Valley? Fantastic story coming through Saka and not finding his place at a county until now, and then kicking things off with twin tons. I mean, it doesn't get much better than that.
Yeah, 110, 133 against the Bears, and got 72 last week down at Canterbury. Talking earlier about all the sort of false starts that he had on the way through to this. Kent, Essex, Leicestershire, Notts, MCC Young Cricketers. Did some work in the Worcester Twos as well. He's been everywhere until this has finally opened up, and Yeah, it's a great story.
He's in his mid-20s,
26,
26, he's not, I mean, yeah.
This could be his toughest test yet, facing Worrell and Roach under lights with the new ball. First ball. Oh, shovels it in the air, doesn't carry. That wasn't what we were anticipating. Worrell has got that slippery bouncer. First up.
I don't think he was anticipating it either. He looked pretty uncomfortable playing. He's got that very high backlift and wanted to swat it away, didn't he, for at least one, but he got a glove, I think, and it just spooned up. Evades Ben Folkes running forward.
He's also yet to concede a run, Worrell. So Sibley, Pope, Lawrence alongside Folkes.
More comfortable.
Yeah, that's better out the middle of the bat.
He's got a blank bat, I think, Kashi Valley, which is always a favourite of mine.
I sense opportunity.
Yeah, I think I don't think it'll be blank for long.
It's almost in your interest when you've got a blank bat to let it be blank for just a little while, just to let people know you're open for business.
The live stream's a marketplace, isn't
it?
Yeah.
There'll be people watching and thinking, interesting grip there, watching at the bottom hand, might get a...
His hands are separate, aren't they? It's like Adam Gilchrist style. Well, he was,
Well, that top hand's all the way around.
He played.
Yeah, off the mark there.
Just for one, I think.
I sometimes get a bit confused with the clock face and where the hands point on a bat, but I think that's the reverse Steve Smith. Smith has it all the way around the other way to get it through mid-wicket almost as a straight drive.
Yeah.
So that's the first run off Worrell as well. 18 for 1 at the end of the over. But yes, clearly got those two hands separated, doing it his way. Yes, just to round off on that conversation about where England are going and where they're taking this. A lot of our colleagues, you might have been there as well, down at Beckenham this morning. Did you head down?
I was there, for about an hour, which was long enough.
You and 57 other journalists.
I think
good luck to the press tent.
There were 3 or 4 of us. There was no tent. I was sat on a picnic bench, which was quite nice. It's
always an event when Jofra Archer plays twos. Happens quite a bit the last few years on his various comebacks.
Yeah, I think Jofra's done more for the second 11 championship than most of his England colleagues. But yeah, he bowled 6 overs, which was at least one more than I was expecting this morning. But he looked in really good working order. He was quick. He pranged a young Kent opener on the grill or on the helmet, off the glove, I think, which is good. It wasn't quite such a nasty blow, and he wasn't knocked over or anything. But yeah, he bowled a lot of short stuff.
Inside edge. So interested in the thinking of him playing in that fixture, because obviously, well, the ECB have been very clear that Archer is not available for Test cricket this year at all. They're not going to run the gauntlet there. They're thinking about possibly the home summer in 2025, which seems to make a bit of sense. Is this just an exercise in him bowling as many balls in competitive cricket as he can before the World Cup?
Yeah, I think so. He's going to make... I expect him to play in that first T20 against Pakistan at Leeds on Wednesday, so it's just a run out before then.
Right.
No ball. Another no ball from Roach, second. The way the schedule's laid out obviously means it's championship cricket or bust in terms of playing for Sussex first team at the moment, and championship cricket is not something he's felt to be ready for at the moment, so they've gone for just dropping him into a twos game. The twos seem to have that flexibility where you're able to you're able to sub a player in on the last day, or just for almost for just a session really.
He's hit the fielders a few times with some force already, Kashif Ali.
But yeah, Archer looked in good order, I thought.
There's a lot of people who've just written him off as a red ball bowler on the assumption that, we all know that the injury history, but yes, he's not an old man.
No,
he's
just
been around
29.
a long time.
Yeah.
It might be that, looking pure speculation here, but let's say there's the opportunity for him to play 15 more Test matches. If they get them at the right time, in the right parts of his career, he could still have quite an influential Test career from here.
Definitely. I think it's fingers crossed, first and foremost, but he He'll play white ball cricket this year on the basis essentially that any cricket is better than no cricket for him. One thing about Archer is how much he just really loves the game. He's a real cricket nuffy, and it will have really hurt all this time out. And so just playing any cricket will be a source of great joy for him at the moment. That's why he's had he's played club games in Barbados before this and all that kind of stuff. So I think the Red Bull stuff, the feeling is that, we can start thinking about that again after this English season. I'm not saying he's going to go to Pakistan or New Zealand with England, but with the test team, but maybe they'll start to build towards that India tour next summer as a point for him to return in test cricket.
Oh, that's a beauty again from Roach to finish. We've seen a couple of those that have come in on that angle, wide on the crease, standing up the Duke's ball and getting it just to angle away. How he's picked up so many wickets across his long journey in professional cricket. It's 24-1, sorry, after 7 overs. A reminder, it's a 41 over session, so 34 still to go after that. Literally a session and a half. In Test cricket, 2 sessions, 41 overs, sometimes these days. Much to the chagrin of Andrew Samson grumbling away to my left. So Libby's still not off the mark yet. He's been batting for half an hour, 18 balls, so that'll be... I doubt it'll be weighing on his mind, actually. He's such a considered, calm player. I did wonder at different points last year whether he might be able to jump the queue and get in the squad. He was just making so many runs. I know they discount Division 2 runs a little bit, the selectors, to an extent, but still.
He's possibly been unfortunate. If he'd been making runs like this in the kind of carousel years where where the England openers, where a lot of guys got capped by England at opening the batting, then he may well have got a chance. But as it's happened, his run of form's kind of landed since in the Bazball era.
Oh, great take from Folkes. That's 4 by save, certainly. Recognised by the crowd. Seeing that recognition of Josh Baker, forever a pair. There's further chance to reflect on his life during the week and what would have been his 21st birthday, and clearly that's another point to all of this with this Worcestershire side. My apologies. Oh, past the edge again. Worrell, just so good. But I just think so much regard for how they've been able to just keep the show on the road, and better than that. We said they made 600 plus in the first innings last week. Jason Holder, thought his comments were quite instructive last week after the draw at Canterbury, praising the team and saying, no, I'm going to return to Worcester. I want to play first-class cricket with these guys again.
It was a beautiful interview, that actually. It was on the club's kind of in-house channels, isn't it? But it was, really lovely thoughts from Holder.
I think it said a lot about this group. I think, in hindsight, you could say unexpectedly promoted last year. I don't know if you want to play that game or not, but I don't think people were expecting they had the group to get up to Division 1 last year. And, they proved people wrong. They're doing it in circumstances where at the moment they haven't got a home ground. And they've had this tragedy, which is obviously very different, not related to cricket at all, play out in the last fortnight. And here they are, standing up big time.
Yeah, if anything, their performances have had an uptick, which says, I think, a bit about their character.
Yeah, absolutely. Short again. Don't mind this from Worrell. Just a little reminder.
Yeah.
24-1.
And it is sharp, isn't it, that bouncer?
Always has been.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's deceptive, Worrell, when he chooses to dig it in, and makes you think, keeps you on your toes. And there's the other parts to the Worcestershire story as well. I mentioned New Road. They had the big clean-up this week. Not sure if you caught this in the local media, but they had a clean-up morning on Wednesday for volunteers because the Sparks are scheduled to play at New Road on, I think it's Sunday, in a Charlotte Edwards Cup game. And then there's a
championship game
next week where they're hosting knots at New Road, which is just great news, and couldn't be happier that they've got this opportunity. They've had local politicians saying this week very clearly that Worcestershire County Cricket Club will stay at New Road. Like, they are going to work in collaboration with the club. I know Ashley Giles has indicated that the status quo isn't sustainable, and fair enough. But
I don't think there's any problem with having a think and a look, is there?
Trying their best, giving it's such a glorious place to be, New Road. Such a special part of the circuit. The straight drive's just snuck through. Timed it a lot better than I thought off the bat. First boundary, that's motored along after beating Clark at mid-on.
It's a lovely shot. Jordan Clark won't be delighted with his fielding there, but it just slipped through. No, also a word for Kidderminster, by the way, who have done a real job for Worcestershire at the start of this season. New Road, obviously, for commercial reasons, it was so important that back at New Road for the blast. Which obviously, it's another misfield.
And 2 in a row.
Which obviously comes. The blast starts at the end of this month, so that was the big thing. But it's very cool that they'll be back there for a championship game beforehand. We actually, somebody in our office had the idea of sending the great Shield Berry down to New Road with his wellies to help out with the clean-up. I don't think it ever happened. I'm not quite sure why, but it would have been. The photos would have been great.
Shield might have just done that without
possibly
the encouragement of the editor. So committed to the game that he is. Great man. Oh, that's a genuine play and miss. So Libby has now absorbed 24 dot balls. The vast majority have been from the bowling of Worrell. Now gets a look at Roach. Genuine outswinger as well. Just on Kidderminster, it's cost them somewhere between, according to media reports, 200 to 250,000 K this year to do this. And when you're dealing with such tight margins, Ashley Giles, again, the chief executive's on the record talking about the potential need of private investment and the club's finances. Here he is, off the mark. Well done, Jack Libby, from his
patience
25th ball. Yes, in those circumstances, already thinking about where the club's going money-wise, then to have an extra bill of up to £250,000 to start the season, they've been up against it.
Absolutely, they're a wonderful community club, Worcestershire, and New Road is one of the tourist attractions, actually, of county cricket. I would say it's one of the places people want to go.
God, gets a lovely
swing
of the batting, doesn't he? Yeah, it's a beautiful play to watch. Kashivali, end of the over, 26 for 1.
It's coming down from a great height, that bat.
But yes, if they can make the most of this opportunity in Division 1 and stay up, which will be job one, it always is when you're promoted, and they're giving themselves a decent chance of that with 4 draws so far, and they're in a really good position here. 187 behind, having already taken 10 of the 20 wickets they need. Be a big step in the right direction. And then, Will, the wider story, which I wanted to ask you about as well. You broke a story at a dreadful time last week about the board meeting the meeting of was it formally a board meeting?
It wasn't even a meeting. It wasn't even actually a meeting. It was no, they didn't even meet in person. But it was I think the story you're referring to is the counties kind of giving the approximate green light to the 100 investment. But it landed just as Ali Martin, our colleague at The Guardian, broke an even better story about Jimmy Anderson retiring, so it kind of got lost in that a little bit. But those talks are all continuing.
I know there were a few counties that were keen to at least express. Was it 3 counties that weren't?
Well, no, it got 19 out of 19.
Sorry,
on broad direction of travel, but. What does broad direction of travel mean? But the 11 non-hosts, so that's Middlesex, obviously based at Lords but don't own it, and the other non-host counties in the 100 expressed some concerns, which I think are being kind of worked through this week.
Can I ask a dumb question? I know they're hypothecating the money out in slabs, so there's the first slab of it that gets shared between the 11 non 100 hosts.
Yeah.
The second slab, which gets spread across the 19, including the MCC, and any subsequent money above 425 mil goes to the 11 again. Why not? Why doesn't all of it just go to the 11? What's the reason for the chunk going to the
because the host counties would argue that they are taking on a lot of risk by hosting. It's going to be great cost to them to host the teams. So although they'll have investment,
and even though they're getting 51%,
they're being gifted 51%.
They're saying on top of that there'll still be an impost.
Yes.
Okay.
It's not a position I necessarily agree with completely, but I think that would be their position. But they're taking on quite a lot of risk. I think the word that keeps coming up is risk in terms of their. They will take on the full running of a 100 team along with their investment partner, and they think they've got a bit of a right to the 49, some of the 49 as well, 49%.
Oh, that is a gem again. Damn Worrell. He's a machine. He's got 2 for 1. He's been unplayable at times through this spell. A second wicket in his first shift, 26 for 2. Jake Libby loses a stump, bowled for 1.
You said he'd had a quietish week by his standards last week as Roach hogged the headlines, but today it's been immaculate. That's beautiful. Through the gate.
I know it's gone through the gate, and thus you could point to the gap between there, but to find it on that angle, you're expecting the Worrell stock delivery to be shaping away and threatening the outside edge, not dragging through the gap between the bat and the front pad. We'll see on this angle how big that was. Yeah, not a lot of room to work with, and there goes the off stump. So having lost all 10 wickets inside 55 overs, Surrey have already taken to a very busy day at the Keir Oval, and a lot of time still to go as Rob Jones makes his way to the middle. Will McPherson.
Yeah, busy first day, 12 wickets fallen. We've still got 32 overs remaining. Should be tea time about now. But Worrell's just been immaculate, hasn't he? 2 for 1 from a ball shy of 5. At the other end, Roach he's beaten the bat a lot, but he's also been slightly leaky. Couple of no balls. Roderick picked him off for a couple of boundaries in the first over, but Worrell's just been immaculate from this end. He's so difficult to get away. Libby, he worked very hard for his 1, but he was tied down there.
1 from 30 balls. And 31 after this. This game could be well advanced in 2 hours from now or thereabouts when stumps are drawn on evening 1.
You were talking about some rain on Monday. Maybe academic.
So Rob Jones, who has 1 ball to get through here, not initially he won't. Over from Lancs, loaned last year, and they made the deal permanent at the end of last season. Enjoyed some early success there around the time he was playing England 19s. His first ball here. There's that in-swinger point of difference. Ends a successful over for Surrey. Dan Worrell, a wicket made, and he's got 2 for 1 from 5. 26 for 2. Worcester trailing by 187. Jones yet to score. Cashy Valley on 6 down the other end. A few further thoughts from Will McPherson. Then Daniel Norcross jumping in.
Change of a commentary box and change of a middle, I think. I think Jordan Clark is coming on, replacing Roach, who I've just said he'd been slightly leaky, but he's beaten the bat a lot. Clark, just Surrey's most reliable player, really, and he batted in his trademark style earlier, and now he's looking for wickets. Dan, welcome.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you.
He certainly is. I mean, Surrey got 5 seamers in this game, so they'll be able to manage workload, you would think. Gus Aktinson frequently bowls from the pavilion end. Interesting that Jordan Clark's got first dibs at that end. Sean Abbott has tended to bowl from the Vauxhall end, our end, the OCS stand end. But 3 slips in place, and Surrey looking to fight back after being bundled out for 2. I think we could say bundled.
Bundled?
13, is that a bundle,
I think,
isn't it?
Well,
the
it's
speed at which it happened.
2 sessions, you've been bundled.
Yeah, bundle, that's a bundle. Yeah, that is a bundle.
Solid start.
It is. Well, he's always on the money.
He is.
Jordan.
He is. I mean, they might wait with Atkinson a little bit, maybe let it get a little gloomier.
Oh yeah.
Before unleashing your quickest bowler. But I mean, Roach has come off after 5 overs. There's no, when you've got 5 seamers and a 40 over session, maximum 40 overs. I mean, light may become an issue later, or those clouds may just open slightly. You don't need to bowl someone like Kemar Roach for more than 5 overs.
Actually, Roach has had his most effective spell. Came in the last match against Warwickshire, and it was once the ball has started to reverse, and he was irresistible at that point. So I think this can work out quite nicely for Surrey, and then they can give Roach a spell with a new ball, and then they can let him rest and graze, and then look at, once the ball's say 40 odd overs old, bowl him again. So if need be, he might sort of come into his own tomorrow morning. Oh, that is a very risky shot from Cushy Valley. Has Colo been around the grounds recently? To update us with what's happening?
No, not really. But there's wickets falling across the country today, aren't there? Apart from I think at Grace Road last time. Yeah, at Grace Road, Gloucestershire 301 for none. So
yes, well they're rather bucking the trend, but it's May, you see, and in May wickets tend to fall, as Andrew Samson proved conclusively with his analysis of runs per wicket per month. I think September was the most fruity, and then came May. But Warwickshire, I have to say, are fighting back. Did I say? That's what I mean. Most fruity, September. 226 for 6 Warwickshire, and this after they were 104 for 6. It's that man Ed Barnard again.
Barnard at it again.
Oh yeah, Barnard is at it again. One of the most underrated players on the circuit, along with Michael Burgess, who's 74 not out. It was a curious decision, I thought, to bat first at Chelmsford, because the first sessions at Chelmsford for years now have been particularly difficult. I remember seeing a game against Yorkshire in which both sides were bowled out in the day. I think Yorkshire got about 70 odd, and Essex got about 120, and then after tea, Johnny Bairstow batted brilliantly.
Yes.
Got Yorkshire into a lead, and thereafter runs were quite easy to score throughout the match.
The trouble with Essex, though, is they have you. They can do you a number of ways. They've got you don't want to be batting last against Harmer, do you? So it's a tricky one.
It's a tricky balancing act. You're right.
And Warwickshire have generally been batting well, not last week, I suppose, but.
Well, I think I would say they batted as well as they were allowed to. Well,
up against a very, very good side.
That's it. You're contractually obliged. End of the over. But no, it's not. It is the end of the over.
It is the end of the over, yeah.
It's passed by without much in the way of incident. Our scoreboard has got slightly becalmed, but it was a maiden over. So does Worrell get another one?
I think he's going to have one more, yeah.
He's very Romanesque, isn't he? I've said this before. He's got fantastically Roman features.
Yes. Yeah, it's interesting, as you say. For a man with an Irish mother and an English father, isn't it? From Australia, to be quite so Roman looking.
Yeah.
I just enjoy the general old-fashioned feel of Dan Worrell. The angled run.
Yeah.
The sideburns, which are often there, which are slightly retro.
The shape.
The shape, exactly.
Yes. Gets another thick edge there. It's well played by Jones to get him off the mark.
I also like his outside of his general bowling, his economy of movement. He doesn't waste steps on the outfield.
No.
If you watch him, he will, at the end of his over, he will walk straight down to fine leg. He won't wait for his cap, or he'll wait for somebody else to get his cap for him, or
just get
on.
And
Dom Sibley always has to come down from first slip to get his cap for him, take it to the umpire. It's good old-fashioned bowler behaviour.
It's how bowlers used to be, isn't it? You know, umpires used to be covered in 7 or 8 sweaters at various times of the day. And bowlers would never do anything as crude as to bend down to pick the ball up. Someone else would have to do that for them.
Quite. It feels to me like he shouldn't have a number and name on the back of his shirt. He shouldn't have a sponsor's logo, and it should be
a cravat.
It should just be plain whites for Worrell. He's a throwback in many ways.
That would be how you would see that it was him as well, because he'd be the one man dressed up in 1950s car with very big boots.
Yeah,
so
big
he had
boots.
to put whiting on every morning. Hobnail jobbies.
Yeah.
Yes, I'd be up for that. We can put that to our audience. Most old school cricketer on the circuit.
Look at that, that's a perfect example there.
Yeah.
Rory Burns had to do the picking up. He's not bending down.
Quite right.
No,
he's got bowling to do. Yeah. Bowling is hard work, as all bowlers will tell you constantly. Don't you find?
Absolutely, yeah.
They're not shy in expressing their toil.
It's an outstanding spell so far.
Nice shot. Slightly over pitched, lent into it beautifully, did Jones. He's looking in good working order out there at the start of his innings. And a rare boundary since
first of all today.
Yeah. Yes, I mean, he only conceded one run.
The figures tell the story for that one, I think. But
yeah, and often you can sort of tell when Worrell's coming to the end of a spell, because that is sort of what he does. Is
one loose ball,
and then he'll think, hang on, this isn't right.
As you said, you'd think that Abbott might get a go down here, this end, the Vauxhall end, next over.
Oh, now that's gone through low and awkwardly to poor old Ben Folkes, who's done well to stop it as much as anything else. Are you heading out to the World Cup?
I'm not, no, I'm manning the home front.
Are you?
Yeah.
So there's plenty going on action here for you?
Well, a bit of blast, bit of championship maybe, a bit of cricket politics.
You like your cricket politics, don't you?
Well, I wouldn't say it would be my first choice of things to cover, but needs must.
Well, I remember John Etheridge telling Jared Kimber many years ago when he first started.
I think I know what you're about to say. It's a good line.
Through to the keeper, there's no run. I wonder if that's the last over in this spell from Worrell. If it is, it's been a splendid spell. 2 for 7. He's taken the 2 wickets to fall, and he nearly picked up a third the last ball of that over. There's Jared Kimber, who wrote Death of a Gentleman, and along with Samson Collins, they went off to do all these interviews and whatnot, and it was all about administration and Test cricket and whether or not it was dying. That was all way back in like 2011. That's 13 years ago. I mean, we've been scared about Test cricket for 140 years, but that was one of the more powerful iterations of that anxiety. Oh, that's great fielding of his own bowling by Jordan Clark.
Hit that very hard.
Oh, saved us at 4, I think, didn't he?
Yeah.
Anyway,
umpire was taking evasive action as well.
Very wisely. Yeah, John Etheridge said to Jared, Jared, we're here to talk about men in boots, not men in suits. Yeah. Which sounded fine, except that for the last 13 years, you guys have spent an awful lot of time talking about men in suits, by which he meant obviously the administrators.
Quite. I feel like I spend quite a lot of time writing about men in suits, but...
Do you enjoy it?
No, not. No, I'd rather cover the cricket. But you know, the politics stuff is important. The behind-the-scenes movement. It tells us a bit about the cricket we'll be watching tomorrow or in future years and all that kind of stuff. So it's always interesting. But yeah, the game itself is always that's the reason you get into it, I would say.
Yeah. That's a fine shot. Kashif Ali, he looks in really good nick.
That shot's been coming, hasn't it?
Yes.
She's been hitting fielders, and he drove beautifully back at Clark, and then that one's just... There's quite a big gap there between Jamie Smith at sort of backward point, and Rory Burns at a wide mid-off, and he's just laced it through.
That's lovely. There's no real foot movement there. It's just hands to ball, timing, straight along the ground, textbook cover drive.
Because he's got such a high backlift, it's... All of those drives look beautiful, don't they? I
also like the fact he's just got cash on his shirt.
yeah.
Just call me Cash. Well, that shot was $1 million.
That's why they pay you the big bucks.
That's why I wish. Let's flick that away fine. We haven't seen very many of those today. Worcestershire didn't stray onto the pads, but Jordan Clark has there. He's played that nicely. I'd like to see.
Possibly a bit inside edgy. It went very fine.
Fine. Yeah. How far across his stumps has he got?
Quite a way. It was probably only on middle and off that, I reckon. Maybe middle. But
Could be. It's a fine shot. Brace of boundaries.
Yeah.
One after t'other. He's underway, and he's a very dangerous threat for Surrey here. Kashif Ali is in good form this season. Hit twin hundreds in a match. You can sort of see why. I've not seen... Well, I'm not sure if I've seen him live, ever. This is my first...
This is my first sighting live, yeah. That was at Edgbaston, wasn't it, against Warwickshire, where he got tucked in, and they were both scored a good lick, and I think both reached with a 6, which says a bit about the man. I think.
Yes.
Sense of occasion and. There's
a bit of flamboyance, isn't there?
Exactly. Touch of class.
Entertainment, license to thrill. He leaves the last ball of the over. 13 gone, 40 for 2. 2 wickets have fallen, both of them to Dan Worrell, and we can take a look at them now. The first one to go, we've seen this so many times this season, a catch at third slip, just pushing tentatively forward Roderick, and then this, a beauty, Libby's stodgy stay, been for pace, I don't know, I mean he's just played over that ball.
Just nipped in a touch maybe.
Flatten the off stump, but that's what he could do, you see, because you're set up for the away swinger time and time again, aren't you, with Worrell?
Yep.
That one that comes back in.
He's having another.
That's a surprise, right. This will surely be his last in this spell. And that's gone fine. It's going to run down to the boundary for 4. Has that come off? Bit of glove by the looks of things, looking at the umpire's signal. Didn't see a leg by signal there.
I think that's runs.
Yeah. Yeah, he has the capacity to bowl just that little bit quicker as well than you're expecting. He can slip one in, and he slipped a bouncer in, didn't he, which nearly collected a wicket earlier.
Yeah, he nearly bounced out Kashi first ball.
First ball, yeah.
His bouncer is, as Colin and I were discussing this, but his bouncer is genuinely slippery, even if he doesn't look that quick with his stop ball. But his bouncer really gets through. I suspect his stop ball is quicker than it appears live. Just get those bowlers, don't you? Who are, the gun doesn't tell the whole story.
That's nicely played, but Surrey have positioned a deep third, which is again a position that Worcester didn't really employ. Their seamers are probably a few miles an hour slower, which is partly why in Surrey's innings we didn't see really fielders behind square very much.
They rarely do without it, Surrey, don't they, the deep third.
And I'm happy about that. I'm a bit of a traditionalist when it comes to that. They feel like free runs.
Yeah, I mean, already, I think at least 3 singles have gone down there off Worrell, and that would be 3 boundaries if he wasn't there, so...
Edged, surely, and gone, yes! A third for Worrell, a horrible shot from Jones, wide outside the off stump, didn't need to go after it. A thick edge and a great diving catch from Ben Folkes. Surrey have got their third, the 13th wicket to fall today. This game is moving on at a pace, Will Macpherson.
It is. I think that's Kashif, isn't it?
Yes, you're right. Sorry, you're absolutely right. It's Kashif.
Scoreboard in here.
Yes, it is. The scoreboard hadn't updated. It's my mistake. And Kashif, it looked so good.
Yeah,
for his 15.
We've been praising the his bat swing, if you like, and he's had a big yahoo at this one.
Oh,
very thick edge.
Well, there's no foot movement there at all. It would have gone straight to Dom Sibley, but Ben Folkes has got the gloves. He's perfectly happy to dive in front of Sibley at first slip. And yeah, we've seen some couple of cracking shots from Kashif. Quite a few cracking shots that went straight to the fielder. But that one, he will not want to look back at. It was loose, and it's probably the last over of Worrell's spell. And you've really got to be thinking to yourself at that point, can I just get through the over? Because he's obviously Surrey's big threat with a newish ball under greyish.
It's genuinely
skies.
Grey skies now, isn't it? They're not low, and they're not.
No,
there's no threat of rain or going off, but it just the conditions are very different now to how they were earlier in the day.
Tricky for seeing, let's put it that way. Now then, Johnny Barron's favourite player walks out to bat. Why, you ask? Well, the much loved Mark Church was sat one day going through the team. Did he play for Warwickshire?
Played for Warwickshire, and he came for Somerset, I think, but he probably played for Warwickshire at the time.
I think he was, Johnny Barron was being the voice of God here for a T20 game, And Johnny Barron was just going through the team. He said, "Oh, I don't know this guy. Adam Hose." He said, she said, no, it's Jose. And the Baron believed it. And so, well, that's a lovely shot.
Way to get off the mark.
Well, Adam Jose to that. It's been beautifully played. Over-pitched maybe, driven through the vacant mid-off region for 4, so came out to bat. Johnny Barron goes in at number 4 to the entire ground. Adam Jose! Oh, how we laughed.
What a welcome.
What a welcome there.
They're both times.
Friendly ball, you probably say. I mean, you can see what Worrell's doing. He's trying to get it up there.
Yeah.
Get up there, and he's just over-pitched a touch.
Big strong boy, Hose. He plays a bit of franchise cricket, doesn't he? So
yeah.
Knows how to find the boundary.
He likes to get on the front foot, but that ends a wicket taking over for Dan Worrell. He has 3 for 16. Will McPherson's going to take a well-earned break. Thank you for joining us on the live stream.
Thank you, Andy.
And Ponsonby is going to come back in with the score 49 for 3. This game moving along at an extraordinary pace. I promise you, been here all day, and it's a typical oval wicket. There's something in it for the bowlers. There's something in it for the batters as well. Actually, the ball comes on. And I totally miscounted. That looks very close. Umpire shakes his head and Dan Worrell can't believe it. But we'll take a look at that at the replay. That is finally the end of the over. I miscounted there. Well, I think the umpire miscounted, to be honest with you, because there was a 4 and then there was a dot driven to short extra cover. So we see here from behind, hard to tell from that angle. Is it going down the leg? So he moves a long way across his stumps, does Jose?
He does indeed. I had one of the more bizarre evenings of my life after I interviewed Adam Hose when he went to Adelaide Strikers for a spell in the Big Bash League. I remember doing that interview in a hotel room in Multan in Pakistan as England were getting ready to play their World Cup or Euros quarter-final against France. A bizarre concoction of places and people.
First ball was left alone, and it's my cue to have a little break. Adam Collins will be back in now for the next 45 minutes or so.
G'day, Cam.
Good evening, Adam.
$49 for 3. Still 27 overs left today. Said it when I was last on. This game could look, well, who knows where it might look.
You did get the impression that this might happen. This might be the scenario when Worcestershire were bowling so well this morning. There was life in the pitch. There's always the other side of the coin that once you bowl well against one team, there's a reason they're getting out often. And now the tables have turned, and it's Surrey's turn to bowl in favourable bowling conditions. The floodlights are on.
I think that's one of the main factors, isn't it? It was a beautiful seeing day until it wasn't. Felt for Daniel with that previous wicket. The scoreboard, or the bug down the bottom of the screen, was very much Jones on strike, and you refer to that, you take it as read. So he'd finished saying what a poor shot it was from Jones, only to realise after the fact that indeed it was Kashif Ali who had to go at a wide one.
I thought it was a lack of professionalism from our colleague, personally.
So they've got to dig deep again here, Worcestershire. They were able to earlier, and Pope and Lawrence got away. That's when looking at the card of today, it won't make a lot of sense without context, because at 163 for 4, you're thinking, well, it's just a bowling team might be marginally on top on day one, but broadly speaking, on as even. But yes, that was a 148 run stand where it didn't look like they were getting out. But once they did, they both fell on 163, both caught behind, in the case of Lawrence chasing a wide one. They eked out 50 further runs, but it wasn't at all convincing. All out before tea for 213. And I make that point simply to say that Worcestershire, just when it felt like it might drift towards the kind of day where 15 for 4 becomes 300 for 5 or something like that, they dragged it right back with some savvy bowling changes and the way they were marshalled in the field, the ring field to contain, then the bowling changes that all pretty much worked in the lead up to tea. Well, a similar situation here where they're 4 and 5 Jones and Hose need to suppress the momentum that Surrey have been building with the ball. Clark completes a maiden 49 for 3. Mentioned that bug, it's fairly consistently a ball behind here, so that's part of the complexity. So I'm going to trust my eye and my binoculars more than I do the scoreboard through this commentary stint.
No, we did see another one of those changes of field, which is Sean Abbott comes into the attack. Jordan Clark dropped 2 fielders out to that square leg boundary. It is much shorter towards the gasometer, which is away to our left from the commentary box. Just changing the options of lengths he has to bowl at Jones and Hose. Hose, fresh off of 90 last week against Kent and Canterbury. Worcestershire almost were able to force a result, but in the end it was a kind of a winning draw, if such a thing were to exist in the county championship. As it happens.
Here's Sean Abbott. It was part of that collapse on Sunday 5 days ago. A brilliant piece of fielding off his own bowling to get rid of Ed Barnard, who made 108 in the first innings, was on 44 in the second, and really holding things together for Warwickshire through that middle session, or so it seemed. But the dive and his follow through dragged it in, and first ball. How often does Sean Abbott pick up a wicket right away? Not a great shot. Hose placing it into the hands of Lawrence at third slip. His second snaffle. 49 for 4 now. Worcester in the hole.
No, I think for the first time today, Surrey will consider themselves ahead of this match. We see on the replay, back of the length, just hosing to force the ball away. It's a smart take from Lawrence at third slip. He gets a warm pat on the back by all of his colleagues in there. And Abbott, easy as you like. What's the problem? What's the fuss? 1 ball, 1 wicket.
14 wickets in today and a long way to go, and that won't make for a particularly good replay. I mean, I understand on the basis of length while he's trying to attack it, but cutting that close to his body is always going to be done with a degree of risk. It's before his name's even flashed up on the screen here, Abbott, because as I said before, operating a ball or 2 behind, but believe you me, he's in the book. And I assure you, that scorecard is out of date. It finally ticks over as the captain walks out.
A particular point of worry for Worcestershire here is that Surrey haven't exhausted their bowling options for the evening. They've got a fresh Gus Aktinson who will come into the attack shortly, hopefully looking to bowl kind of in that high 80s, at that high 80 mark. And with the floodlights on, it's going to be a really nasty 25 overs for Worcestershire here. They are in danger of kind of collapsing in a bit of a heap. D'Oliveira, the skipper, comes to the crease.
Mentioned Abbott on day 1 last week. This time last week he picked up a wicket in the first over of both of his spells, and did so again with that caught and bowled that I referred to before in the second innings, which got the party started for Surrey. Got the golden arm, loves playing here. D'Oliveira, the captain, leaves the ball alone, which is in a similar place to the one that ended up with Dan Lawrence at third slip.
I think that's probably, as a 2 balls, it's a very good snapshot of why it's been difficult to bat in this wicket. As you said, it was fuller than the previous delivery, but not dramatically so. And that kind of crawled through to Ben Folkes on the bounce. The ball before really rose on Adam Hose, and Lawrence's catch was particularly smart. If we see the replay again, you'll see his fingers are kind of pointing down as if to take a catch near his hip. He ends up having to flip him round, fingers pointing upwards, taking it right by his face.
And skip through. Play and a miss. Oh, news from Divi 2. Leicestershire have finally got a wicket. Gloucestershire 316 for 1 after winning their first game in 18 months on Monday. Let the good times roll for Gloss. That's a long day. I think they won the toss and bowled as well, Leicestershire.
They did indeed.
Angling in, shaping away. loves bowling with the Duke's ball, Sean Abbott.
Looking at that slip cordon for Surrey. Very much the kind of cool kids at school. All 4 Test cricketers in there. Ben Folkes, of course, currently the incumbent with the gloves. Sibley, open for so long. Ollie Pope and Dan Lawrence. I should be able to do it off the top of my head. How many of Surrey's 11 have played Test cricket? I believe it's just Jordan Clark and Dan Worrell who are the anomalies.
And Worrell has played international cricket. Played some one days. Fair while ago now.
Well, Abbott hasn't played Test cricket, so I can add him to the list.
True, but again, he's played lots of white ball cricket for Australia, so yeah, it's an international team by any measure. Only Jordan Clark hasn't played, which, in a way, you look at the Surrey team sheet, he's more often than not as important as any of them.
Does have an incredible first-class record. His numbers actually, I've said that, and then his numbers is 28 with the bat, 30 with the ball, but you wouldn't be surprised if before too long those flip around.
Yeah, it's been a lot different in the last 3 seasons. Since 2022, it's like 40 with the bat, 20 with the ball. End of the over, wicket maiden for Abbott to start. Worcestershire have to find a way here with Jones and the captain de Oliveira. Mentioned Jones when I was on previously from Lancs. Decided to make this his new home. Made a century last year against Essex. Started this year in pretty good nick. Made 90 at Trent Bridge. A few 30s in there as well. And down the other end, the captain. Veteran. Oh, in line, but sliding. In line, but sliding. Just not far away. We saw Clark have a couple break his way, leg before wicket last week against Warwickshire.
Clark seemed to really like that shout. We'll see on the replay here. According to the umpire, the ball was sneaking down leg side, and you can see why he came to that decision. Clark just signalled with his hands as he was asking the umpire, did it not come back a little bit, get a little bit of shape on it? I think he already knew the answer before he'd asked the question.
Sits him on the floor. Sharp to de Oliveira. Again, ignore the bottom of the screen. See if we can get that possibly taken off, if that's viable, because it is a bit confusing when we've a ball or two behind. That's not a Surrey thing. That's the central programming. Straight back up.
I think that ball hasn't quite got as high as de Oliveira expected. Seemed quite comfortable ducking under it, and then had to take further evasive action. It's a tricky period of play for the Worcestershire batters.
Double bluff myself there. It's Jones on strike now. My apologies.
He did it to me as well then.
Yeah, I'm trying to use the board, but anyway, enough complaining. We can work it out. As for de Oliveira, made 100 in September against Yorkshire at Leeds. That was his 1 century last year, but very consistent. Been in job for 3 years now as captain at New Road. Spent some time opening de Oliveira, so up against a relatively new ball won't be a concern, but now back in the middle order. Very popular leader. And of course, Worcestershire royalty.
Such a storied cricketing family history. On his Cricinfo profile, he has 5 relations who also have a Cricinfo profile. That must be close to the record.
I get Samson's just looked at you, shrugged his shoulders, and goes, "Come on, buddy."
How high are we going?
I just forget about how high we're going. It's more the Samson. What, 5? 5? You call that a knife? Here's a knife. Samson, consider yourself commissioned. Please find the cricketer with the most amount of relations that you can find. There'll be a Hearn there, I'm tipping. We worked out on the podcast last week, there were 13 Hearns, interrelated Hearns. Down the leg side.
Well, I can tell you for free. That's the
end of the over. 49 for 4 remains the score.
That in New Zealand, you have 4... I think there's two things here. There's consecutive generations, and then there's kind of cousins and faraway half brothers and stepsisters, and how far it could go sideways. There's also just exactly linear in the Sneddons in New Zealand. You've got 4 consecutive generations of first-class cricketers. I've only said that just to earn some respect back from Andrew Samson.
Martin's son's opening the bowling for Wellington at the moment. Martin Steddon, who was the chair of New Zealand cricket till recently, great man. I think, yes, 4 generations of first class, and the 3 before the young fella all played Test cricket for New Zealand as well. I think I'm right in saying, near enough to it. Yeah, Samson's agreeing with me, thank you.
So, if I remember that correctly, Andrew has told us that Dolliver is the only one who has a grandfather, son and grandson who all have double first-class hundreds.
Yeah.
Wonderful. I actually knew that myself before arriving in the box.
You do your research, you can.
Obviously, for moments such as this.
Most Cricinfo, yeah, I've got Thomas Hearn and his family. I mean, they include a lot of them. I think I got the wrong Hearn here, actually. There's 7 here. This was the Middlesex Hearn, and I think they're related back to old Jack Hearn somewhere. No, that'll take some beating, 7. But I'm going to back Samson to better it. Great cricketing dynasties with lots of brothers and sisters and that kind of thing. Speaking of New Zealand, I'm tipping there's quite a few Hadleys that are interconnected. At least the 3 brothers and the dad. Past the edge. They're just stuck on 49 here, and I mean, there's obviously a reason for it, because Abbott's came into the attack, got a wicket first ball, and beat the bat 4 times since, because he's an absolute gun.
No, I think it's having spent the day with Worcestershire, if not in the box seat, then leading the charge in the match, especially at 15 for 4, where it looked like Surrey could kind of crumble in a bit of a heap. The match has turned, and it's now kind of Worcestershire holding on, and runs are exceptionally hard to come by at the moment. You're not particularly sure how they're going to get to kind of 60 and 70 and beyond at the moment.
Nice. That's a good leave as well from the captain. My other thought is Neil Harvey. He'll have a lot. Well, the 4 brothers played for Victoria. No further relations, so not quite.
I think it's also an interesting comparison to make between the two sides, both in personnel and style of play. Is at the point in Surrey's innings when they were 4 down and really in trouble, you had Pope and Lawrence at the crease who kind of took it upon themselves to counter-attack. I really dislike the phrase counter-attack because I don't think it makes sense personally. We'll get to that for another time. And here, Dolliver and Jones are kind of having to sit in a little bit more than perhaps their opponents had done.
Another gem. Goes the other way. Evades the inside edge, misses the off stump. Both things were in the frame as the ball careered back towards the stumps, or so it looked. Was it the inside edge that might have saved him? Did he get a little feather on it? Either way, it's ever so close to another wicket for Surrey.
Can't imagine the Surrey Aldershot fan base is a particularly large Venn diagram of people. You never know. Let's find out.
SurreyBroadcast@gmail.com. If you follow Aldershot and you're not sat here, let us know. If you're not underneath that flag. Hand off the bat to finish. Won't be a run. End of Abbott's second over. 49 for 4 remains the score. Round of applause goes round the Kia Oval. I'm quite keen to know how you've ended up having an opinion on the word counter-attack. I mean, how does one happen upon having an opinion on such a thing?
I think in a cricketing context, when people go, oh, that's a great counter-attacking innings, I think it's kind of slight over-analysis, and it's just a lad decides to whack it. They're like, oh, we're 30 for 4, and I got 2 long ups, and I end both to the boundary. I'm counter-attacking. You're just hitting it.
In a couple of years' time, Cam, what are we? 2.5 years' time.
Yeah.
There's going to be a test match played at Melbourne, the sesquicentenary test.
Yep.
150 years on, all the rest of it. We'll catalogue all the great innings, right? There'll be, you know, we'll all be a part of it. There'll be panels, there'll be books, there'll be articles, there'll be whatever. And someone will go through the great Ashes innings, and someone will talk about both of them's 149 at Leeds, and you'll go, that wasn't a counter-attacking innings. He was just smashing it. He was just smashing it.
Agree.
Hits the pad. That'll be off the 49. It'll take them to 53 with leg byes. First misdirected delivery for a while.
I think I could get on board with it a little bit more if people kind of failed in a counter-attacking way as well. But people never... You see a replay there. It's ball just sliding down leg side. A tiny tickle. I didn't quite see the umpire signal if that was leg byes or runs. But no one is ever credited with getting out counter-attacking.
Given his runs. Sorry, Rob Jones. Oh, how about that though? Next ball. Next ball. They've been hard held since they came together. And Jones cops one that jags back from Clark. It gets so many players out that Clark's wider worth to this Surrey side is reinforced time and time again. 53 for 5, Cam Ponsonby.
And that wicket is just a correction from Clark's previous delivery. He's always looking for that method of dismissal. He comes from reasonably wide on the crease, angling that ball in, and that's a simpler decision as you could hope for if you're an umpire. And Clark, further proving his worth to Surrey County Cricket Club. He's had a phenomenal few years. He's been so integral to this side that's won back-to-back titles. You'll see, if we see a replay from front on again, I imagine, you'll see the ball just angling in off the seam. The ball before, Clark would have been searching for that same delivery, but just got his line wrong. It just snuck down leg side. This time, everything in straight lines, and Jones has to depart.
Day one against Hampshire, day one against Warwickshire, and it's still day one against Worcester. That's where Clark does his best work with the ball. Up top when the game's there to be won. Always asking those questions, and made a contribution with the bat. He was not out 42 from 36 in tough conditions. You could argue it was a counter-attacking knock, but I don't want to get in an argument with you, Cam.
Quite right.
And yeah, seeing here, you're right about it being a relatively straightforward decision for umpire Lloyd, whose finger more or less went up with the appeal. No real concerns there. If you wanted to quibble if you were the batter in that situation, was enough of it in line with the off stump, but yeah, I think it's fairly safe to say that it was moving back prodigiously inside part of the pad. That weight, 100 not out last week, different circumstances here. 53 for 5. Averaging 51 this season, so he is providing all-round worth. Tell you what, couldn't have bowled much better today when Pope and Lawrence were coming at him. He was the one who was able to keep the economy rate down. I think that spell he bowled before the pair of them were dismissed was super important in just making the set pair think about their scoring rates again. And they lost their last 6 wickets for 50. Waite took 3 of those. Now he's facing up. 22 overs left after this. What do you think the end of play score will be? Noting that when I'm finished commentary here, I have to duck off, so I won't see the last however long it is. I wonder where we're up to, 22 and a bit overs from here.
22 overs, so give or take 50 runs, kind of 50, 70 run territory, but I guess... I'm not saying this with a Surrey live stream hat on. I think that you could make a case where Surrey could go, do you fancy a bat again today, lads? Like, the ball's moving around, it's horrible conditions out there. I don't think that is beyond the realm of possibility. That 20 wickets fall.
Don't see it too often. We were talking earlier today about a famous game where Stuart Surridge was captain and tried to engineer a finish within 4 sessions. That's not happening, clearly, but yes, as you say, if they get the chance, if they do, yeah, I think your point is a reasonable one. 54 for 5. Andrew Samson's busy. Worcestershire had 7 brothers play for them between 1894 and 1936, including the great Reginald Tip Foster, who on Test debut in 1902 hit 287, which was the world record in his first hit in Test cricket.
Yeah, well done.
The Tip. 3 of their next generation also played first-class cricket. Worcestershire was known as Fostershire for a while. I like that. Fostershire, Proctorshire. Same energy there. Abbott to Waite. Sharp.
7 brothers across 40 years. That's remarkable. I'm trying to work out how the age ranges that have to work there. You've also the split, how many of them played pre-war, how many played post-war?
Yeah. You know who can probably tell you that?
Man to my left.
Blake next to you, yeah. He'll give you a little spreadsheet. You can rattle through it for me.
Wonderful. Right, I'm going to have to get these guys up on Cricinfo.
Oh, ever so close to feathering that. Not a lot of footwork.
It is one of the great cruelties of cricket, that Waite, having bowled so well today. Figures of 3 for 19 from his 12 overs. Such a crucial role with the ball, and they dismissed, was part of that collapse where Pope and Lawrence went in consecutive overs. And not even 2 hours passed, and he's back under the examining microscope, as it were, with his potential to... Well, I think this is the main difference. People say if you're an all-rounder, you have 2 chances to succeed. I say you have 2 chances to fail, personally.
Shot. Balls of his feet. Didn't overhit it. Timed away. Boundary for Waite. 58 for 5.
It's a lovely punch off the back foot from Waite. Through point just in front of square. It's the first runs Abbott has conceded. We're into his 3rd over. And it could well be that Waite's fine day continues. Not too dissimilar a delivery that dismissed Adam Hose. But Waite was just able to ride that bounce a little bit better, and get on top of the ball.
Through again. Burns did take some pace off it, so it won't reach the rope.
It's another piece of fantastic timing from Waite. Yes, you could argue it's a misfield from Burns, who has such an expanse of space he has to cover by himself as skipper. He kind of feels at a wide mid-off position, almost maybe in club cricket you'd consider a cover. Cost Sean Abbott too, but also saved him too, you could argue. You could argue it either way.
It's a hell of a partnership that he put on with Jason Holder last week, Waite. So he's in form, 100 not out, put on 223 unbroken, as he duly plays and misses.
Did I see you had the Foster Cricinfo page up?
Tip Foster's this is your homework, Cam. There's some other relations here for him as well, I add. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So there's a nephew and 6 brothers. Then there's 2 others. There's a nephew and a brother-in-law by the last name of Greenstock. And Tip, 1903 at Sydney when he made his 287. He's only 100 in Test cricket as well, Cam, which is one of those quirks.
So I'm seeing here the 7 brothers were born across 17 years between 1873 and 1890. And they played until 1936. So the youngest would have been 46 at that point. Were they just the 7 people in Worcestershire? Were they the only people who were able to play?
Good genes. Great genes.
That's what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 relations on Cricinfo. I think this is what people who tune in for the Surrey live stream for.
Hope so. We're about to learn some more about that test in 1903. Tell you that much for nothing. Here's De Oliveira. Yet to get off the mark from 13 balls. This is the beauty of the timeless test. 1903. So this is before we had 5-day test cricket. Australia hits 285 and England respond with 577. That's where Foster makes his record score. Pretty good bowlers in that Australian team too, including Monty Noble. Then Australia still have time to make 485 in their second innings. Oh, it's sliding. 185 not out from a bloke called Victor Trumper. He went okay in just 230 minutes, batting with a twig probably. Wilfred Rhodes, 5 for 94. Be still my beating heart.
What was considered a good runs per minute kind of ratio?
Yeah, cricketer today. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, they were getting so many more overs in per day. And then England was set 194, and they chased it down for the loss of 5 wickets. Tom Hayward, 91, Surrey champion. I was reading about Tom Hayward yesterday, where he missed a tour game here against the Australians in 1899 on the basis that he picked up sunstroke in Manchester the previous week playing a test match.
Happen.
Sunstroke in Manchester.
Happens all the time.
Sunstroke in Manchester. Tom Hayward.
It's epidemic.
Surrey did beat the Australians in that tour game as well.
So I hadn't quite considered that the runs per minute would have been quicker than the current day, but the runs per over was lower because, well, I guess they weren't having 30-yard run-ups, that type of thing.
Yeah, that's one way of interpreting the run-ups. Sort of 2 steps in for some of them. This culture was different too. Getting through the overs, there was fewer distractions, you might say. Wickets weren't really celebrated in the same way either. Shot off the mark, the captain. 17 balls to get his first run, but knows that his job is all about occupation for the time being. He's 2. Still 1 ball left in Clark's over. I mean, famously look at Jim Laker. Completes his 10-wicket innings, 19 in the match, just threw the jumper over his shoulder and walked off.
I do think it's really interesting where you compare, when you hear people talk, athletes from past decades or be even centuries, speak about the emotions that they experience internally for their greatest successes.
Ends the over, 60 for 5.
And they correlate with what we see today, with that people talk about how it's the greatest moment of their life. They were incredibly nervous in the build-up to the fixture, and then you see the visuals of them celebrating. It's so much tamer. The outburst of emotion is so much smaller than what it was today, but still written down and still spoken when they speak about it afterwards. If you compare a World Cup winner in 2024 to what they'd say from 1966, for instance, I imagine the words would be very similar, but the celebrations would be very different.
I do wonder how football influenced cricket with celebrations as well. Just referencing Laker there, Samo's told me between overs that next Friday night at Old Trafford they're doing a screening of the Laker wickets.
Goodness me.
And you can still buy tickets. I assume that's an association of statisticians and historians event. The Lancashire and Cheshire Cricket Society next Friday night. Tell you what, if I wasn't...
Bring your sun cream.
If I wasn't... Bring your sunscreen, your Tom Hayward branded sun cream. Very good, that's what they call a callback, isn't it? If I wasn't up in Edinburgh, I'd be half a chance to go to that. Take the kids. Behind it.
How do you do a watch back of 19 wickets? You don't run it live, as it were. It's got to be an edited highlights package of sorts.
You'd think that, yeah. I don't know. Well... Yeah.
You start at 11 a.m. one day. You sent on TV. It's a 4-day. It's a camping trip.
I mean, it sounds all the more attractive. Start Friday, dig in. If you really mean it, you'll be there for the whole thing. It was that kind of world, though, wasn't it? Daniel and I were talking earlier today about Lancashire legend Cyril Washbrook, who was the selector in 56. He retired because he was 41 at the time. And before the Leeds Test match, crucial match, Australia had won at Lords. The other selectors asked him to leave the room for a moment. He hadn't played Test cricket for 5 years. He walked back in and said, "Would you mind playing the Test match tomorrow?" So he made 98 at Leeds, being asked to play by his fellow selectors.
Wonderful. Yes, I do. I have heard that story before.
It's ridiculous. Different world entirely. So here, just Samo asking me to give us one more plug. The 24th of May, 7 till 9 p.m. in the Pavilion Long Room after the Warwickshire day's play up there at Old Trafford. It's a tenner to get in, and £7 for members of the Cricket Society. I might join the society just to get the discount.
Hope Nathan Lyon's speaking.
Oh, that's a great idea. They have to get Nathan up on stage. Whether he knows much about Jim Laker, it doesn't matter. It's their first film evening event, they're saying. That suggests there's going to be more. Go Lancs. They've got it sorted out. De Oliveira keeps the board ticking in the right direction for the visitors. Maybe we should can we start a film club? We got the clout to start a film club at the Oval.
Adam, I believe you can do anything you put your mind to.
Could we start a little movie club? in the long room over there? We can ask. John Surtees isn't with us this week. He's over having a Bruce Springsteen themed weekend away.
Naturally.
Could we? Steve Elworthy might be listening to this. I'm happy to run it, and we have significant moments in Oval. I know there's a podcast about Oval history at the moment with in-swinger, well negotiated. Keeps the strike weight up to 9. 65 for 5. There's still 148 in arrears. Maybe like 6 times a year, we put on. We try and set up the long room on the other side of the ground. If you're listening, Steve Elworthy, we can make a few bucks here, and we pick 6 significant, moments in Oval history. Could be Surrey stuff. Could take some Stream stuff. Who knows? Could take some of us.
So next year we show a live repeat of the Surrey live stream from day 1 against Worcestershire 2024 tenor entry.
Here comes Gus Aktinson, your mate from Spencer, to bowl some right arm rockets. First time he's been in the attack today. Didn't play last week. Sort of being managed, isn't he? So he's played a couple of games at home, and that's his lot so far this season. But an influential performance in the first innings against Hampshire. Sorry, against Somerset, I should say. Oh, wants one sent back, rightly so. There was no way they were getting through for the single there. De Oliveira signalling no just in time. They might just have a little chat about that. But yes, a film night. This could be fun. Well, surreybroadcast@gmail.com. What would you like if we had, based on the Lancashire and Cheshire Cricket Society, they're allowing 2 hours for Lakers 19, okay. We have to reduce these events to 2-hour windows to make it viable. What are we putting on? Devon Malcolm's knife.
Yes, that was the first came to mind. Maybe.
Samo's yelling, no. He was here as a tourist following South Africa at the time. No.
Would you go for Cook's final century?
Cook's final century. I might go for the radio commentary on that because you know who called his 100?
Daniel Norcross.
Daniel Norcross, beautifully. Yeah, we can get tricky with what commentary we use over the top for some of these things. Tufnell bowling out Australia in 97. Oh, carry. Ambitious from Waite. Going an uppercut second ball. Gets away with it. Looking to keep pressure on. I don't mind the fact that Waite's looking to score. Sometimes if that's your game, you've just got to keep playing that way in a situation like this.
Hard plug for Anisha one. Surrey versus Essex, the final game of the 2018 season.
Bonkers.
Where Surrey got bowled out for 67 first dig and almost won, defending 130 in the 4th innings.
Yeah, it was a wild few days here. There's a lot going on. Oh, saved at least a couple. Smith there to his right. Might have saved 4. Even to the long rope. Would have, excuse the cliche, gathered pace across the practice wickets.
I think Smith has fielded that superbly. Atkins will be very thankful to his mate at point. He's picked it up on the bounce, kind of across. Yes, those wickets haven't been used, so the footholds aren't particularly kind of uneven in their bounce, but it was still a nasty piece of work that Jamie Smith had to do. Saved 4.
Shots. Certainly the shot of the session. Made a beautiful sound out the middle of the blade. Reaches 13.
Waite's day is getting better and better. This is a phenomenal cover drive. He played one earlier from the other end which beat or stung the hands of Rory Burns at cover. This time absolutely no chance that anyone was going to get near it, aside from the 12th man of Surrey who's wandering around the boundary edge.
Just to flip this, we talked about the scenario where Surrey have a good hour and a bit before stumps. More runs. Had a couple, Smith doing the chasing. Let's go the other way. If they go at, let's pick a number, 4 and over if they keep counter-attacking, using that word you don't like, and get another 70-odd runs before the close. In a low-scoring game, if they get to 140 for 5 by stumps, it's on as even again.
No, absolutely. It's kind of the beauty of a lower scoring contest where it looks like I'd be surprised if we get into the depth of day 4 at this rate with 15 wickets on day 1. And the way Waite's batting, Waite's kind of taking a leaf out of the kind of Lawrence and Pope's book from earlier in the day, where he is having a bit of a counter-attacking attitude, putting some pressure on, putting some Surrey under some pressure. But then again, I guess this is where I thought there was a good example of Clark's over against Nathan Smith, where he's hit 4 consecutive boundaries. Smith missed 4 times and Clark punished him on each occasion. It wasn't necessarily a case he was going out of his way to hit good balls for 4 in the way that Dan Lawrence did.
Leg stump line to start from Abbott. I'm quite into this. The Surrey Film Club. We need use of the long room, I think. You'd need that drawing power, wouldn't you? You need to have it somewhere.
Yeah, well, the films aren't drawing anyone in at the moment.
I don't know. I think there's something here. There's the kernel of an idea. You could probably fit a couple of hundred people in there with a projector, a bit of popcorn.
I can't really imagine coming down to the Oval to watch cricket on the TV. Why don't you come a bit earlier and watch it on the pitch?
Is it too niche? No, I don't know. I don't think it is.
Well, why don't we wait for some feedback from the Lancashire and Cheshire Cricket Society? See how they go. Workshop it.
Let us know how you get on, lads. If it works, if you get your numbers in for Lakers 19, world of opportunities. I mean, there's so much archived stuff. Hutton's 364, that was on television. I think it's only the newsreel footage that's left of it, though. They don't have the... But they played 2 hours a day of the 38 Ashes. That was the first ever filmed cricket that went live to television. You had to be within a 20-mile radius of Alexandra Palace to watch it, though. It's slightly prohibitive. And no one had a telly either before the war. Not really. Nice shot. Cut off. Follow through again.
I imagine this might cost Surrey a bit of money to do this, but I could see with Tom Holland of the Rest is History fame and John Surtees of Director and King of the Surrey Livestream fame setting up their Oval, the History of the Oval kind of podcast, you could have a kind of Rest is History Oval special in the long room, where that's hosted by Tom and Dominic Sandbrook.
Now we're cooking with gas.
There we go.
This is what innovation is all about, Cam. Ideas Factory. Edged and nearly dragged in. It would have been a screamer. Had there been fourth slip in position, Abbott probably has a second. Instead, 4 more for the pairs. 76 for 5. Wait to 19 from as many balls. I wonder how close Lawrence got.
I think it's clipped the end of his fingers here. It was a wonderful effort from Lawrence. See a full-blooded drive from Waite. Just checked a little bit, and as you can see, it just flicks the fingers. It was a wonderful effort, and for a moment it just looked like the shapes were lining up that it was going to stick in that right hand of Lawrence. As it happens, it was 4 more runs. Waite pulling out that shot just at the last moment.
Timed his dive well. Not quite. Well worked for 1. So a busy over again.
It's a good little passage of play, this, for Worcestershire. Partnership stands at, I'm going to do my maths quickly, just 19, but half of those have come in the last 2 overs. A little bit of scoring momentum. It's falling the way of the pairs.
Now, I think Daniel Norcross is going to replace me in a minute, so I've got to be on the football pitch in 18 minutes.
Don't we all, Adam Collins?
You're in a tough spot here, Cam.
I'm a very
You're going to be getting on half time.
That's fine.
Are we playing with each other or against? I think we're against each other.
I think we're against each other. Looking at the redness of your top.
Yeah, again, good batting. That will be the over. 78 for 5. Waits 20 from 20. Doing his bit as he did with the ball earlier today. So is Daniel going to bound through the door, or am I going to be sprinting over to where we're playing?
It's always good to have a warm-up, Adam.
Yeah.
That's fine.
I'm touch older than you. I need to do the warm-up before the warm-up. This is the good thing about working with Daniel. He's got absolutely no interest in physical activity, really. So there's no danger of him signing up for the Friday night kickabout. Happy to see us through to the close. Here's Gus. Here's Yas Rana coming in for you. You might have timed your run quite well too. Did you tee this up?
I'm a very organised man, Adam.
This up?
I'm a very organised man.
You'll be running down. I'll be sort of sauntering down. You've got to be ahead of me here. Controversial. Where's Daniel gone? Here's Yas Rana. See you, Cam. I look forward to you scoring several goals tonight. Yas taking us through to stumps. Long stint for you coming up. You've done the right thing by your colleague Cam Ponsonby there. If only Daniel would come and relieve me. Best laid plans. Did you hear our idea?
snippets of it.
It's a good one, isn't it? It's just underneath your office, the pavilion.
Yeah.
Surrey Film Club. We reduced these moments in time down to 2-hour blocks. We do it 6 times a year. We get Tom Holland involved. That's kept a wee bit low, I reckon, by the way. Tom has the clout. He brings people together. Rest is history, fame, and so on. And we do this thing next year. Overhead projector. Flashing a bit of YouTube up on the screen. Maybe we could do better than YouTube. Who's to know? Daniel supports it. I'm sure Daniel's in with me on this. The Surrey film. You can tell him he's not been watching clearly. Yas can brief Daniel on what we're going to do next year. Through the covers, just wide of Smith, who's been busy to the long boundary in the last couple of overs. 2 added. A few further thoughts from Yas Rana, then it'll be Daniel Norcross. 6 times a year.
From a Surrey perspective, this is becoming an irritating knock from Waite, who moved on to 22 off exactly 22 deliveries.
Following up from his 100 in the last game. Well, in a low-scoring first innings, partnerships 40, 50, 60, they can make such a massive difference. Especially as the ball gets a bit softer, but we also saw what Kemar Roach can do with a ball that's a bit older in the last game. It can really start to reverse.
Surrey, like Worcestershire, very seam heavy this week, 5 seamers, so it means that they'll all be reasonably fresh with 16 overs to go in the day.
Oh, now then, what's that come off? It was an aggressive shot from Waite. It's the end of the over, but he didn't get anything on it. 81 for 5, 86.8 miles an hour. It felt like it as well. Meanwhile, D'Oliveira is digging in, so there's a bit of a counter-attack going on. You can see he's just feeling his hip there. That'll be where it's hit him. If it's got just above the thigh pad, that can be really annoying. There's just that little tender spot by the bone, isn't there? And you really feel it when you get hit there.
He did very well not to show any pain upon impact, but now that attention has gone elsewhere, he's showing his pain to his teammate.
Abbott's going to continue. This is his 6th over in this spell. So how Surrey manage these? I'm thinking Atkinson will probably have another 3 or so, and that would leave 5 overs at the pavilion end. Abbott's going to have to come off, you'd think, before awfully long, and then it's a matter of who switches to this pavilion end. Do you go with Worrell again, or a couple of overs of Jordan Clark and then Worrell to finish off? I wonder what's in Rory Burns' mind. Edge, but played soft hands, and it is not going to be cut off. It was a noble effort from Gus Aktinson down there. He's slightly wider at deep third. And 4 more precious runs for Worcestershire. This partnership now 42. They've nearly 32, I beg your pardon. Nearly doubled the score. It wasn't far away from third slip, but he played it softly.
Yeah, and those runs have come in reasonably quick time, going at pretty much 5 runs and over as a partnership.
Now, you're not playing football, are you, Yas?
No, I'm with you till the bitter
yeah,
end.
I'm very grateful to you for that. I mean, there's those who put in the hard yards, and there's those who swan off well before the close of play and have a kick about. When does football stop for these football people? Does it ever stop? Is it a rolling 12-year, 12-month, 365-day forever contract with football? Oh, let's jack back a touch.
I think the football never stops.
Football never stops. Yeah. The big clash. Ponsonby v Collins.
That was one of the plus sides of the Ashes schedule last year. Was it was exactly in the gap where there wasn't any
no football,
big men's football.
Yes, even numbered years are always a bit perilous, aren't they? Which is why, as a general rule, it seems to me the ECB have split India and Australia into odd numbered years.
Which I think is quite smart. I think the Ashes started after the Champions League final and finished before the Community Shield, and pretty much was exactly that. And that's obviously, that wasn't an accident. And you know, in as you say, in odd numbers years, the summer can be quite quiet from a sporting perspective. So sometimes we worry is you could have an amazing series, but there's something else going on there.
Yeah. Well, this year it was the Olympics as well as the Euros. Just straying onto the pads, nicely worked away. They should get a couple here.
Obviously, the Olympics is clashes with a fair bit of the international summer, but the West Indies series actually only starts right at the very end of the Euros.
Right.
So Jimmy Anderson's last day as a Test cricketer could be on the day of the Euros final.
Euros final, yes.
But as a result, there's not actually that much overlap. So again, it appears deliberate that they're doing their best to have the international summer as much as possible not overlap with the football season.
It's a Lord's Test as well, so 5 days. Doesn't usually go deep into a fifth day unless there's rain. And the men's final at Wimbledon on the same day. Oh dear. 87 for 5 at the end of that over. 15 more remain in the day.
I'm not a big tennis man, but I believe the 2019 Cricket World Cup final happened at exactly the same time. It was an epic 5-set men's final at Wimbledon.
That's right. Ever since Scotland's Andy Murray has ceased to be at the top of his game, well, ever since he changed his name from Britain's Andy Murray to Scotland's Andy Murray, which
depends on how well he's doing.
Depends on how well he's doing, yeah.
Someone actually did a study in that.
Did they?
Yeah. That proved in copy he is described as Scotland's Andy Murray when he does worse. This is statistically, academically proven research.
Now this is interesting. Change of bowling. Atkinson out of the attack. I wonder if we're going to see a change of end. Now, Roach is coming in for his second spell. Again from his favoured pavilion end, leg by off the first ball. This intrigues me. Atkinson with just 2 overs in that spell, I think.
Yeah, 2 overs.
2 overs. So I wonder if Abbott's spell is over and we're going to see Atkinson from the Vauxhall end. I wonder.
And I wonder if it's an end preference for Roach as well. He opened up from pavilion end.
Just with 15 overs left in the day, he's not going to bowl an 8-over spell here, so I think this might be just Rory Burns just asking different questions. He's got 5 seamers, so he can afford to play around with them a bit, can't he?
They've put a halt on the procession at 53 for 5. We were talking about it off air. There's a very real possibility that Surrey might have been batting again this evening.
Yes, which does now seem pretty far-fetched, you'd think, albeit that we've got 14.5 overs to go. You'd expect them to get it in this time of year. The light is good. It's good late on. What are we on the 17th of May now? So we've only got another 5 weeks before the nights draw in.
Yeah, which is such a depressing thing to say given the weather we've had. We're much further into what should be the good bit of early summer.
I know, but look, fingers crossed, the clouds will pass and get a lovely warm summer from July onwards. Remember 2012 when it rained so much, Yorkshire lost so many days of play. And then the Olympics happened and the skies parted, the sun came out. Are you an Olympics fan?
I was in 2012. I don't think I've really followed the last 2.
Oh, surely. I mean, a geography teacher doing kayaking is about the most thrilling thing you can think of in a time trial.
I didn't have many tickets for 2012, but I remember I watched a lot of it in Hyde Park. They had big screens on at Hyde Park, so that gave you a sense of the atmosphere.
Super Saturday was a thing and a half, wasn't it?
I was playing cricket that day, so I basically missed it. I was in a traffic jam near Richmond.
How ironic. While Mo Farah was speeding around the track at the Olympic Park, you were stuck in a traffic jam. This is becoming an irritating partnership for Surrey. 36 these two have now put on. Been very impressed with Waite's proactivity here. He's taken the game to Surrey. Always looking for runs. He'll get at least one here. It'll just be the one to complete the over. 3 off it, 2 off the bat. 90 for 5 with 14 overs in the day remaining. So I imagine we'll be looking at about a sort of 10-7 finish, which is fairly late, but that's what happens when you get a day when lots of wickets fall.
We've not had an over of spin yet today.
No, we have not.
And it looks like you're right. Change of ends for Gus Aktinson. He comes back into the attack this time from the Vauxhall end. We spoke a lot last week about how Ed Bernard's one of the most underrated players in the country. So he's
done it again.
He's done it again. He's 104 not out. We talked a lot about Warwickshire's batting depth and Michael Burgess at number 8. He's 95 not out.
What is this partnership now?
It's 181
Woof.
for the 7th wicket. But I think Waite is also in that category of underrated all-rounders. He averages 36 with the bat and 30 with the ball since moving to Worcestershire. Had to bide his time for first-team opportunities. Originally from Yorkshire, but he's really made New Road and Kidderminster his home, and he's been brilliant for them.
Well, the Lord loves a sinner who repents. Speaking of Yorkshire, how's former England captain Joe Root getting on against Sussex? Because that's another game that's seen a bagload of wickets.
Yeah, that's another 15-wicket game. Joe Root is 47 not out. Yorkshire 126-5 in response to Sussex's 150. So those are crucial runs.
Big recovery there from the Yorkies. It's hard to know as a Surrey fan whether you want Yorkshire and Middlesex to come back up so you can play them, or whether you want them to languish for another year in the second division for daring to defy.
It's not impossible that next year, given the start of Lancashire season, that Lancashire, Yorkshire and Middlesex could all be in Division 2.
What a weird thing that would be.
That would be 3 of the 4 most successful counties. Is that right? In terms of number of championship wins in Division 2?
We'd need to check with Samo. Certainly Yorkshire would be.
Yeah.
Middlesex have won a fair few. Lancashire haven't won so many, have they? Because they only won one since 1930. Whenever it was, 36, was it? 34. They tied one in the 50s. Yeah, again with Surrey. Was that the? I mean, apart from anything else, it's 3 big Test match grounds, isn't it? In the second division, and that wasn't really necessarily predictable. Then you look at a side like Essex, who have been tremendous the last 10 years. I remember when Essex hadn't won a trophy in their history. 1979, their first trophy of any kind.
I don't know if this still holds true, but a couple of years ago, so yeah, that's right, so Yorkshire lead the way with 33 titles, Surrey second with 22, Middlesex third with 13, and Lancashire in fourth with 9.
Well, I never.
So yeah, it could be 3 of the 4.
Shot. That is a lovely on drive. It'll be pursued, and it will actually be hauled back in. But that's a minimum of movement. Great economy. 3 off the last ball means that D'Oliveira will keep strike on 15. 94 for 5 with 13 overs of the day remaining.
I don't know if it still holds true, but Phil Walker a couple of years ago, I can't remember what trophy it was that Essex had won, worked out that in his lifetime Essex had won more trophies than any other county.
That wouldn't surprise me. They had a pretty prolific 80s. They weren't bad in the 90s, and they've been very good in the last 10 years. But they've run into Burgess and Barnard today. Roach will continue from the pavilion end. Clouds remain high. We're down to just the one slip.
Hmm.
And the field that Surrey have got now is not dissimilar to that they had towards the back end of the game against Warwickshire, where you've got almost catchers in front of the wicket here. Looks like Roach is going to look to go straight. They're bringing in a second slip for Waite because they know that he's prepared to play the drive. So 2 slips now and a wide deep third. Jordan Clark down there.
Yeah, Waite's looked to get bat and ball on pretty much everything. Surrey have left vast spaces open on the offside, and Waite is very happily just nudged the ball there. When it's been slightly fuller, really let into it. He's scoring quickly, 24 off 28 at the moment.
Let's go out to the weekend. I always forget when it's the weekend. So you'll be playing tomorrow?
Yeah.
Who are your opponents?
Horsley and Send.
Oh, that's a biggie.
Home.
Horsley and Send. I think it was against Horsley and Send that I had one of my most terrifying moments as a captain. Well, they had a particularly nuggety 70-year-old who'd played for the first 11 for about 30 years and then dropped down to the twos for the next 20 years. And he was one of these guys. It's very much of the old school. This was the early 2000s. It'll just be another single down to long leg. Dan Worrell bowls it in. And he's one of these guys, very hard to get rid of. He's a perfectly good technique. Doesn't have quite the power he might have had as a youth. And we'd set a good old target in a timed game. We picked up some early wickets, and then we just couldn't get rid of him. He opened the batting, he was dead batting everything. Draw looked on.
Sort of guy who basically defends with his front pad.
Yeah, you know the type. It's a fine shot. Finds the gap. It'll be hauled in inside the boundary. They think of a third, it's not there. D'Oliveira's now starting to play some shots here, so runs coming at both ends, 98 for 5.
Sorry, go on.
Well, I was going to say that as captain, I was getting a bit sick of this, and I said to my brisk left armour, Ramon, I said, I've had enough of this. He's just playing with his pad. He's just propping forward. Put one up his nose. You've got pace. Put it up his nose. 70-year-old man. Oh, thick edge. Goes to the vacant slip region. Jordan Clark, will he get round to it? He has done. And he's just cut it off. And they've come back for 2, I believe, there. It was touch and go, whether there was a bit of him on rope, but I think he's on. Have they come through for 2 there? They have, I think so. I think the 100's up on my screen here, but not the scoreboard down there. As you can see, that's turned him right round. There's a really good effort from Jordan Clark, but I wonder. I don't see the umpire signal there.
It's 2 in the book.
It may say 2 in the book. It says 99 for 5 on the scoreboard. It says 100 for 5 on your screen below us. What I will tell you is that Waite is on strike. This much I can tell you, not D'Oliveira. So I think they must just have run 1 there. There's a modicum of confusion. No, now it's gone up to 100 for 5 on the screens on scoreboards as well. So 100 is up. So I've told my bowler, stick it up his nose. Come on, I want to win here. with predictable consequences. So he took my instruction, banged it in short, and slightly unnerved by the sudden short ball, which he hadn't faced, flailed it a bit, top edge, into head, fell over, blood gushing from head, flailing bat, just clipped off the leg bail, and he's passed out with blood. Oh, I say.
Almost a repeat.
Didn't know much about that, didn't wait. Got into a horrible position. Atkinson sticking up his nose. Nearly spoofed the catch.
Talk me through your...
Well...
the sequence of your emotions at that point.
Terror, followed by extreme contrition, fear for his life, as we see that replay there. Wait, didn't know much about that ball, much like my man at Horsley and Send. That's a fine shot. The first one was short, next one's full, and a beautiful square drive that scatters the pigeons at point. Waite's playing a good knock here, moves to 29, 104 for 5.
I think that brings up the 50 partnership as well.
It does,
in
you know.
Really, really quick time. In what has so far been quite a low-scoring game, these are crucial runs.
66 balls, I believe it says there. So, yes, I'm now feeling pretty bad about things. I'm thinking, was the pursuit of 13 points in Surrey Championship Second 11 Division 4 worth the death of this stout fellow? But my wicket-keeper did not feel any of those similar emotions. What he felt was that it was imperative that we appeal for hit wicket. Which he did vociferously. The umpires were ignoring him because we were all rushing to the aid of a man who had blood pouring from his head. And I said, look, Al, thought was his name, used to work for the Crown Prosecution Service. I said, Al, don't worry. He's out cold. Shot again. Oh. Lovely drive, plenty of time, 4 runs. This is great stuff from Waite. Frustrating for Surrey, but marvellous for Worcester. You can see how he got an unbeaten 100 last week. Just take a look at this.
He's really enjoying the extra pace in the ball that Gus Aktinson is providing. There's not much wrong with that delivery. Very little follow through. Just leans into it, times it really nicely.
1 ball left in the over. What's the betting it short?
I think it's pretty likely.
He's had success with 1 short ball. You know, he's got 1 left in the over at least, because there's only 1 ball left in the over. Oh yes.
There we go.
Well taken by folks. So 11 overs remain in the day, 108 for 5. So back to the story. My wicketkeeper Al, I said, look, he's out cold. He said, Dan, I've played enough cricket to know they take him off to hospital, they give him a couple of stitches, he comes back and they draw the game. Appeal, you've got to appeal. Anyway, mercifully, our hero stirred after about 10 or 15 seconds. A lot happened in that time, as you can imagine. And the umpires, well, one umpire and one of their team rushed on to help him off, bloodied but unbowed. And my keeper, I said, appeal, appeal, appeal. And so I then had the most humiliating moment when I had to run towards the umpire who was taking this man off the field and said, I'm really sorry to ask this, but how's that? And the look on the umpire's face was, I mean, he basically turned away from me and put the finger up, like as if to say, how can you be so crass? In fairness to the bowler, Ramon, he wasn't the one who was agitating for the appeal. The wicket went to him. You know, normally bowlers are the ruthless ones here, but no. I'd got a very litigious wicket-keeper who demanded that the laws were upheld, regardless of the physical condition of the batter. So it's just a warning, when you play Horsley and Send, you can get a karmic response to aggressive cricket.
I wonder if there's someone who played that game who will be playing tomorrow.
It's not impossible. Oh, that's not far away from the sort of a very deep leg gully or short backward square leg, who is Dom Sibley. He was employed in that position to Kemar Roach at the last game against Warwickshire. It's a plan that Rory Burns likes for certain right-handers.
It's a sign that Worcestershire are really frustrating, Surrey, in that Surrey are doing some pretty funky things with the field. The ball is only 30 overs old, only one slip in play. Ollie Pope is basically at second slip. Roach is getting the ball to shape in, as he so often does. He had a lot of success bowling with a slightly older ball against Warwickshire last week.
Do you think we're at reverse territory?
I don't think so.
I
think Roach, his stock shape of the ball is in. And I think that he's just playing to his strengths here.
Well, he took a spectacular 6-wicket bag in the last game, didn't he? Hit the stumps time and time again. I wonder if our hero's still playing. He felt like the sort of guy who's never going to hang up his boots. Again, finds the gap. Does wait for another single. How's your season been so far?
So first game of the season. This is my first year as captain. We lost by 2 wickets. We were 62 for 7, got up to 120.
Yes.
And
was that last week? Was that first game of the season?
Yeah. And then we had them 25 for 3. They got up to 97 for 4. Then eventually they were 115 for 8 and just crawled over the line.
Another bouncer goes through low to folks. To complete the over, another one ticks by. 10 more remain in this epic day. 15 wickets have fallen. We've already seen 323 runs. Can we take us back to Chelmsford? Is the partnership still going? Against fierce rivals Essex. Whoa, I say.
Yes. There are only 4 overs
left
of the day there, so there's 6 overs ahead of us. But Warwickshire are 298 for 6. That partnership worth 194.
Goodness
Burgess
me.
is 98 not out. Bernard 112 not out.
Atkinson is going to resume. 2 slips in place, quite widely spaced. It goes really full into the pads. Worrell with a rare foray into the infield.
There's a real urgency about Waite's batting. He's very, very quick to call through singles. Very real busyness to his batting. Something that he's almost batting like a wicketkeeper does.
It's a really good day, isn't it? Bowled superbly.
Yeah, he's your player of the day.
Yeah. Any man who could touch it would be if Dan Lawrence came on and had a little twirl, broke the partnership. But I'm not sure we're going to be seeing that with 5 seamers. Just 9 overs to go in the day after this. I wouldn't be surprised if we had another sort of 3 overs or so from Dan Worrell from this end, the Vauxhall end. What happened there with Atkinson? Might just have lost his rhythm. He's got an unusual, idiosyncratic approach to the wicket.
He's not really found his rhythm full stop so far. He's only bowling his 5th over. That's been split into 2 spells. 1 2-over burst from the Pavilion end, now into his 3rd over from the Vauxhall end.
I always find it faintly comical how close his knees are together when he runs. If you notice,
almost like a skier.
Yeah, they're really, really tight. Half worried he's going to knock them into each other at some point. Now Dan Lawrence is twirling. He's moving his arms. He's windmilling. Whether that's a come and get me plea, I don't know. Atkinson getting Don Rivera just to hop about a bit there. When he was twirling his arms, he twirled. He gave us 2 twirls, and he twirls no more. I'll tell you what, another thing that Dan Lawrence does when it comes to twirling, I would say he is the most adept bat twirler in the Surrey side. And
in between deliveries.
Yes, yeah. My goodness. He gets incredible rotation on that bat handle. Alex Stewart must be delighted. I never really did it in anger because like one of the few times I did do it, the bat just flew out of my hands. It looks deeply embarrassing. Fling, fling.
I suppose he's using attributes that also make him such a good player through the leg side. He's a very wristy player. Probably using the wrists for the bat twirling.
Yeah. So what division are you in then?
So one division lower than you were playing that game against Horsley and Sen.
That's a noble division.
So we got relegated from Div 4 last year. A tough year.
Yes.
But there's talk of a major restructure in the Surrey recreational game ahead of 2025.
I heard a bit about this.
So
you're allowed 45 seconds on this. So what's the idea?
So there's nothing confirmed at the moment. All the plans are just drafts. But I believe that there's chat that basically going to amalgamate all the league cricket that is played on Saturdays in Surrey. So the county league joins the championship, and it doesn't make that much of a difference in the first team stuff.
Sorry to interrupt, but we've got a leg slip in place now, Dominic Sibley. So there's a fair few bits of moving part here, and having seen Lawrence do a twirl, I've now seen Dan Worrell do a twirl. So I fancy, well, Dan Lawrence is sort of warming up, and so is Dan Worrell. We could have a brace of Dans bowling in tandem. Again, a really crisp shot. So I wasn't really aware of the other parts of Surrey recreational cricket. I just assumed they were all part of the Surrey Championship.
So I don't know what it would have been like when you were playing Horsley and Sen, but at the moment, and it has been the case for at least the last 10 years, if you get relegated from Division 5, you're relegated from the Surrey Championship to the Surrey County League.
That was with the Fullers League.
Yes. So it's exactly the same thing.
Right.
So
I see.
There's now a different sponsor, but that's essentially the same thing.
Oh, now that's got to be close, and is given. Roach breaks the partnership with one that maybe kept a touch low, and it is Waite that's gone. He's been a thorn in Surrey's side. That partnership had put on 58. But Roach has made the breakthrough with one that's ducked back in late, and it's beaten. Waite's shot, wrapped him on the pad, low enough. It was never going over the top. Umpire did not hesitate. We'll get a good angle of this here, and that is as plumb as you're going to get. If there's no bad on that, he is plumb. Roach knew it, was delighted. Surrey are delighted. It was a wicket they really needed, actually, because, I mean, look, it looks like they're still a relatively strong position, but the partnership was getting irksome, and the pace of the partnership as well. So that sixth wicket goes down, and a new batter has to come out. It's fine to play, but it isn't the best light in the world. Against a bowler who's now got his tail up and is tailing it back in, against a brisk Atkinson, and very shortly you'd imagine Dan Worrell with a ball that's moving around a bit, and this is an opportunity for Surrey to maybe pick up another 1 or 2 before Stumps and move this game along a long way.
It's a massive moment in the day. It might be 17 past 6, but there's still 8.5 overs to go, and the way Waite in particular was playing, had they batted like that for another 8.5 overs, you know, you're essentially fighting for the initiative of the day in the final 8.5 overs. So for Surrey to pick up that 6th wicket, that was a very threatening and very irritating partnership.
Brings Smith to the crease, and you've been doing your research on Smith.
Oh yeah.
Plunkett Shield. You're all over it, Yas.
So Smith, we're talking about how Worcestershire did a really good job in securing someone of Smith's pedigree for the entirety of the season. Directors of cricket have found it really difficult in 2024 in particular to get overseas players in for extended chunks of the year, and increasingly directors of cricket are looking to New Zealand as a place to find these players. So Smith is not the only uncapped New Zealander to be playing in the championship at the moment.
Here's his first ball. Garita with a bouncer.
So he's 25 years old, averages about 25, 26 with the ball in first class cricket. But if you look at his last 3 years, he's averaged sub 20 in the 2 years he's not been injured. So in 22, 23, he didn't play that much. I think he only played a handful of games, maybe 1 or 2. But either side of that, he's taken around 35 wickets at 17, 18. And he's a handy bat as well. He averages 27 with the bat, I believe, in first class cricket.
Genuine all-rounder.
It's big appeal.
And he's given him! 2 wickets in 3 balls. Padding up. Don't pad up. Don't pad up to Kemar Roach when he's bringing the ball back in. 111 for 7. Nelson has struck twice. Roach has struck twice. And the initiative is swinging back very firmly towards Surrey.
Yep, bigging up Nathan Smith's credentials with the bat, averaging 27 in first-class cricket. Just about to talk about Worcestershire's batting depth. And Kemar Roach picks up his second LBW of the over. Since he's come back into the attack, he's sort of unashamedly bowled his in-swing. He's bowled straight. Surrey have manoeuvred the field to sort of reflect the shape of Roach's bowling.
And look at his delight.
And, you know, we were just talking about, is this Worcestershire's day? Only 5 minutes ago, with Waite and D'Oliveira batting with real fluency. But now, sorry, they go bang bang. Worcestershire now 111 for 7. Nelson strikes not once but twice. And potentially, Surrey could wrap up this Worcestershire first innings today.
Well, I'm not sure that Joe Leach, when he bowled the first ball of the match today against a Surrey side with basically an England top 7, top 6 at any rate, expected to be batting at the close of play and not in the capacity of night watcher. He's out there because Worcestershire have lost 7 wickets. What a day we've had. 17 wickets have gone down. And this is not a fun situation to find yourself coming in at. And if we said, you know, Surrey could maybe prize out another wicket or 2, we said that 2 balls ago. Nothing's changed. There's 8 overs and 1 ball left, except that Worcestershire have lost a 7th. Oh, and he beats the bat straight away. Roach is on one here. Don't go away. End of the over. 8 remain. 111 for 7. And Dan Worrell instantly hands his cap over. Surrey think that they can pounce here. Worrell's coming straight into the attack. Roach and Worrell maybe to finish out the day. There's 8 overs left, so 4 overs from each end. That's perfectly conceivable. As you look at the scorecard there, it was Worrell up front with 3 for 16, and now Roach has, as they say, come to the party with a couple of wickets, wicket apiece. You can see there for Clark and Abbott. Now, Leach is no mug with the bat, but he's a bit of a biffer from memory. Well, from every time I've seen him. There's not memory. It's every time I watch Leach bat. He has an uncomplicated style as a general rule, but he's got a proper batter with him at the other end. D'Oliveira, who's been there a while, 53 balls he's faced to his 21. Now, Surrey are not giving the single to D'Oliveira to bowl at Leach. So we're not in that situation yet. Worrell, first ball of a new spell. 3 slips in place. And they're going to take the single, which will bring Leach on strike. That will not upset Dan Worrell. He's got a new batter to bowl up.
The day's really gone at some pace, hasn't it? Not only have we seen 17 wickets fall, but comfortably in excess of 300 runs with 8 overs remaining. Just comparing it to another game today, so Notts are 200 for 8 at Trent Bridge today, so scoring rate just above 2 runs and over. But in both innings here, both Surrey and Worcestershire have actually scored pretty briskly.
Good lick. I mean, a part of it's because the ball's moving around a bit, so players, when they go after it, get value for it. That's a solid defensive shot from Leach.
And I also think that both sides have been a bit more speculative with the ball than you'd usually see. Both sides have bowled full, really attacking lengths. And that's contributed to both the flow of wickets, but also the flow of runs.
And it's no bad thing that this game's moving along, because we don't know the extent of the bad weather that's coming. It may be a passing shower, it may miss us completely, or it may dump a load on us. We shall see. Oh, beautiful. Beautiful delivery.
So when you see deliveries like that, Dan, how do you think Worcestershire should play it? The ball is still moving. We know that Worrell's reasonably fresh. He's going to bowl 4 overs from the Vauxhall end from now to the end of the day. Is Worcestershire's plan just to hang in there? What do you think they should do?
Well, look, let's take a look at this again. I mean, that's...
He's done pretty well to miss it.
What do you... if you go after that, you're probably missing it anyway, to be honest. Oh, it might have played just inside the line to that one, but you get the sense that Worrell's going to be licking his lips. I guess it's a strong point you make. If you just stay there could be a ball with your name on it.
There's been a couple of with Leach's name on it in the last couple of deliveries. You know, we know how Worrell, he's got that stock shape that just hoops around, almost mirrors his run-up.
Yeah. He almost describes a semicircle, doesn't it? Now deep square's going out.
Wonder if it's the double bluff.
Or just the bluff.
Or just the bluff.
Nicely played. Oh, now then, Jordan Clark. He's gone down.
No.
As if he's hurt himself there. As it's glute. I think he's all right. I think he's just banged the glute on the ground. He's smiling. Others are smiling too. I think he's okay, but I think in diving for that, he's banged his bottom on the ground. Take a look at it again here. Ow! Yes.
Oh, does he land on the ball? I wonder if that.
And that you don't want to be doing. It's like being tenderised, isn't it? Not that I have ever been tenderised, you understand? End of the over. A threatening one, 112 for 7. 7 overs remain in the day. Roach will presumably continue with the tail very much up, like an extremely happy cat.
This will be his 5th over of his 2nd spell, so he's probably not bowling through to the end of the day. Although it looks like the umpires are having a conversation with Rory Burns, presumably about the light.
Really? I mean, the light from here looks pretty much the same as it has done for a while. I suppose you can see the shadows.
But I think we've been able to see the
floodlights.
Shadows for quite a long time. To me, this does not look noticeably darker than it's been for the last hour and a half. I think it was quite dark around 5 o'clock. It's much less cloudy now than it was at 5 o'clock. I know we're a little bit late in the day, but as Dan said a few minutes ago, this is mid-May. We have very, very long evenings in mid-May.
Well, that'll be play for the day, you would think, because it's hard to see how they come back out. Now, they're just taking the meter reading, and that is what the light will be for the rest of this match.
Feels like a shame to me. You've got a really healthy crowd in. A lot of people would have taken advantage of the deal they have here at the Kemar Oval, where you can come in for free after tea, especially on a Friday evening. A lot of people would have finished work, come through the gates.
Well, a long old session, in fairness.
And it's been a long old session, but with a lot of cricket to play, a lot of people, we're missing out potentially on 7 overs here. And the cricket that we've seen all day has been genuinely thrilling. From the opening passages of play, where Worcestershire took 3 Surrey wickets without a run falling. Surrey went from 9 for 0 to 9 for 3 to 15 for 4, where that thrilling counter-attack from Dan Lawrence and Ollie Pope, and then Worcestershire fought back, and Surrey on top now. But even just 15 minutes ago, we were talking about the counter-attack that Waite himself was leading. So yeah, a shame that we don't get all the overs, but...
Well, they could make them up tomorrow, and there may be a long old day tomorrow, because if we do get a shower, they may have to make up the time lost for the shower, and then the time lost for the time lost. So that can be added, but that will be play for today. The hose pipes are coming on, the covers are coming on, stumps are coming out. And what a day it has been. Surrey lead by 101 on a day when 17 wickets have fallen. Expertly described by Yas Rana. Lawrence and Pope the stars for Surrey, and we should say Jordan Clark with a splendid 42 not out. Cut short by a bit of brainless running after they seemed to talk about it, Clark and Worrell. The very next ball went through to the keeper. Clark went through to run through for the bye to get on strike, and Dan Worrell didn't get the memo. So it's a fairly farcical end to Surrey's innings. And then Worcestershire, they lost wickets early, but a good partnership between Waite and D'Oliveira got them right back in contention until Nelson and, more importantly, Kemar Roach struck. with 2 wickets in 3 balls. Firstly to get rid of Waite, and then Smith padding up. LBW for naught. I think in a way Surrey and Worcestershire will not mind too much that the game is ending a bit early. It's been a long old session, 2.5 hours. Surrey's bowlers get to put their feet up, come back refreshed in the morning with a ball that's now starting to do stuff. For Worcestershire it means they don't have to have this horrible 7 overs remaining in the day. It's going to be, well, perfectly poised, but more crazy action tomorrow morning, as long as the weather holds, which we hope it will. From Yas Rana, from Andrew Samson, from Adam Collins, from Cameron Ponsonby, from Will McPherson, and Taha Hashim, who's been in as well. From me, Daniel Norcross, from Jake, our producer, and from Sharky, our other producer. Producers galore. How many producers does it take to make a live stream? Well, at least 2, I can tell you that for now. And all our serried ranks of terrific cameramen, even the ones called Dan that confuse me when Jake is calling out Dan's name moderately angrily, and I think I've done something wrong. To you all, we love you all. Thank you very much for tuning in, and I hope we're going to see you tomorrow, 10 to 11. We start day 2. And who knows how many more days are left in this game, because it's moved forward unbelievably quickly. Surrey lead by 101. We'll be back tomorrow. Until then, goodbye.